normal thing for you not to agree with some other with other people. It's a normal thing. But if you don't agree with me, you can always come forward and we give a superior opinion that we trash whatever I bring to my I bring forward. Even me too, I will learn from you. But instead of you to do that, you want to be dragging. And if you drag someone, of course the other person got to respond. That is if you want to go childish. Or sometimes if you want to look away, the other person will just look away. But why do we have to bring fracas into justice for Mohbad in the first place? Mr. Jack, welcome on board. I think I have to open. I guess this is where the mic is. Is the open mic? Hello, Mr. Jack. How you doing today?
Hi, the Bossman.
Did I wake you up this morning?
I'm good, brother. Yeah. Yes. Kind of. I'm actually glad to be part of the conversation. But for now, I'll be made for now. I'll still listen to you while you still continue to freestyle.
I was supposed to have drawn the curtain like maybe 30 minutes ago because I was saying that I was going to talk for 2 hours because I don't like staying all day. Me hosting is going to take me a long time. I don't have the time, but tonight I couldn't sleep, so I was like, you know what? Let me just do this while I listen to music, and then we're going to talk about justice for Mohbad thing. But that's one thing about hosting, where you intend to spend 1 hour, you end up spending 5 hours or 6.
That is very true. That is very true. Yeah, I was. I think there was the part I actually joined, woke up, or when I joined the live was when you were talking about how bad things that happened when he got the gist or he got the when they broke the news to him, and while he got there, things that ensued. Such as how the wife told him you can go ahead and invoke the spirit. Always known that there's something there's something really incomplete about every story that man has told about what happened. Because if you look at what he said too, it's the same thing he did when he said the lawyer. I met the lawyer. I saw the lawyer there. I did that, and the lawyer told me. He said to me, "What is on ground is more than enough to go around. I mean, to be shared. You know, the property, whatever."
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's always saying things like that. He's always dishing out things like that, and not saying things. The conversations that led to such conversations.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you see, somehow I think that man is smart. He clearly knows what he's doing. Because
Mr. Jack, what happened was that according to him, hi, Bossman, I came into justice for Mohbad basically because of the land dispute that was happening between the family. So I was more privy to the situation of the land. So when the Abujo saga saying, oh, the man was fighting for property and blah, 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 blah. So, you know what? Then I was privy to some information over the land dispute. That was about when Mohbad, before he died, he bought some land. He bought land and all stuff like that, properties. And then after he died, Baba is like, how can you buy land for the son, Liam? Well, okay, how come do you use Liam's name to buy the land? And two, what about the 2 acres of land? Now that Mohbad died, all of you decide to keep the 2 acres of land. Mohbad did not know the place, the location of the 2 acres of land. As of today, you guys are not talking about the 2 acres of land anymore because the document is with you guys. Can you see me? Can you understand now? The document is with them, with their family, and Mohbad that part cannot talk anymore. And the father knew that he was aware because the son already told him that that he had 2 acres of land and the document is in the hand of the mother-in-law. So that was what led to the conversation. And number 2 is that what could have brought that conversation on the very day that Mohbad died? They told you your son died. That is why I keep telling people is that come, let us leave sentiment aside and let us ask critical questions and let us dissect this thing. But there are some fools that doesn't want us to ask all these questions. You see what I'm talking about now? They don't want nobody to ask questions. When this man got to the house, what led to the conversation that the lawyer have to tell you that you saw your son, they already embalming. So what led to the point that the lawyer just walk up to you and say that definitely you guys must have discussed something for him to have come up to say that am I right? Over to you, please, Jack.
Yeah, Bossman. Yes, that is very, very, very deep, and that is very correct. Anyone who is who has got investigative mind, who is very analytical and logical in their thinking, will naturally know that somebody is withholding information, because you don't just somebody can just walk up to you, a lawyer, on the day when you bereaved, and the only thing and the next thing to say to you, the best thing to say to you is to just say, oh, what is on ground is more than. And I'm glad that this man by himself now told the truth. He told the truth. I can't remember when he told the truth himself. That when I think it was even what's it called? What they call that guy? That guy they call best scholar.
Best scholar, yeah. When he went to the show, to the live of Baba Mohbad and asking questions.
Yes.
That is when I'm already aware of all these things. All right, but because I was already into the family, I didn't want to bring it out to the public. You see what I'm saying? I didn't want to bring it out to the public. I allow emotions to make me not to ask those questions, because I'm not ready to expose that part. And that is the power of, if you allow, that is the disadvantage. If some of us here allow emotions to blind our sight or to cover our reasoning. And that's exactly what is happening. But we are here not for the father. We are here to look for waiting by Mohbad. Mr. Jack, in Justice for Mohbad, a lot of people are doing things that don't even understand what they're doing in Justice for Mohbad. Some are here to support the father. And the question that we should be asking ourselves is that, are we really here for justice for Mohbad, the guy that died? Or we are here as a weapon, or the father is using us as a weapon to fight his own personal battle? His own personal battle. This Justice for Mohbad is so deep that by the time you start asking questions and you start seeing the revelation of all this thing that is behind the whole thing that led to the property saga, to the DNA saga, then your eyes going to be clear to all those things. Over to you, Mr. Jack. No, we're just rubbing minds. We're just talking. It's an open mind.
Yeah. Bossman, you say you're right. It's really deep, and you say it all, to be honest. And one thing I always like, I like the way you present your analysis, the way you present your facts, because you even if someone is even if your comprehension is low, you should be able to get it. So And that's why I like it. You see, people in this justice for Mohbad, to be honest, Bossman, as I've said, you see, now I'm beginning to see things clearer. To see things clearer, what I mean is to see people for who they are, who they truly are. I see that most people that are in this justice for Mohbad, they don't understand the meaning of justice that way. And there is nothing justice about their own personal life, about in their own life, and they are not here for justice. You see, most of these hosts, I can tell you, like all of these hosts, I just don't want to say all of them put together 100%, but I'm just going to say 99.9%. 9%. Just that little percentage, I'm just going to just let it be. Just for some people, I don't know, for some anybody. But the truth is this, these people are just here for show. Most of them are just here for the views of the crowd, to pull the crowd, not for justice, to be honest. To them, it's all about show. It's not about a life that was taken, a bright life that was taken. So that's why you find out that that's why you find a lot of emotions, a lot of other people. Some people they just express emotions naturally because that is the way they wired. We understand that. But some people, they're doing some things to cause people because they understand that people that are following them, the people that listen to them, they are emotionalists. They are people that explode with so much emotions. They erupt in emotions. So, and they are now taking this advantage to sort of like galvanize them, to gaslight them, to go into their heads.
That's like him, yeah.
Yeah, to go into their heads and start making them to believe things that they want them to believe. And you see all of this thing put together, they have all affected this justice for Mohbad in no small measure. Because when I listen to things that you and you say and you have been saying, and that sort of like really sort of like made me understand some things about that man called Joseph Aloba. And I was like, why were people not listening? This woman was saying things. They were not listening. You were trying to say some things to you. You were not listening, even though you were still trying to like you were out like you the way Yekudi was doling it out. She was just dishing it out. She didn't want to hold back. You were still trying to be like sort of like, I don't want things to scatter, I don't want this. You just wanted things, which is good as a peace person. Just because it shows that all you want is just justice. For justice to come, sometimes you have to just take your eyes away from some things and just look away. So which is understandable. The boss man. Let me yield the mic for you.
Yeah. I was more closer to the family. All right. Yekudi was falling out. And me being with the family because everything's just due to emotions. Okay? I was falling in love with the father because of Mohbad. But later on, when things are there are a lot of wrong things that kept on happening behind the closed door. I was the one coming to do debunking, and all stuff like that. And when you keep debunking over and over and over again, the debunking will start making you to look like a dummy, like a mediocre. And I was getting tired of all this debunking. How long would I continue to debunking? And a lot of things that is happening. Mr. Miwa, don't let this thing repeat itself again. No. Okay, I will go out there to go help you guys out. Okay. And sometimes there are things that we're supposed to go through the right channel but you end up doing, because there are some things that they did. If I decide to stand my ground, they will not do it. I mean, that wouldn't allow them to do it. especially when Grexy comes with an idea, and I think this would, I don't force it. I would tell them, hey, I don't think that's going to be nice, but I don't force it. Especially when they went to bring Sanshito. If I've ordered my grand, I know you're not going to, nothing will have happened. But I don't want to look, I'm also trying to be very careful. I don't want to look like I am not just the only person here. We have thousands of people that wanted justice for Mohbad. It's not all about Bossman. So I just look. So it is going to be so bad if I come up to the say I want to expose the family back then. I was the one holding, yes, I was the one holding Yekudi back then. I was holding Yekudi, I was holding Black Velvet, I was holding Ryan Whisper, thinking that I can salvage, I can buckle up all these things and, pull everything together. I can make things happen. But it wasn't. It wasn't. And it got so bad, I was like, man, this is getting so crazy. And that's why we are where we are today. So at one point, what would have happened since 2023 to where we are, that we did not do, that if we have done it differently, it will have resulted to another, it will have given us a different result than what we're having right now. Like I said, in December, I personally expected myself and Mr. Mio and Comrie. We told them that they did not take the body, the specimen, out of Lagos, out of Nigeria. In fact, we are telling them that the result of the autopsy has been done in Lagos institution, a medical institution in Lagos. I understand they did not believe that. But in January or early February 2024, I still have it on my phone here, we sent the name, the department, a number of who to call of the facility in, is it Lut or something? Call this number. The person that is on ground, which is going to be Gorexi. Go and check this thing that will show you. Some people have seen the result of the autopsy. It's out. Some people have seen it. So if you want to know, go check it out. Mr. B, they did not believe it until, well, they did not believe me until when we got to Berekete, and Berekete said, whatever, that's when they started believing. So those are the things that I can't force them to do things. I can only give my own opinion because I have my reasons that even though I have access to Baba Mohbad, but I've actually built a bridge. I don't want to cross some line because I don't want the situation in the future when they will say that it's Bossman that is putting Baba Mohbad under his armpit. So what I do is that I know that Baba Mohbad is communicating with a lot of people. I do not want the situation in the future that will not say that it's Bossman that is controlling Baba Mohbad. You know what I do? Anytime I want to talk to Baba Mohbad, I will go through Mr. Miwa. Anytime I want to talk to Baba, I will make sure that Mr. Miwa is on the phone. And if Mr. Miwa was not available, I will make sure that another person is on the phone with me. Until the day that Karimo wanted to come on Yokudi's platform. And then Yekudi told me that Karimo wanted to come on the live at that. He said he wants to apologize to Baba Mohbad, that I should call Baba Mohbad. He saw me going to Baba Mohbad. I went to Mr. Miwa, and Mr. Miwa played a game on me. He played a game, and I lost it. The game he played was that he said Baba Mohbad was on Owalorioke, that I should tell Karimo to continue to talk, that Baba Mohbad will be listening. No, he's not telling Baba Mohbad was Olorioke. He said, okay, Baba Mohbad, I want to go. Baba Mohbad will be listening. That Karimo will, if you continue to talk, Baba Mohbad will be listening. And that was the information that I would carry to Yekudi back then, when Yekudi said, Baba Mohbad is here. Because that's exactly what Mr. Miwa told me is what I told Yekudi. Not knowing that Mr. Miwa did not deliver the information to Baba Mohbad. So we thought Baba Mohbad was on that live. But thank God that I was screen recording. And Mr. Miwa did not do that. Unfortunately, they planned ahead. The people of the critical takers through Grexy reach out to Baba Mohbad, like Baba Mohbad said, "Well, Lori lying." And Baba Mohbad said no. And when I got to know about the situation, I got so mad. And that's why I cut off Miss Amiwa. I started going to Baba Mohbad directly, so that information can be carried. Can you see what I'm saying? Can you see the game? It's about politics and game, divide and rule thing, and all stuff like that. And that was it. So, Mr. Sammy Jojo, how are you? I've been live for like a couple of hours, and we were just doing just a short thing. I was just trying to listen to music and to vibe to it.
Morning.
How you doing? It's like I wake you guys up today.
I just woke up. This is the normal time that I wake up anyway. So I just like, okay, let me stroll. I'll tell you guys up. Bossman, she life. Your man sort of to do it. I saw Jackie. Hi everyone. Morning. Yeah, I didn't catch up with most of everything you said anyway. But the little thing that I listened to, like Jack was saying, most of the hosts, not all the hosts are that the way you said it. There are some hosts that they are too passionate for justice for Mohbad. And the passion they had actually, when you are too overzealous, about something, you will want to do more than what you should do. Some hosts are truly deep down, truly their hearts, their souls, everything is justice for Mohbad. And there are some, all they want is the show, the charade. Let's contribute, let's do this, you understand? So, justice for Mohbad has been messed up right from the beginning.
That is exactly what we are trying to talk about.
It was.
Let's talk about the beginning, how it got messed up, and how it messed up.
Was like, it got messed up when money was involved. When people started seeing the money part, not the justice part. They started seeing what they can actually gain. Some people thought J4M would give them this fame that they can actually be known. And there was a time I keep telling people, even right from the beginning, when I had a fallout with where I was before, and I keep asking them this question. After J4M, you guys, what are you going to be doing? And because I talk to people around, if you see me one-on-one, I engage people a lot. Like, I talk, not just I engage people. I ask questions. If it has to do with politics or anything. So there was this day I was talking. I think I was talking to somebody, and imagine, people, the only thing they knew was like, Mohbad is dead. What they say. A lot of people never knew that it was exhumed, that we talk about it. A huge lot of people. You want this? They don't.
Yeah.
And I get to know that. So, online Lomo. All this thing we're talking about, the passion we're showing is online, that you have only about 400, 500 viewers, 200 viewers. Go to the main streets. Go to the main people of Nigerians and ask them. They don't know anything about it. Anything. So a lot of people don't know. Even if most of them have Android phone, they are not even interested. But I felt like some people online just got carried away with the little token they are saying on TikTok. And they choose to do anything that comes their way. How many of these hosts have somebody like, okay, let's do this. Let's do this private investigation. Go to the inquest. Let's listen to what. How many of them? How many? Push it out. When you got to a point where some people would deliberately lie on a life, nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ rárá. If the justice they were messed up, if you are doing something for monetary gain, it is not justice anymore. It is all about your pocket, all about you to feed your family or feed whatever it comes your way. So it was messed up from the beginning. From the beginning, it was messed up. Because when J4M started, when everybody was under one voice, under the umbrella of Justice for Mohbad, we don't care. But when the different narratives started coming in, some people pick sides, yeah, everybody choose their own side. And it was based on the story that was present then. The story, we were not there. Whatever stories the family pushed out. And even the family messed up the justice. All of them. Baba Mohbad, Abosede, Blessing, Yomi, Adura, Darusha.
That was what the police were saying. Yeah, the Panti, they were saying the family messed up justice for Mohbad.
Of course, they did. That is what they will tell you now.
For Mohbad.
At least I've been to Panti several times and I talked to them. They'll tell me. They messed it up. There is
a charade of some people saying that, Sam Jojo cannot be trusted. Sam Jojo cannot be trusted. So because of this, let me try to engage you a little bit so that
you know what? Bossman, let me say this. I say something. Even me.
You don't trust
man.
I know. That's for you.
And we were seeking justice. Nobody knew the real truth. And with me being a young girl, having a 6-month or 7-month-old baby, I fell for the kind of emotion, like omogekere, tutuni, how old is she? Tutulomo. Going through all this. And normally, as a man, that you understand what child is. And for a woman to be going through that, if you are a real father, if you are a real man, you have common sense. You will feel her pain, you will feel her passion. That this little boy is not going to be seeing the dad again. Herself, she's not going to be seeing the husband again. You will fall for it. Except if you are not a man. Except if you don't have that side of you that have this heartbeat for the soft spot of you, emotions okay, you will help her feel those pains. And that is what I followed. Do you understand? I was like, nope. And me, I was like, okay, kí ló fẹ́ pa fún? Ṣó máa pa ọkọ ẹ̀ ni? Kí ló fẹ́ pa? Because I used my own life, my own family life. My wife want to give birth. I'm always there. 2 weeks, I will be, So I was like, oh boy, do you get it? I use my own personal emotions to go to a camp and believe. Do you get it? And for the fact that Mohbad was horribly buried that way, that manner, who took those decision? And Baba Eloru, one story, add everything together. So you will fall into that camp. And that was the narrative. Baba did this, Baba did. And what even burst those bubbles was, even when Baba was now wearing Moba's clothes, I was like, no, Baba, and I was fighting back and forth. Before we have this argument, I'll give you 1,001 reason why she's not involved, why you have to believe her. Do you understand?
So now, so sorry for interjecting. So you're talking about when you saying Baba Mobile, because there's a lot of narratives out there. Oh, Baba is wearing his son's clothes, and
Of course,
when that comes out, when the situation happened back then, I went to him and asked him questions, and he stated that the man that whenever he wear agbada or native there, he will tell the father, he will just go to his closet, pack some clothes. I said, no, he will change his clothes, give him trainers and wear it, make him to wear his own clothes too. And then whenever he's leaving, he will give him some clothes. Or his own clothes that he has worn to give to him. And, sometimes that he also buy the same clothes that he gives him, he will also have the same thing.
All these narrations, later, when I left, I just kind of like I backed out from jail for him for like couple of months. So by the time I came in, I've kind of like, okay, reprocessed everything. Supporter. I stopped following that blind narratives. And I stood my ground. And for me, huge lot of us, like some people that I knew that they later found out, this is not the real story, this is not the real story. Instead of them to come out and switch the way I did, they never did. Some just decided that we're talking much, let me just back out. So imagine if you're having few people that switched just like that, man, this is not the way it is. This is the way it is. And they were kind of like coming up and saying things they were. People will be saying the little truth that I know. Nobody online can come and beat me. And for the fact that I'm not an host, a truth, because of what their viewers will think or say about them. If I say this about Baba or say this about Wumi, platform again, people will listen to me. And for the fact that the TikTok side had actually taken a part of them, it has been part and parcel of their life. They can't let go of that crowd, of that views. And me, what I count as views, go, that if that will get into my head, if I have I'm streaming, I have about 2 million, 5 million views. That can get into my head. But no views of 500, 1,000, 1K. That if another person will start his own life now, that 1K will reduce to 200. My dear brother, that can never get into my head. And stuff like that cannot stop me from saying the truth. But some hosts, I don't know how they think. Did you get it? That's why I said, I don't want people to trust me. Based on 400, 200, I don't want people to trust me. I don't want people to like me. For the fact that you can see me on the street and you can challenge me. The only dragging, you will drag me online. Online, low more. Oh, lady, me one-on-one. Because I prefer drag me. TFF budget. That is me. So, when I switch, do you get it? Me, is that if I see lies, and that's one thing about me, if I see lies, I'll come out and say this is a lie. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so Bossman. My brain just reboots me.
What's wrong? It's like you just woke up. You've yawned for like almost 10 times or 11 times.
I went to bed early. I've been taking.
And when you are yawning, it's affecting other people. They're also yawning too.
I let them yawn.
It's contagious, you know.
It's contagious, yeah.
So that's the thing. So we're just doing a quick recap on the review of the journey of Justice for Mobile and why we are where we are today, and where did we go wrong, and if we have decided to do it another way, are we going to get another different result? And that is all what we're talking about.
Yes.
We go wrong.
The thing is, there's no other way we can go again.
Now let me ask you this question, because you're on the other side. Because I don't know when you joined this, but we were talking about how they fracas. How did they get into Justice for Mobile? Who were the fracas? Is it the people of this Justice for Mobile here, or from the other side of the women's side? Because how they people putting people's pictures, going into people's DM, picking up family pictures, and then starts raining curses. Because I don't understand why we have to got to that point where everything becoming so toxic and the whole community becoming unconducive for, TikTok was so freaking toxic that
it was. But I don't know where those, should we say, we started having problems in Justice for Mobile when people from Facebook joined that movement.
Yeah. I started from Facebook too.
Yeah. When people on Facebook started coming into Justice for Mobile, and if you know how Facebook operates there, you don't understand, even till now, if you know the way Facebook, some people, how they drag themselves on Facebook, and when they came into Justice for Mobile, some tried to take their cool, like, let's don't bring Facebook basketballs to this place. Let's do it the way they are doing it. But they couldn't endure the way things are. Yeah, because right from the beginning of Justice for Mobile, causes don't they? Right from the beginning, immediately we felt everybody choose side. Baba no support, Mumi no support. Right from that moment, cause don't they? Swear don't they? Did you get it? But it didn't get to the point whereby they started bringing out people's families' picture, raining curses on them. It didn't get to that point, but normal. Some people will use your picture.
TikTok and they bring people's pictures. I understand people are saying Bookie. I know Bookie was Ashana.
Ashana. Bookie was just
okay. Those are normal bully and all stuff like that. But when it comes to picking up,
but they were the ones that they were justice seeker also, but they were the ones that.
What I'm trying to ask you now, is it from Baba Mohbad's camp of the women's camp?
It started from Baba Mohbad's camp. It started from Baba Mohbad's camp. It started from Baba Mohbad's camp. I know it started from Baba Mohbad's camp because you remember how they did for Bolivia, that they went to go and take a picture, took one picture. It started from Baba Mohbad's camp. Yeah, it started from their camp. Because back then that I was supporting women, the only thing that we do is anywhere we see that they are dragging or changing the narratives, saying different things, we will go there in our numbers. Some of us will be at the comment section supporting whatever you are saying. And because me, I don't curse them. I can only throw jabs. I don't know how to say I don't like to shake it. But I sabi how to they give you soul. Because they use body shame you, and I sabi that one. Did you get it? So then we don't swear. We just go there, we insult you, give you this kind of Arabu, and that Arabu, you understand? Should I say we started Arabu? Yeah. We started Arabu.
You people started Arabu, right?
No, they have saying, they might not accept, but you know me, those times, like,
your camp over there, your former camp. You guys said, do you agree that you guys started the Arabu thing?
We started, should I say now, but we don't use courses, so we don't, all this taking a picture. We started Arabu, like, and yeah, we started Arabu. Should I say, yeah, we did. Because me, I Fabiyi, if I just look you like this, I just find one story, just add them to you guys. So that was how we.
You also want to call this in Arabu when they were accusing that Baba Mobile went upstairs and Mobile said that he stole he stole Mobile's jewelry. Is that you said that was also in Arabu too, right?
That is not Arabu, because then whatever we heard, we push it out. That was not Arabu. Whatever we kind of like. We heard Baba did this. If it was true or it was a lie, we just bring it out. We talk about it. Do you get it? But Arabu, you know what Arabu is? That me and you will fight now. I'll just find one story. You'll be saying, don't even be your own. I'll just add them to you guys if you did chopper. But anything that had to do with Baba Mobile was not Arabu. It was based on whatever we heard, whatever we listened to. Do you get it? It was based on any story that comes out. Either it is with me that was pushing out those stories, blah, blah, blah. And I think when I found out about most of the stories were not even true, I was like, no. And I made this apology then, like, because I added everything up together. Even for the fact that, there was a point that said, Baba Losibe Olokubu Shomweni. So later, when I found out the real truth, when I got close to some of them, the family, that I found out the real truth, like, I started adding it together. Baba, young man, more. He still feel carrying, I added everything together, and I kind of like, I came up, okay, whatever I've said about this man that is not true, I withdrew my statement, I'm sorry, blah, 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 blah. I think I did that then. But it doesn't mean I was supporting him blindly. If I apologize based on what I have done before, and you do something else, I can still come for you. Do you get it? So that was my ground. If you do good today, make I do bad tomorrow. I'm humans. So anything about Baba was not Arabu. It was based on the narration, the stories. Do you get it?
Yeah. All right.
So that was
not Arabu. So it was based on the false story that was brought out, and you guys were just peddling that.
Yeah. Of course.
But you guys agree that from the other side, you guys said the Arabu thing. So that is when everything becomes so toxic. Of course, if you bring Arabu, if you say something Arabu to me, Arabu means fabrication of lies. Am I right? Is that what Arabu means?
I know. Arabu, no. Arabu is not the fabrication of lies. It's fabrication, but let's say yes,
false stories,
lies,
false stories, things that are not
false
true.
stories. Things that are not true. But do you know Arabu? If you want to buy Arabu, I think Arabu. For me, I know Arabu.
You can give us a story like, Samuel, I know you when you were young. You not one living
you see, Bossman, to buy law public school in Nigeria, Arabu. At the public school, because you and your friend could just so now you could just give you more different story. We will not be your own. You said you could give babe man shaking babe carpenter, which is not true, which we all know is not true. But because you are giving me false story, me say I will give you false story. Arabu is just not normal thing like false story, but inside the Arabu, if you can see 2% of truth inside. Let's say, for instance, now let me say, for instance, you enter a bus. I saw you when you enter a bus from your house to the next bus stop, and from that next bus stop, I don't know your next destination. But because I will now start that my Arabu with I saw Bossman enter bus, go this, he come down, enter Yanopaja, he can't go meet one woman, blah, 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 blah. Do you get it now?
Yeah.
I can say I knew about your first marriage. Do you get? I knew about your first marriage or your, and every other thing that I will be adding is different stories. You said you were going to be, you know, because say I don't talk one where I know, you go fall for like, please say this man don't know me. By the time I started adding different one that you don't know, you will go for another go to defend them more. That is why you see. That's why you see most people when they buy Arabu for them, they no fit defend them. Most of them they no fit defend them because they don't talk one. We don't be say na true. They go buy Arabu for some people. We say they themselves begin to question themselves. Like Abi is true, ni? Because you start to sit yourself down and start thinking all the way back. It is not true. It is true. That's why you see some people, all they do is just like they can't come for the story of Arabu, and a huge lot of people are always scared of Arabu, and based on their own antecedent. Imagine woman we don't go collect somebody husband before. Do you understand? We can do am low key. He go dey fear Arabu because he don't know whether that story will come out. Did you get it? So that's why most people they are always kind of like being careful. I'm not sure I call you, but if you go public school for Nigeria, like me, people say that public school, I take start my secondary school. No. You go sabi Arabu. Arabu na common thing. It did common. So you were saying something about Panty. You said something about Panty before.
No, I didn't say nothing about that. I don't know.
So when you said some people kind of like, I can't be trusted, maybe because I go to Panty.
Yeah, no. I said the people were saying that, don't trust Sammy Jojo. Get that information. So I decided to engage you and get those to you because
Bossman.
in case you don't know Sammy Jojo, he used to be at he was on the front runner for Tim Wumi, and his name back then used to be When the Good. When the Good was a crazy ass person from Tim Wumi back then that was to be on the front line, and if you come for him, exactly he's the king of Arabu back then.
I'm not king of Arabu.
Yeah, back then, of course. You always talk now. You were like on the front line over there, and then
Of course I was. And of course I was. And the thing is, when I got tired at the point where I just wanted the truth. I just wanted to I was tired of different stories. Different stories. So I was just I just wanted the truth. Kilo shele gongo gongo. Then I started going to the inquest. Then I started getting close to some of the family. And when I knew everything, even though some of them they lie. Because that family, they lie a lot. Everybody. They are all bunch of liars. Bunch of liars. They lie a lot. They lie a lot. The mama, the baba, the mommy, the adura, the darusha. They are fucking liars. Blessing. They lie a lot. So when I was okay, I think out of their lies, you can pick one on which you can hold to yourself. Maybe this is the truth. Maybe this is why these people choose not to say this. Maybe this is why they felt like they should. Do you understand? You'll be able to take one as an evidence that I think this might be the real truth. This might be the real story.
No.
That's why I said it's always good. You don't start anything you're doing with lies, because if you start with lies, you need 1,001 to back it up.
Lies to back it up, yes. So now,
that is why.
Sammy Jojo, when you were still with Tim Wumi back then, I just want to try to figure out some things. I'm just speaking. I'm not the one talking. I'm talking the mind of people. All right. When you were with Wumi, and then Wumi came out with a publication that, you packed the nigger, you take a trophy. Of course, everyone's attention was drawn towards the record label, Mali. And when the story of Baba Mobile started talking and said that when he got to the house, he met him already there. They already embalmed him. At that point, you were still with me. What was your stand as at that time when that claim that Baba Mobile said he met Mohbad already embalmed?
Now, do you know
he also stated
that time? Do you know what do you know the narrative that spoiled that time? That what you just said? Because when they said he got there, he saw him already embalmed. That was when this narration of he didn't go, he just went upstairs, he took his gold, he pocketed it, and he came down to see the body. Do you get it? When the story was like, Baba said this, the counter story they gave was Ukolosokeni, Ukolomugudeni, Ukofisakoni, Udesheshawa Bole, and it up so and you know we will kind of like and it Ulushini, Uleni, Kiniko. There is in every story, there is always a counter story. For us, for me, was for them. Bring out any story, there is always one ready to counter it. So I never knew maybe these people had actually prepared all these things for us to follow. Say one, and I will explain the counter story they've always given. Always give it. So for us, then you always kind of like, this is just victimization. The victimization of a widow, the victimization of the little boy. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Everything, there is always a ready-made story to counter it. And you understand, this is just the truth. If you listen to it, it asks me another one. If I can remember, I'll remember the counter story that is already made up, that I will push out, then we will follow it. And if you're supporting somebody, then I said something. I used to say it now that each one of us, like me, I allowed emotions to rule over common sense. I'm not always ashamed to say it.
On the side of Wumi.
Yes. I allowed emotions to rule over common sense. So by the time I was like, oh, mom, man, let's add common sense to this. Then I started, no, this is not true. This is this. This is the. Do you get it?
Now, with what you just said now, what were you thinking? Or what came to your mind when Wumi wrote about 5 paragraphs of come and take your trophy, they pied the nigger, and then when you later heard that there was a nurse?
Now,
so the point, hold on, sir. So at the point where she said, they pied the nigger, as of today,
let me explain. Let's take it one by one.
Hold on. It's still the same thing. It's still the same. Everything is under one umbrella. As of today, if you count how many people that Wumi has pointed finger to that pied Mohbad, let's talk about it. They said that Mohbad pied with air infection. We found out that it was some people from the house that called Instablock. That was the narrative that they were trying to make to fly. That air infection by Mohbad. Then when people start asking questions that how can air infection by Ginde, people start asking questions that did not fly. She came out in a 5 paragraph of come and take your trophy. You buy the nigga now. So that's why I keep saying that this thing still boiled down to into under one umbrella.
Let me explain. Let me explain the little that I know. Now, when she said, come and take your trophy, that by the nigga. You remember there was this voice note that circulated then. What it was they were saying it was Sam Larry. It was proud. It was immediately that voice note started circulating. So everybody, somebody like me, picked that direction. It was Sam Larry.
We all did. Everyone did. Not just you.
So
we all traveled that.
That is why I said in every story there is something already prepared to back it up. Do you get it? Yeah. In every story there is something to one that will back it up. So then when we heard that voice note, want to busy, I want to shake we now added it to like come and take your trophy. Then we started seeing the video how it was beating up the
black and blue.
Do you understand? Yeah. Black and blue. So add it together. Definitely, these people, okay, they did that before they actually. Before now is celebrating his death, and shortly after the story of like you don't know go Kenya. Do you understand? Say you know the Nigeria again. You don't know go. So all these things were coming out just to kind of like add to what is going on. But when I feel when people started, where they got it wrong was that Upida blood we go see na ear infection. Now that ear infection break huge lot of people. That is people with common sense. Like it is not possible. Do you understand?
Do you think that they can still hold Insta blog on that one? Where because some people do the research and they said that investigation and that it was some people from the house that gave that information to blogger to spread that wrong narrative. So I think they need to carry Instablog or whatever the person. I guess the person that owns Instablog is a female. Am I right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who owns that blog.
Yeah, I guess there was a time she brought her face out one time. A female.
Oh, that might not be her face now. You don't know these people. That might not be her face. Just go on. If you are into blog and you're doing something that dirty, you dare not show your face. I doubt it if that's a real face. I doubt it.
Because she was hosting, and then she was talking, and then she was doing program, and then she started showing off her face. Is it Instablog now? Yes, now Instablog. Yeah, that was Instablog. Anyway, where did they get the story from?
That's
somebody in the house. So now I'm asking you these questions also systematically. We're getting there. Now at the point where the news that Modele what he embalmed, I met his body. They've already embalmed the body. They put salt on his chest, and Umi came to Baba and said that let us go and revoke this body. What was rushing to your mind when that situation was going on at that particular time? Still, you haven't come back to your consciousness and like,
I haven't.
There's a foul play going on there.
At that point where she said, Koloru. According to what they said,
you guys did not believe the word that Kwame Koloru. You did not believe that story.
Well, we believe.
I'm talking about you.
I believe that story, and I believe that story, and part of this, that is more reason why I was even supporting like that. In Kotoli Sokwe, you know, the story of that Kilorukwe, this Otiwanle. Do you understand? We don't see the video. Do you understand? So when she said Koloru, Noma, we felt like okay. I think this is why she said that those that buy this nigger should be dealt with. And when Baba now said, no, he can't do it, I was like, hello, do you get it? And Baba is now coming for the person that gave his suggestion. You know, we are Africans. And Baba is now coming for this person that gave this kind of suggestion, like, just to clean ourselves out of it. Because the narration of like, it is Wumi, it is Wumi, it is Wumi. And if that person is the same person that is saying Eloru Kini Urumiloju, I definitely come on pioneer now. Normal Yoruba thinking. Normal African certain thinking. That is what you will think. That's why I said for every script, there is a script that is ready. There is for every storyline, there is 1,001 storyline that is being played So if you are supporting Wumi, then see, Baba, if you are supporting Wumi, then you will have one or two reasons to kind of like stand firm, like more. She knows nothing about it. I need to support her. I'm a diehard. Do you get it? And when Baba even started coming up with the story of a DNA, kiniko, another story ti wà ńlẹ̀ tó ti ń dúró náà.
So that means you were going with the flow of the town. You did not do your own due diligence to do your own personal research into all this things.
We didn't do any jack research. No jack research. No, I will not like we were from one. And that's why I said we allowed emotions to rule over common sense. Bossman, Muti argued 3 days, no sleep. Maybe the only sleep that I will sleep is maybe 30, 40 minutes, an hour, most. I will continue the next morning. On one Friday like that, I started this back goes, till Monday. I was meant to take my family to church. I told them that they should be going. You can drive, go. I'm coming. I never did. My wife came back. Ibi to fi mi lesi, lo si ba mi. Ori joko to fi mi lesi, lo ti ba mi. That I was still defending. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That was still defending.
So now, Mr. Sammy Jojo, now we've talked about the air infection. We talked about Baba coming out to say that he saw that they've already embalmed, they put stuff on his chest. And when the story of there was a nurse. At that particular time, you have not come back to your senses that there's something cooking up somewhere. That number one, you said there was a infection. Oh, come and take your trophy. We channeled all our mind into Samilari Neremali. Now again, we discovered that, it was Prime Boy. And then there was a nurse. So it did not cross your mind that, if there was a nurse, you said your brother, your partner pied because he was injected and he reacted to the injection. So why are you not saying that now his best friend, Prime Boy, that pied mobile? So
that's what I said.
If there was a nurse, why did you say that it was come and take your trophy and put our mind to Naramali Samilari? And when the whole public started coming for Naramali Samilari, you never even come out to say that no be them who na nurse gave
Let me bust you.
Hold on, sir.
Let me. I know what you want to say.
Hold on. Everything is under one umbrella. Just hold on. I'm just bringing all those scenarios. When the public wanted to go to the house, I was one of those people that even saved Baba Mobile from getting lynched. They were going to his house to stone him because they were angry in the Ikorodu. The people of the Ikorodu were angry at him that he buried Mobile alive. That they buried Mobile alive. All right? Even the wife refused to come out to clear the head. I know, bury him alive. Oh, if they have.
Do you know what? Man, do you know what? Now, what got people triggered about Baba Mubad that they wanted to go and stone him was the video that circulated of the ballet, the man around that said he was the one that stopped him from burying him that night. If you go and listen very well, that interview so people were kind of like getting suspicious, like do you understand? Like people got suspicious of him that and another thing was like most of us we have retentive memory. We always forget every other story. So far there is new story. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Then we always forget every story. Bossman. Then the way we were supporting them. Surely story teba gbewa lowo. Teba ti gbe nkan mi wa. We will forget, and instead of us to use the other story to checkmate what is being said now. We are not interested. We are not interested. Bring another narrative that suits, that I think is going to defend or make this this girl look. We are always following. I am always following. I don't want to question. No, no. We are like, I would say them. I don't want to carry people. I was like a sheep. You know, oh yeah, just point one direction like this. They are going. We are just bring. Yeah, go left, we go left like zombie. But not until I started like how common sense, Lily. That you are just too. I was too emotional. I won't lie about that. I was too.
But all the time
emotional.
where they said there was a nurse, it still did not click that.
We used to clicky, Bossman. Wait, you know, feel click. I want to click. That you're trying to defend somebody. That you're trying to kind of like your favorite. No, you don't feel click. Go see what I like. And say, Bossman, click. For the fact that all these things, I am in my house. Now online, I still bring the story. Now my house I did. Do you get it? You know, feel click. But now that I can decide, like, okay, let me go to zone D, zone U, to go and question whoever that is in charge, is involved. If anything comes out today, Bossman, if I felt like a man, I am not comfortable with it, I will go. I want to see the IPO in charge. If I want to do this, do you get it? But then, was I doing that? No, I wasn't now. Now my house, I go day. Now my house, I go carry story come. And now my house, I go talk everything where I want to talk. Do you get it? So that is that is just
at what point do you not got convinced and then you started like, it seems you're on the wrong one?
How did this started? How? I think it started when I was a little bit close to Yamubad. Yes, it started. So based on the few things that she had said, even though small lies they there, I started having a rethink. Then I just had to like back up, like let me just look at this from the outside. And another thing was this. Where I was before, we have this group that everybody is on WhatsApp screen now. We are kind of like bringing any video recording, they will put it there. But in that group, I don't talk. Then when I was on Tennis platform, so there's this screen app that we were. So I won't say anything. I don't type. The worst I would do was I would just laugh. Maybe I just laugh. So maybe some of them were kind of like feeling uncomfortable, like I was a snitch. They don't call me snitch. No be today, Bossman. All this time you is the snitch, is the snitch. Tobacco, I just laugh. Even when I was supporting Wumi, look at how, even when I was supporting Wumi then, some people in that camp used to call me a snitch. They called me snitched. Like all of a sudden, I don't know. One day I just discovered that what Yomi kuro app kilo shele. Me tell about Yomi because me I'm not. I just felt like I'm not seeing any message again. And I called somebody. What happened? That person now lied to me that there was a problem that they dissolved that app. I was like, oh, okay, that don't deserve it. Not later than I started hearing that snitching. So this person actually like that. So this group is still existing. I was like, okay, so they calling me a snitch is not from, it will not be today. I've been called, I've been labeled a snitch, and I know everything. It is online rumor. You can't see me or you dare not. So everything are online. If you track me to, but the truth is this: when they did that, I felt so much uncomfortable. Like definitely there is something these people are doing which is not right. Because if you look at my antecedent, how I defend and I do this, I do that. Do you understand? One of their top speakers, like that have that tenacity to speak for long, to defend. Do you understand? So even it was a point like some people they are always when they go they go run. Even Papariano can't withstand me with all this nonsense critical scientists. He could not withstand me then. I'm always giving them problem. I will give you people problem. So I was like, so it is still this me. You people thought I was a snitch. Snitch as a how? Am I now working for Babani? I don't, it wasn't harding up to me. But then I talked to Lagata. I will go to Lagata's platform. I'll go and cause problem there. I will argue. We don't fight on Lagata's platform anyway. But there's this kind of like crazy questions that I used to ask that even you will get, if you're not careful, you get yourself caught up. I think I'm a little bit good in that, asking you some question that might get, if you're not careful. Remember the day I was talking to you on Penny Bossman?
Yeah, you were talking to me where?
Yeah, on tennis platform, Tenomologo. Remember one night like that?
Yeah, that day. Yeah.
That I was trying to toy with you, that you were kind of like, you were too suspicious of like this guy. Do you understand? So then, that was still the same way I used to operate then, that I asked if you're not careful with with choice of words, you will get caught up. So people like African TV is always careful, like you. So when I go to Lagata's platform, then I kind of like, so just because they and Lagata will talk. We are all seeking for justice. Lagata will tell me that Sammy Jojo, come to this car, blah blah blah. I said no, Kiniko, I am not going to switch. I am not going to. I will say that on live. So some people now felt like maybe because in that thing, so that because I was talking to Lagata, I'm now a snitch. They now labeled me a snitch, blah 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 blah. That was where I got like, why Yahweh. Let me go and start checking things, like adding things together. And maybe I found out some things. I felt like, no, I am not ever going to change my track. Where I stand is where I stand. Where I'm standing now is where I will stand.
So now today, are you proud of the stand of your stand right now as today? Where are you standing?
Yeah, where I'm standing now, the thing is this: I'm not standing for Baba, I'm not standing for Wumi, I'm standing for the truth. Do you understand? And the little truth that I know. I am not standing for them. I can't defend Baba. If Baba says if I use my own thinking to say, okay, this is the truth, but I can't defend him, and I can never defend Wumi. Never. Can never defend them. So the only thing where I'm standing is on the truth and getting to know the truth.
Well, do you know that it is a normal thing for the people on this camp to continue to suspect you or not believing some things that come out from you due to your antecedents?
Yeah, see, that is why, see me, I keep saying this. I said, I used to use this word. I'm not a likable person. And also, I'm a likable person. So I don't farm people. I don't farm people like, I want you to like me. No. That is what keeps me going. I don't want people to like me. But I'll just be myself. I will just do my me. You see, the me that I'm doing, to you, it might sound as if I'm a snitch or I'm a bad person. Do you get it? It's to you. But to me, that I know that I am not doing these things for monetary gain or just wanted to be in the middle of things or in the middle of conversation. Because if I'm actually doing all this to be in the line of scheme of everything, you keep not the host now. You keep not my monetized page, man, because send over see me now.
Well, do you know one of the reasons why I chose not to be a host, because I don't want to be as of today, even though that I'm coming live right now, I still not consider myself as a host. And one of the reasons
I get.
one of the reasons why I didn't want to become a host is because of the way some of the people bastardize being a host, like, they're making money. I'm one of those people that make sure that, because, number one, I'm not throwing any jab. A lot of people were spreading a lot of rumors, and people in the diaspora bastardized this just from mobile. Once you bring out a news like this, or news like this, they'll start throwing you lion, and for you, and
And I'll give them another story.
They started coming up with different narratives and all stuff like that, and the people were jumping on it. They would throw lion, yeah, and that was roots. And that money free part of it led to a lot of people started fighting among themselves and all stuff like that. And that's just the way it is.
And you know, at the point, some hosts, like, some of them was just trying to kind of like overtake one another. And do you understand? They always want to overtake one another, and because people were so anxious of news.
Mm-hmm.
People were so anxious of update. You know, we are always waiting for like okay. A couple of days ago, let me just bust you bubble. A couple of days ago, I was on the island. I saw Darusha now driving Benz. I saw Darusha. Do you understand? And I was kind of like, man. And some people, we are on TikTok fighting, doing this for justice. Hi John, how are you? The last time he came to the inquest, he came with Benza. And now, he just bought that Benza then. With a big number, yeah, Benza. Can you hear? No, like 2018, Benza, I think 2018 or so. Oh, yeah. Batima Korea. He just drove Nadarusha pass. So, we the only lot of Benz. Do you understand? I was like, yeah. And we did here. Some people did online now, still did. Now we can do talk, you didn't see. Some host, now waiting, now waiting, most of them one chop. Now in Belu waiting affect justice for Mubad. Honestly. It affected justice for Mubad. Because I will tell you something. The police that are meant to do the right thing, they got caught up with our stupid analysis. I'm coming. I'm using it. I'm coming. Just give me a couple of minutes. They came up with don't do that this morning.
At what point did you because you see, when it comes to the usage of social media platform, I understand. So I'm always very careful with words that come out of my mouth. You know, so because TikTok got so toxic, and I was dragged. I don't care if I got dragged. I pick my fight. But sometimes, if you are a mumu or you don't talk, some people just want to shakara you, or they want to, bully you to silence. I'm not the kind of person that you can bully.
You see this TikTok, yeah? You must have this tough skin, like tough skin. If you don't have tough skin, people will just bully you and try to kind of like box you to the corner.
Now, that is exactly what is going on right now.
Yeah. But for somebody like us,
my kind of
somebody like us, okay, go on.
Okay, yeah. You want to say something, right? Go ahead. Okay, you muted.
For somebody that, if only you did not start G for him from the beginning. If you start G for him from the beginning, and you
started from the beginning. I started from the day.
If you start from the beginning, your skin go don't tough where nothing people go talk.
No, but I was on. When I came on TikTok, I was on Facebook. I was dealing with Facebook whatever back then. It was there that I met one lady, is it Abefe? Yeah, Abefe back then. It was Facebook now. From her, we got to know Sha. Me and the Ram Whisper and all that went to go and challenge them one time. That's why we went like the King White. They just put us in the middle of the King White or whatever, which was Bossman, the One Whisper, and the Aries that was dealing with them back then. It was crazy. That was around October last year, 2023. And we didn't have enough information back then than what we have right now. So, so if I may ask you now, Sammy Jojo, according to the script and according to the testimony so far at the coroner inquest, and as of today, do you believe that it can stand to be corrected anyway? That do you believe the partner of Mobile has a hand in this why?
Honest, do I believe? I would say, based on their testimonies and their incurrency of whatever they've been saying, I believe he might have and until proven guilty. He might. And that's why until proven guilty. Until proven guilty.
Okay.
She might, because if you look at all the stories, the cover-up, ourselves not understanding our use of words from the beginning of our interview, from one interview to another, contradicting every statement she had made. And you know the funny part is this here. There was this idea that I believed, that I even kind of like, I got an advice from top people, like, okay, see, everything is at the inquest. If you want to channel your energy to the inquest. Whatever the inquest says is what the police is going to act upon. If at the coroner, the magistrate decide that, my friend, close that door. If the magistrate decide that all the people in that house should be reinvited and questioned, that the police have no choice. If the magistrate says, oh yeah, go and rearrest all of them, start up a new investigation, they will do it. A top police officer was saying this to me, that, see, I want that can be done if the magistrate, which everything is in the court is the ball is in the court now, decided like reopen the investigation, they will go and arrest all of them. They will arrest everybody. Okay.
Now, let me ask
Hold on. Okay. But Bossman, please. Then I supported this idea of a protest. This protest, because some people were kind of like, Sammy Jojo, you want them to get Yomi arrested. Yomi was saying it was a plan. Hold on, I'm coming. That it was a plan. There was a plan for us to have a protest demanding from Magistrate Shotumbi to do the right thing. Calling out Magistrate Shotumbi to give us justice. Not even the police now. Shotumbi, please, you are a murderer. We want justice for Mohbad. Do the right thing. Austerity will never. Do you understand? We should do this. Take this protest to her. It should be all about her. Bossman, if you are a judge and you see something like this, your name is about to be put under the bus, and you have the ability to do the right thing just for your name, are you not going to do it? That was the whole idea. Let's take this chance. I called this some particular person. Let's do this. Let's take our energy to this direction. If we do, she might have a rethink.
Now, comments on the comment section saying that can a magistrate give police an order?
Now, according to what the police told me, everything they are with order with what all of them have said, that discovered that it was a lie, she can just write everything that rearrest all of them and reopen investigation. Because it is a fact finding now.
Yeah,
and at the end of the day, everything she found out was a lie. She can call for their arrest now. They will arrest them.
Sammy Jojo, you've been to Corona inquest like maybe more than 3-4 times, right? Am I correct? All right. You've seen the settings. You were there. You've asked questions. You've done cross-examination at a point. According to the time you were there, does it occur to you? Does it ever cross your mind that allegedly, probably the magistrate could be probably been boss to the other side? What about that? Do you see any traces?
No, I never. No, she's not. Due to the way I'm saying things, yeah. But some others can see different angle. She's not, because she's always open to new evidence. Do you understand? And she's always kind of like she's kind of like, what I saw in that woman is like, I think she's caught up in the web of this justice for Mohbad, and she's kind of like a little bit emotional. And she's a little bit emotional, and that is why she's always like, if you don't want, just look at me and talk to me. She will say to the witness, if you are feeling uncomfortable, just tell me. Look at me, don't look at them. Do you understand? Don't just look at me and talk to me. So to me, with what I felt like, I think she's a little bit emotional about this, and she's kind of like interested to know the truth. Do you understand? So, and these are the stuff that I felt like, if we had, let's just take this Ariwoyi, and let her know that we know her, we know her capacity, we know she can do the right thing.
Yeah.
Do you get it?
Sammy Jojo.
This person I called, you know the funny part. They were saying they wanted to use that as a setup to get him arrested. You can do a protest and not show up. People can still go there now.
Yeah.
Must it be a must that you go there? But you are the one that is on the front line. People like us will just join you and do whatever we want to do. If you decide not to go, don't go. But let's organize this.
It will look somehow. How would you organize a show and you, the convener, you're not going to be there? And that might be why my dog will back body now. So it's not.
It doesn't mean Bossman. If you kind of like stage that show and you are not there based on intelligence that something is going to happen to you, others will take. You don't need to tell us your movement. I'm coming. You guys go on with it. Continue doing it. What is important is the message.
I do expect us to feel. It's going to look somehow that you're going to organize your convener, you're organizing a protest. On the day of the protest, you do not show up. I'm not going to go for that kind of a protest. And that is it. I almost want to call out on them going for the Pennsylvania, whatever. But I was like, if I do not show up, another show up, what will I say? You know, it's not going to sound good.
Yeah,
it's not going to look good at all.
Bossman. It's not going to look good. But the message is still going to be passed. And that was why, you see, the funny part was like, when I had this conversation with the person, one of the top officers, and they were like, see, I can part of when this is what an advice. I wanted us to do it before the last Corona inquest because of, based on what the little people that I think I've heard. Do you get it? And just because the Corona is wrapping up, what else? What do you want? Just because the Corona is wrapping up, like, let's do this stuff. Let's do this before this thing wraps up. You get it? That it was turned upside down, and he wanted to use it to clinical. So, Bossman, we go there, all right.
Do you think we are in the month of June? coroner inquest is going to be bad, do you think that the magistrate is going to give a judgment? But my concern, the reason why I asked you that question earlier on was that, do you think a judgment? She always go back to the back room to make some 1 or 2 phone calls.
Yeah, you know how they do you know what their magistrate do before they kind of like give their judgment. They will go to Bennett. Yeah. It is always like that all over the world. The magistrate can just. I think it's part of their procedure. Maybe they will talk to themselves, some senior lawyers. I don't know. But
you are saying that Sammy Jojo, that is due to the fact that you've been there, you on ground, you've been to the inquest and all stuff like that. You've seen how things are. You said the magistrate is so emotional and she really wants justice. She really wants justice the way you claim that you accept the justice. Why is she giving 3 months interval? Because I see nothing wrong for to be having justice from having coroner inquest 3 times a month or twice.
Hold on, Bossman, hold on. See, do you know kind of like that magistrate, she's worked up because aside from justice from bad, there are other cases. If you go to the inquest,
you are far away from your phone.
Yeah, I'm not okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Aside from the inquest, yeah, she's also. If you go to the inquest, you see that even before the inquest starts, she had handled about maybe 4 or 3 cases before our own G4M start, before we have our own session. So she's worked out, and currently, I think the magistrate, I think they are on holiday or something. I think they have this holiday. They are on break. I still believe. I forgot to do my line of thought, but I still believe she might want to do the right thing. You know why? Because she herself, she's still believing she's going higher in her ranking. Do you understand? And she will want to be in the book of history that I, Magistrate Shotubi, I was the one that was able to resolve this case, blah, 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 blah. It will be in a resume, in a resume. Do you understand that? She was the one that did this and finally gave Nigerians the justice they wanted. So not everybody likes to be broke. Some people, not everybody, some people can, and some people decide to like stand their ground. But another thing I believe she might do the right thing is this. Assuming it was Lagos State government that used trailer or one of their workers that buy mobile, the government of the state might be showing too much interest to cover it up. Do you get it? And okay, let
there's a lot of questions on the comment section for you. Number one is that why did the court invite the IPO for cross-examination, but he refused to show up? That is number one. Number two,
yes,
this rate is so concerned about just
I didn't get that, Gini. Sorry. Bossman. Hello.
I'm with you.
I didn't get that question.
Number one question: why did the court invite the IPO for cross-examination, but he refused to show up? And the second question is, if the magistrate is so concerned about getting justice for Mohbad, why did she refuse to accept Bankole and Smith in the court?
Well, about the Bankole and Smith, we are not allowed
there's a lot of game that you people don't understand. There's a reason why Banco does not accept, they do not allow Bankole and Smith into the whatever. It has nothing to do with Baba Mubad or whatever. He says there's a game, there's a chain that they're doing, because because you know that during the tussle between the magistrate against Bankole and Smith.
But me as a lawyer now, only the Bankole and Smith can explain what transpired. Only the Bankole and Smith or a lawyer can explain according to Nigerian law or something. Only they can explain. But one thing I still believe is this: if the magistrate invited the IPU, is it the magistrate that called for the IPU? Or
the magistrate who requested the IPO for cross-examination, and Mohammed Yusuf used to show up, and the magistrate doing nothing. He's a magistrate. He can give an order.
Now the thing is this: now did the son or the rest of the lawyers, did they push for it? Because do you know how many times some people have been invited that they won't show up, and they will keep talking about it. This person is invited. Why is this person not showing up? Until the person eventually showed up. Before the nurse came to the inquest, do you know how many times they have been inviting the nurse? That the nurse should come, the nurse should come, the nurse should come. Months. More than 8-9 months they were there about. But because they stood their ground, we need this person, and she eventually came up. So if the magistrate and the rest of the lawyers are not pushing for, okay, we need to see the IPU. We invite the IPU. If you mount pressure, then you get the result. She only said it once or maybe twice and nobody is talking about it. And the Mohammed felt like, okay, no need. They didn't call me again to come up. So that's what I think. If they are pushed for it, those lawyers didn't push for it. If they are pushed for it, the way and energy they use in pushing for the nurse that eventually came after 8 or 9 months or even 1 year itself. Do you get it? So I won't blame the magistrate or can think about it. There is a cover up somewhere. Because the thing is this: I still don't believe the government of the day have my take. I still don't believe they might have a stake in this. They are tired. I would just say they are tired and they just want them to just horribly do whatever they want to do. It's a waste of resources for the state. Let's just do it and go. If you do it, do it. If you get the result, get it. If you don't get, just do this thing and close it. We are not interested in it. We are wasting funds. Maybe because the government have no hand in the whole stuff. Assuming he died in general hospital now, that it was the negligence of the hospital, there's another thing. Assuming it was the BRC boss, that you understand. Assuming he had kiniko, is into politics and blah 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 blah. It's time of. Do you understand? It has nothing to do with the government. I was in a case that had to do with the government, and I knew how it all ended. I know the power of the government. If they want to suppress you, they will suppress you. The case of this boy, Monday Ario, government was involved because it was, hold on. It was the government teacher, government school, and he died inside a government hospital. So government was in the center of it all. And I understand, I knew how government, how they were able to suppress it, just to make sure that in this case didn't go out of proportion. Government will not buy Mubad, and still then come assume Mubad for themselves. And then come assume Mubad themselves. To the point, even the IPU in charge that went, the lady that came to assume Mubad, I've had a conversation with that one-on-one chat with her. So see, all these things, see, I still don't believe, I'm not supporting government too. I'm not supporting them. But if it were day, let's ask ourselves the question. Why would government be working what you want? So yeah, let's go and take it. Why would the government working so hard to suppress us from getting justice? What is their stake? If anybody can answer that question, what is their stake?
why was the government working so hard to prevent us from getting justice? What is their thing? What did they start to get? Now, if you talk about the government, yeah. According to the whatever, do you want to tell me that the police can also be, are they considered as a government as well? See, now, the police is also government. But the thing is this, police don't share any station, any court. We all know the Nigerian police, how they're doing, how they kind of like, we all know them. Well, can we push them? So it's likely that it's not the government, it's the individual or the staff of the government. Yeah, it's not now. So do you think that there are some? Because according to the mobile case, there has something to do with the governor of Lagos State. It is and most especially the police of Lagos State. Now, my question, this goes to everybody. I have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in the box. And love me more. I know you've been here. I don't know if I hope you know that you're in the box. Love me more. You've been here for a while. And we have a mama. We have Ice Lady in the house as well. You guys are welcome. And this is an open bus. This is an open mic anyway. So, if I may ask that hey, I just skip my mind. What I want to ask. So anyway, back to the conversation, sure. It doesn't skip. If it comes true, we ask.
Can I come in?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I've been listening since. I just wanted to understand where Sammy Jojo is coming from and some things. So now, but at this point, I'm gonna come in at this point because he's thrown it open. I didn't want to talk before because I just feel I've said a lot and I've said too much, and there's no point to just be repeating myself because as far as I'm concerned, to be honest, I'm sort of like done with this case, to be honest, because because I just see people people what they do now is just
does that mean that you've given up on this case?
No. No, not like I've given up on this case, to be honest. But maybe when there is a new dispensation in Nigeria, if another political party comes into play, maybe, just maybe, they might want to spike the past administration by doing some things right, by correcting their wrongs, by sort of exposing them to the people, for the people to see them for who they truly are and to see how incompetent and how corrupt the depth of their corruption. Maybe for that reason they might want to do that. Maybe at that point there will be a glimpse of hope for this case. But you see, Sam Jojo, I wouldn't fault what you said. I wouldn't even disagree with you because the truth is this: we are products of our exposure and we are products of our knowledge. We are product of our experience. If you haven't really experienced certain things, the way you talk about them will be different. Just the same way you said that the reason why you supported you pitched your tent with Yomi was because the things they were saying, they were dishing out, and how the whole story went out, what it tried to make people believe. But and again you said that because you said to yourself, why would she want, the way you were thinking about like yourself, you're using your family and stuff like that. But look, the life is funny, life is wide, life is different. You see, if you're very conversant with homicide cases, you will never in your life, in your widest imagination, rule out possibility of a child killing their own parents, or rule out the possibility of a father killing. There's one that just happened recently, not recently, but there's this crime. There's this woman I think for some reason she wanted to. There's something she wanted to get from the husband. She wanted to rope maybe a husband in something I can't remember, and she decided to start up a fire. And this fire, she started the fire while the children were at home. I think probably they were asleep or something. 6 children of our own children, they got burnt. All of them got killed. Lovely children, you know. So people do things. People do things. If you watch crimes very well, if you investigative crimes, you will understand that there is nothing human beings cannot do, and you will never pitch your tent with anybody in any homicide case. Because why do you think investigations start from the family? Why do you think? That is how investigators work. If they hear that somebody by now, they will never start investigation from outside. They look inward first. That's why the Yorubas say that if the enemies within, God bless you. God bless you.
If the death of the inside does not kill you, the one outside can't kill you.
Exactly. So all of these things, they are principles. They're just basic principles of life. So there's nothing. They will stand at all. They will stand every time. Whenever you put them to test, they will stand. So immediately I heard about this case, I just knew that the family, all of them put together, the Mobas family, the wife, all of them, they know something about this guy's homicide. I just knew it. You understand? So now, let me tell you something. I'm gonna hang that one there. Talking about the magistrate, talking about the government. Look. Let us not be naive. But we can choose to be naive, I understand. Or we can be naive because based on our level of knowledge or information, if you know certain things, you will understand that this Mobas case is being stalled, is being caused to stall, and it's being forced to come to a grinding halt because of some powerful people that are involved in this case. And I am saying it without any freaking reservation that the government of Nigeria, the Lagos state government, even at the federal level, they know a lot about this guy's homicide. And they're involved. And let me tell you, the whole thing was planned from day one. You see, the fact that they exhumed Mubarak's body, they didn't just exhume Mubarak's body. It was because of the public outcry. The public outcry led them into taking that action. And they took the action not because they wanted to give Mubarak justice, but they took it just to sort of like assuage, also like, how will I put it now? To sort of like douse the tension, let me put it like, douse the tension, that's the word. Douse the tension, so that the people will not go crazy. That was why they did it. So now, while they did that, they already had everything planned out. They had their whole programs mapped out. They had the journey mapped out. That is what we're going to do. We're going to corner them here. We're going to corner them here. Because these people, we know how to get them. We will get them exactly where we want them to be.
Jack, hold on. Let me just quickly comment there. Now, if you say the government have it all planned out, I say this still the same government that kind of like help us, their time, everything is not correlating with each other. Is it the same government that told them to be doing all that? Because if you say the government have everything mapped out...
Let me come in. Look, yes. Let me tell you something. There's a mistake there's a mistake a lot of people are making in this case. Look, forget about the people, forget about the family, forget about those individuals in that house. Look, their actions don't how will I put it now? Let's leave them aside. Look, when people commit crime, okay, there is no criminal. There is no way you will hear that people committed a crime and the people voluntarily or willingly will want to give themselves up. If they want to give themselves, there's some psychopaths. They do something. They just want to get. That happens abroad. Some people that just kill for fun. They're just crazy. They're just serial killers. So those ones are different. They might even turn themselves in. But we're talking about normal situation. Normal situation. That is why you have the government, and that is why the government have got a lot of agencies. They've got different segments to ensure that there is sanctity, there is sanity.
Jack,
I'm coming. No, let me finish this expression. So the fact that they are not talking or they are saying different stories is none of our business. It is the business of the government, to ensure that there is a way they get criminals or suspects to talk. You do your job. When you do your job well, it will get to that point they will start singing. But because these people have been treated like sacred cows, all of them put together, they've been treated like sacred cows. What is inquest? People don't, you see, let me tell you, these people know the Nigerians, they don't read, they don't do nothing, they don't do research. They don't do their job. Anything that has to do with, how will I put it now? Anything that is too intellectual, they don't want to go about it. All they just want is some kind of stories, some kind of, I don't know, some kind of gist, and some kind of gossips. That's what they're interested in. Otherwise, if everybody had done their research about the coroner, the nonsense, this coroner that is set up, the whole process, you would have known that from day one, they were out to play on the public. They were out to deceive the public. They were out to sort of like truncate the whole justice for Mohbad. You will understand that, because do you set the cat before the horse, or you set the horse before the cat? What do? There are no two ways about things. If it is not white, it is not white. You cannot tell me that you want to. How will I put it now? You want to build a house, okay? You want to build a house, and you want to start. You don't want to start from foundation, from paying attention to the foundation, from laying a very solid, good foundation. You just want to put roofing. That's what you want to start with. So how do you make it make sense? So that is what the government has done, the Lagos State government and by extension the federal government. That's what they have done in this case of Mohbad, by setting up this nonsense coroner process and slamming the people with the inquest. The inquest, people now think the coroner process is all about inquest. It is not. If the government, if there was no standing instruction for the police as to not to do proper, intensive, deep investigation, they would have solved Mohbad's case within a month. I mean, within a month, these people would have been arraigned in proper criminal courts. And perhaps this nonsense that they call charade, this charade that they call inquest, if you listen to, look, Sandojo, if you've listened to me ever since I came up, I think I came up, I started talking. I wasn't talking before. I started talking, I was in the shadow. I started talking maybe like July or June last year, I can't remember. I've been saying it's never going to bring nothing out, because everything was engineered to a grinding up, which is happening. It has happened. Everything is a plan. They masterminded this whole thing. They put this whole shit together to make the people look stupid, and to make the people confused, and to make the people start doing gang fighting and doing a lot of madness, exhibiting.
Jack,
Yeah, go ahead.
You see, my question is this now. For why would you think the government that doesn't even have a hand in everything that happens would want to do this? Because you know why I'm saying this?
for a case that is beyond Australia, at least people show interest. We've got a huge lot of Nigerians that get to know that are showing interest in this case. Assuming it's the case that it just happened in Ogbomoso and government will everything is within Ogbomoso and it died there and the story, the conversation died within that circle. Than a case that is all over the world. There was this that was talking to one DPU, and I said something. I said, see, for all of us that are fighting for justice, we are not doing it for ourselves. I said, if eventually we get justice, it is not going to be, the credit is not going to come to us. It's coming to you, the DPU, the IPO, the Commissioner of Police, everybody, because they will reference that case. If eventually Nigerian police are able to solve this case, it is going to put a credit to them, because even the United States have also had a case like this that took them years to solve. The case of Simpson, it took them years to solve. So imagine Nigeria solving this kind of a case within a year or 2 years. The world not going to look us that, man, I think the Nigerian police, they are top notch. They might not have the facilities, they might not be up to standard, but they are doing great job. So, assuming the global state is not just within our locality, it's different, but it is a worldwide thing. And people showed interest, and the Lagos state government also proving to all Nigerians that I am top notch, I am the best governor, I can do this, had to channel more energy and more funds into it. That is my own thinking, Because the reason why the government will want to suppress a case is it that if we get justice for Mohbad now, it's going to expose Bola Tinubu as the president of Nigeria.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Why do you think, or what reason would you think Mohbad's petition was not being attended to by the police when he was alive?
I'm not going to be speaking for the dead, but only him can explain why he wrote the petition and he didn't maybe he didn't follow up with it, or I don't know. I can't explain that because
okay now.
Jack, let me tell you something. You see, in this country, there are ways they go about petition. In this country, there are ways they go about petition, and it's just because you see, Nigerian policing here, there is a lot more they need to do. They need to do a lot more. Do you get it? So I don't think I can speak much on that petition. I don't have that power to speak much on it.
Okay. Sam Jojo, let me say something. Look, I know about anything that has to do with petition, anything that has to do with the police, anything that has to do with whatever. I know everything. Anything that has to do with the Nigerian judicial system, justice system, or whatever you want to call it, I know quite well. I know everything in depth. So when I'm talking, I'm not just talking based on any. I'm talking from a place of knowledge. You get? Now, let me tell you something. If somebody wrote a petition, in the case of a mobile, I want to go past this now. This guy wrote a petition. This guy didn't just write a petition to Panti or whatever you call those zone. He wrote a petition directly to the AIG, which is the office of that's like IG directly. That's Alagbon. That's like the number one where you can ever go. That's like the highest where you want to go if you don't want to go to Abuja directly. So now he wrote this petition against certain individuals. Now ask yourself, why would this guy, a musician, it's just an ordinary person. You get another person from no names in terms of family or whatever. So why would this guy mention the Elegush's name? That's the king's name. Yeah, what would make him to mention? You don't understand. If it is king to king, it's different. If it is like some kind of royal families to royal families, it's different. So, what business would this guy really have with this man? That this guy will go as far as even stating that these boys that attacked him actually told him that the king, they've gotten instruction from that man that, and they can kill that whatever if sin, I don't know how he put it. I'm trying to like say it in his word now. That when sin, that they can even kill him, they can find him. And if you now know who that, if you know the story, let me tell you, if you know the story behind that kingship itself, you will understand. You will understand what is happening in this case, and you will understand the reason why the Lagos state government and the by extension the federal, we never allow anything to touch that name, that sacred cow. But if you don't understand, if you don't know the reason, if you don't know the implication of that king, you're just going to be talking like you're just going to be speaking with naivety. But if you know, then you will understand. It's more than enough reason for them to set aside laws, to set aside legality, and embrace illegality and lawlessness without conscience, without care. They're gonna throw caution to the wind because that king's name, or let me say that king means heaven and earth to them. It means more than what you think it means.
Jack, yeah. You see, right from the beginning of this year for him, I have always been very, very careful not to say stuff that I don't know or stuff that you get it. So anything that had to do with the petition, the king, the whole story about it, I purposely did not want to show interest because I just felt like, to me, it is a diversion, a distraction. Because what I'm actually interested in, the day he died, the manner and how he died. Do you understand? Every other, what is that?
Sam Jojo, you're going to be missing it. If that is how you're looking at it, if that's how you're looking, I understand you. I understand what you're trying to avoid. But let me tell you something. You see, there's something about this life, and there's something about me. I fear no foe. I owe nobody allegiance, and I really don't care who sucks his God. Just say the truth the way it is, and just if you don't want to even say, just don't say it. I won't even go there. If I wouldn't want to like be 100% truthful or honest, then there is no point for me. I'm not even going to talk because I hate being gagged. I'm not that kind of person. Anybody can like intimidate or like gag. Whether I'm in Nigeria or it doesn't matter. I've been in Nigeria. Let me tell you, I've been. The reason why I'm talking like this, you don't understand. I've been involved in like I've had even criminal case that has to do with the government themselves. You understand what I mean? So I'm not that kind of person, and I know things that I was able to. They were trying to cover up that I was able to, I was able to uncover. That's not even the issue now. But the truth is this. The truth is this. You can never separate the manner and how Mubada with the with how will I put it, with the structure itself, the system itself. Because it doesn't matter what manner, whatever anybody was killed, but what matters is the law. The law is there for everyone. The law is there to make everyone do right. The moment you do wrong, don't worry. The law is there. The law is there. The law is there. The is there to face you. The law is there to curb you, to bring you to order. So that is why the law is there. And these people are custodians of the law. They are custodians of the law. The law rests with them. Their job is, that is why the government has got many arms. They've got a lot of arms. Is to make this society a safe place for everyone to live in. It doesn't matter whether the people cover up, how they kill Mohbad. It is so that's why when I look at some people and they say, you see, because of the way the family, who cares about what all this nonsense that Papa Mohbad is doing and the mother, Mama Mohbad, and Wunmi and the rest of them. They wouldn't have been able to do it if the people that were supposed to do the right thing, if they had done proper investigation, these people will be singing like witches and wizards. That's what they'll be doing. But because they are not doing what they're supposed to do, so they gave these people room to do all of this nonsense and all of these things that happen, how they swindle the public, the whole thing, it wouldn't happen. But because there is a system failure already, and that is what has paved way for every other illegality to thrive. So that is what's happening. You get? So now you should wonder. Let me tell you. I said to you, the police, Nigerian police, Lagos State Police, they can never furnish the public. They can never furnish the public or put out the report of Mohbad's petition, the report of the investigation they carried out in that petition, and look, you don't understand. Where are they coming from for them to invite the so-called the king that was mentioned in the petition? How dare them? You don't understand. How dare these people? There was no way they would invite him. So he was never invited, because if normal person has written such a petition with evidence against anybody, you must, who cares who you are, you must be invited. You must be invited. You must tell your story. You must write statements. That is what is involved in petition. You get? So they didn't do all of these things, and that is why they can never furnish the public with anything. And let me tell you again, the so-called Mohbad's case homicide, the so-called nonsense investigation they said they carried out, let them furnish the public with
Time Mohbad died, there was no case that was established that there was a murder that was committed at so place. Everything started coming up, I think, after it was assumed, that's about 9 days or 10 days or 12 days or 15 days, thereabout, that these people started going to Panti to go and write their statement. Do you understand? And they all went there. Ever, they might have told each other, yeah, in Koba and Kiwoso, in Koba and Koso, this is what you should say, this is what you should say the no, say this, say that. And every one of them collaborated in standing on one same story, coming from different angles. Whatever you're right, say I'm not there. Do you understand? Like somebody like that, Richard that said he never slept in the house that he called him, blah, 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 blah. So all of them perfected their ways on how to get out of the whole thing. Assuming the day he died, police swung into action. Police was contacted and they swung into actions. Everybody was arrested. Do you understand? It's going to be different from most days after everybody might have called themselves on the phone. All of them are looking for escape routes. Look at this guy in London that said he was not even there, that he went to a show, that he was drunk. At the end of the day, what the driver said brought him back into the same whole story. This guy, was it Lifestyle or something, that said he left, that he called, Mohbad said his hand, that he was just, I'm just tired, I want to go and do something, that he just left. Do you understand? But when the driver came, he exposed all of them. Even the person that said he was not in the house that day, the driver said they were there. So, assuming a case was established that very moment, that it was not buried, that very moment it was established, the police might have done something different. Yes. Whatever the police said now, even the mistake they made was that saying he bled profusely. Did they see evidence that he bled profusely? It was based on their confessional statement. All these people that might have they came together, wrote that statement, and police added it together. Now,
Tam Jojo.
I think yes.
Tam Jojo, look, you see, look, it's simple here. Let me tell you something. Can you just mute because of the voice of the kid?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you see, this is simple. Let us even forget the fact that he wasn't immediately when he died and all that. We understand that. Now, when the body was exhumed, if the police had gone to Mohbad's house to check, to investigate that house, that place is there's no way there won't be something disturbing, or there won't be something that will be pointing to homicide. Because, for instance, when you go there, what do you go to check? Do you just go and pack some syringes? No. You go there, you want to see signs of struggle. The broken railings, that's a sign of struggle. You want to check? Can you find a blood spatter? No, wait. I'm coming. And again, that house. Why would they even want to rely on the narratives or the words of those people in that house? When you clearly know that they're going to lie, why didn't they first go for a primary evidence that will never lie, and then come back to secondary? Primary evidence in that house is the CCTV footage in the house. What happened to it? They aided in how to they aided in the disappearance of the CCTV footage or CCTV camera itself. They aided. These were the things they were supposed to go for. You needed the primary evidence first. Okay. Before you start going to secondary, secondary evidence is subjective.
Let me give you a scenario.
So the narratives of those people will be subjective, but CCTV footages will never be subjective. It is how you stand before the camera that you're going to find yourself.
I'll say this. I'll support the idea of our police. They need to do more. They need more training. And Nigerian police needs to be well funded. I'm going to be doing something maybe in my nearest future or very soon about Nigerian police, pushing for them to do more. Nigerian police need to do more. Let me give you one case that I saw that an IPO spoke to me about. This girl, the madam, went to a party and they gave this woman a souvenir, and the souvenir, part of the souvenir was knife inside a souvenir. This case happened at, I think somewhere in Antony. This woman she came back, she was pressing her phone, she showered, she was just putting on towel. And she had a 13-year-old girl living with her. And that girl took this knife and stabbed this woman to death. She stabbed this woman multiple times. And you know what this girl did? She's just 13. She now took that knife, she now stabbed herself around her leg or something. She now went to go and call neighbors that some people just came in now that they stabbed madam, blah 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 blah. Police swung into actions. Do you understand? They came, they were even taking care of the girl, blah 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 blah. Do you know, later it was the neighbor that they knew the woman. And they kind of like, if you are conversant with my house, where if I can follow kitchen to my sitting room, do you understand? It was the neighbor that later called the police that they are suspecting something. That there is no way, that time, there is no way people will come into this house that they will not see them. Do you understand? It was the neighbor that gave police the clue. After days, this person is buried already. After days, they now gave the police, but no. Police was out, okay. They now re-invited this girl. When they called this girl started lying. They invited the girl, sorry, you stop jumping. Police re-invited this girl. She started lying. Different lies. Just because this girl, she's just 13. They never knew what they can do. That day, there was one, I think the psychologist, okay, sorry, I will rub your leg, sorry. I think one woman, I think she was just there, she just asked one of the officers that, what is happening? Kilo Shele. She now explained that, guy, he killed our boss. It was that psychologist that was telling that something is wrong with this girl. He now told the IPO. The IPO now said, I think the IPO now grabbed what he needed to, he now took this girl to one corner, started talking to the girl, bought stuff for her, bought food for her, this, that, that she was now talking, he now took the girl as her own daughter. I think at the point, the girl now felt a little bit relaxed that she now confessed to the crime that she was the one, but she is somebody that told her to do it. Who told you to do it? She now said it was one grandma, and is now the one grandma shop. The police swung into action. They came to Abeokuta. When they got there, they interrogated the grandma. The grandma told them that she had never been to Lagos for the past 2 years now. They discovered that the girl was lying, but she's an accomplice. Later, I think they said something is wrong with the girl mentally, spiritually, blah, 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 blah. But what I'm saying is this. Our policing needs to do more. They need to do more. We all see if the funny part is this. If you go to party every day, yeah, there are cases that they are bringing that are surpassing what they have on ground. We are too overpopulated. And how many police do we have? Baba, police will collect criminal case now. As they say they won't go do investigation, they don't call and say they don't kill one person for Amukoko. Oh yeah, go and do investigation. They don't leave the case where they do. You don't go do it. The one is solving. He never just let me listen. Let me speak. He never finished the one way they do. Go on. If you have a police, just ask them about how party is to work down. Yes, just hold on. Hold on. So they are worked up. They are too worked up. Will I say I blame them? Yes. I should blame the government? Yes. But these people, they need to do more. They need to be well equipped. Imagine all these guys now, when they did that, they have this rap lie detector on them to kind of like to know if they're actually lying. They should just assign one person that you are not going. We'll fight now. Stop it. That okay. At this point, this officer, you are not handling any case. This is the case you'll be handling for the next 3 years, and you must make sure you solve this case. Do they do that in Nigeria? No, now they don't. And they are criminal for funny. So a lot is just a lot needs to be done in the Nigerian policing system. A lot needs to be done. Honestly, a lot needs to be done. But these guys, I just believe that they had their script well written and they followed up their script. That is what I believe they did. They followed up that script, well played. You get it?
Some things, and I'm sure we'll talk about that in a second.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, let's talk about the freak-offs, because some visual evidence is starting to be presented in the courtroom. What were you able to see today? What was shown?
Yeah, so the freak-offs were definitely a major point and a major sticking point throughout her testimony. Drugs were talked about during these freak-offs because she essentially did enough drugs to disassociate from her testimony today. She did things such as ketamine and the the initial part of their relationship. She said she even did opioids. She did Valium and Xanax and GHB and cocaine and marijuana. She drank alcohol. She was taken to sex clubs with Diddy. And essentially, she said there was a lot of times where she just felt objectified, that freak-offs were all that she was good for. She had talked about an incident during her 29th birthday where she just wanted to have a dinner with her friends. She wanted to do karaoke, but Diddy wanted to do a freak-off, and she was pulled away from her friends, some friends that she actually wanted to be with, and she essentially gave up fighting Diddy and did this freak-off, something that she didn't want to do. Blackmail was talked about, sex videos of her, sexually explicit videos of her, freak-off videos of her. He would mention these to her when he was angry, and she said that this was something that he commonly did. She said that there was one time she dated someone else, and Diddy had threatened to put these videos out, and he did this several times with her, because even throughout their relationship together, there were still points that these two were on and off, away from each other. But when she would date somebody else, she said that Diddy would threaten to embarrass her and ruin her by putting out these images. She said she feared for her career, for her family, and her family being her mother and her brother. She said it's horrible and it's disgusting, and she said she didn't even want to be recorded. There was a point talked about through text messages from July 22nd of 2013 where Cassie was saying, please delete any video out of your phone. You have too many people who have access to your stuff. And she said, and Diddy said, I did, and no iCloud. And I'm paraphrasing here. He later on said, taking Ambien, good night. As far as the videos themselves, she said that in 2014 that she was hosting a party and someone said that they saw a sexually explicit video of her. And so she had called Diddy. He had texted her, I called, pick up. When did he say he saw it? You're going to tell him that this is...
Yeah. Bossman, are you there? Supermom, do you want to say something, or can you mute, please?
Her and said that they had a whole discussion at a restaurant with the security involved. And
okay, thank you. Yeah, Bossman, are you still there?
We woke up at 12. I made up my mind.
Bossman, are you there? Okay, yeah. Okay. It's just gonna be freestyle for a while. Then before I get up. Yeah. Okay, what can we talk about? Yeah, I'm gonna talk about some things now. With regards to some things that are happening in this justice for Mohbad, I think people should be people need to understand that you have to be human first before you can become anything. And let us not look regardless. I don't care who anybody is. If anything bad happens to anybody, I will never rejoice or try to say, oh, because the person has done something bad or was known for something bad. To now, start talking more about it. You need to show empathy, regardless. I don't care who that person is. The moment it has to do with, when you think something, this thing can affect the person's life or the person's perception of themselves or whatever. We need we need we need we need we need we need but it's not about show. It's a reality, and that reality could have been you. Could have been you or anyone. So it is not really about show. So when people who claim they seek justice or they need to seek justice, when they commit injustice, acts of injustice or evil acts, you need to call them out and you need to show empathy when you need to show empathy. And don't cosmetics things. Don't put cosmetics on things. If it is not it is not it. I've seen a lot of people. There are a lot of people in this there are a lot of disturbed souls. People that are disturbed. They're disturbed. There's something wrong somewhere. And they're just here to cause commotion, to cause trouble, problems. So when those kind of people start dishing out the evil in them, do not speak for them or do not defend them. Leave everybody to defend themselves. I will only show empathy to anyone that I feel evil has been done to. I'll show empathy with them. I'm going to reason with them. I'm going to show this human part of me to them. Regardless whether they're there for justice or whatever you say they're for, I don't care. Humanity first. Empathy first. And for I don't know, for some reason, some people you will have in your mind or in your head, because it's funny when I hear people try to say that you want to do things to people to drive them out of TikTok or to send them off the surface of this earth. Who the fuck are you? Are you God? What right have you got to want to drive anybody out of TikTok? And that is why I feel that most people that are in this justice for Mohbad, they don't even understand justice. They don't know what justice means. Because if you know what true justice means, you will understand that the same thing that was done to Mohbad, that is what you guys constantly do to people. You don't shut people up when they want to speak. You don't quieten their spirit. If somebody wants to talk, let them talk. The fact that what they want to say is not it's going to hurt you, or it's not what you want them to say. It doesn't really matter. Do not attack people. There's no reason to attack people. And let me say again, I want to quickly address something, because some people think I don't know, maybe when I talk sometimes you think, he's a saint. No, I'm no saint. Look, it's just like you need to separate things. You need to separate things. Personally, I do not understand. I can't fathom it. I can't wrap my head around it. When you are in this justice for Mohbad, talking about how Mohbad will get justice, and at the same time you're getting honey. At the same time you're looking for women to prey on. It doesn't add up to me. To me, it doesn't make sense. This is not about anybody being a saint or whatever. It's not about being a saint. If you know me in my personal life, you will understand. You know, when I was talking on, I was talking on the platform, and someone was saying that if you don't, they're gonna continue to, what's it called, to do the camera, to do, to do this, to do that. If you are a saint, or if you don't, if you don't do girls, or if you don't, what do you call it? There's a language. I don't want to use any language that will make TikTok ban. I don't want to say things like that. But look, you don't even know me. You don't know. Anyways, sorry, Jack. You know Jack. You don't know who this person is, because if you know me, you will understand. You see, people that come to this place and do things like this, they're in real life. They're actually lame. They ain't got games. Because if you've got games, you will understand. There are rules to even play activity. If you're a player, there are rules to it. Rules to play activity. So I don't go low like that. And I will never go low like that. Because I wonder, is it that where you are, in your reality, in your real life, women are scarce? Women are scarce. Women are scarce. So all you need to do is start doing nonsense here. Because all of this nonsense that you guys are doing have driven a lot of people into silence. They can no longer talk. You've taken their voices away because you've got something on them. All of this madness has to stop. It has to stop. And for all of you people, all of everybody, you were never there when all of this nonsense, when these people were engaging in all of this shenanigans. But because of all this madness, gang fight, I don't know how much evil you guys have in yourself. I don't know. I don't know. You need to condemn evil acts in its entirety. I mean, I've always known that all of this nonsense will happen, because when I started coming up to talk in this, just, you see mature people that you think they should have brain. Any talk, they take it down to Bula, to Kitty. Kitty. You're talking about Kitty. You're talking about this and that. You're talking about, you just bring things that you shouldn't bring on, and you don't want these women to tilt towards you, or to start catching feelings. What is wrong is wrong. You guys start this old nonsense, and now you guys go underground to do nonsense, to do shit. One thing you can hate my truth, you can hate me for things I say, but you will never hear this kind of nonsense. It will never be associated with me. It will never. And that's why because to do what? I don't need that to get justice for Mohbad. All I need is just my voice. All of this association, they don't mean nothing to me. because I knew that the goal of most people is nonsense. Some they're here to steal, some to make money, some to prey on innocent women. Some women want to do it, fine. You guys can go ahead and be doing your nonsense, man. But some women are just decent. The best you could have done, go ahead and do so. Go ahead and do so. But to be going about trying to have debts on women, trying to have things on people, it's crazy. If you're a woman, you do it, that is crazy, that is evil. Because I don't know if women do that. But I've heard many men's names associated with things like this. And it is really, really bad. Because I don't know how you come to jail for justice for Mohbad. You're thinking, what if this guy was your brother? What if it was your son? Will you be fighting for him to get justice? And at the same time, when you're talking about the justice, way out for the justice, all you see is women. All you be thinking about are the women that are fighting for the justice. Same women. You all here are supposed to see yourselves as brothers. See yourselves as brothers. See yourselves as brothers. See yourselves as brothers and sisters, as one family, because the goal is one. The goal is one. But what do? The moment you start going that route, there is no way you are not going to commit evil. There is no way you won't come and explain yourself. You will have to do explanations. And you will have to lie a lot. Because the moment you have done evil, you need to lie. So why do it? Why do it? I set the pace. I set the pace. I told you there are rules to play activity. If you want to be a player, play on player, but there are rules to it. There are rules to it. But most of you all, I don't know, in your personal life, maybe women are so scarce. It's so scarce. They're so scarce. Then maybe you're just here to want to do things like this to make money off women. Because the moment you've got dirt on them, then you're going to start demanding. But that is low life, man. That is no life. That is evil. And your evil is going to consume you in due time. It's just a matter of time. I've always said it. Time is the greatest revealer of all characters, of all evil. Do whatever you want to do. Think you're covering up. Continue to cover it up. And I was trying to talk on a platform I don't want to mention now. You see, all of these women, especially most of these women, I don't know, most of these Nigerian women, I don't understand. Something is wrong with the head. They're doing something evil and you're trying to even get them on the right path. And then they start saying nonsense. This girl called, is it Tomilola or whatever? If she's here now, she should come up. And she was even trying to say that because that is evil. Why do you guys need to do this? One of your own in this Just Remove Bed, you guys heard that the person's nude is out. And you guys are jubilating, you're celebrating, you're doing shows over that. I can't believe this, that you'll be so jobless in your life, and all you need to do is to set up your platform just to bully people, just to subject people, to want to put them into depression, to want to drive them in a state that they probably will even think of suicide. Think of yourself, it was you that something like that happened to. And the reason why I will always say the men in this whole mess are stupid. They are stupidly stupid. They are endlessly stupid. Because you are the man. That's why you're a man. You should always be in control. Always in control. Always in control. If you don't call a girl, if you don't pick the call, shenanigans will not ensue. Nobody has my number. Nobody has nothing about me. Nobody has my snap. You have nothing. So how do you want to do anything? You say something, I try to just tell you. Because as far as I'm concerned, everyone in this place that is looking for justice for me, but I want to believe that it's because you're good. You guys are. So why would you want to prey on such a person? If you want to marry them truly, fine. You guys have found love. You can go ahead and do that. But not all of these shenanigans. If it is someone that wants you, I don't really care. But you guys do shit like this, and again, you guys, I don't understand. Bring people's nudity out. For what reason will you do this? What do you guys stand to gain? And to think that mature people that are mature, people that I used to think they are elders, I used to think that they've got brains in their head. And to make it worse, you want to defend such acts. They're even defending the acts. When you have messed up, you're supposed to accept that you've messed up and think about how that will not happen again, how to correct that mistake. But you see, when they're anything that you've been doing in your personal life, look, you're still going to do it anywhere, no matter how much you try to hide it. That was why Obama said to Trump, I remember that year, he said to Trump, he said, this Oval of Office as a way of magnifying your true person, your true personality, how will I put it now? The true person that you are. Baba Mubad taking up that mantle to be the face of the public, the voice of the public, the leader, as he claims. That role magnified his true behavior, his true character in real life. So that's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. And I always say, to be honest, the best advice I always give people is never defend anybody who has done something, who is still alive. For as much as they're still alive, let them defend themselves. Because when it is all said and done, by the time more truth will come out, the real truth will come out, you will have to hide yourself, your heads in shame for defending them. Because you'll be so stupid. Even to yourself, you'll be very stupid. You'll be sorry for yourself. That is why you will never see me defend anybody. I will never defend anybody. For as long as you're alive. If nobody was alive, if he wasn't killed, maybe if they just broke his leg or whatever, I will never be here speaking for him. And there is no other person I will ever speak for. I don't care. This will be the first and the last. Because I've seen how evil these people are. There's no empathy, there's no humanity, nothing. When they fight, they fight dirty. As bad as you think Comfy is or whoever, God forbid. If anything, if someone does something, if you do something that I think from what she's saying, she might want to hurt herself, I will show empathy. I will care. I will pray for her if I have to. But you guys, I don't understand. You think when you fight someone, so they have to die. You don't care if they die or not. Because they've got issue with you, because they've abused you. Is that how life is to you? Is that what life means to you guys? Is that how you think? Is that the kind of mentality? Is that how you wired? Wired for evil. It is wrong. When something is wrong, it is wrong. It is wrong. You can never defend it. That is why I always say, do not go close to the mud. Because if you go close to the mud, you're going to get mudded. They're going to rub shit on you. And when they rub it on you,
You're going to stick on you.
it's going to stick on you. Bossman, I yield the mic to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jack, for holding on the platform for me for a while. It is, it's really crazy. Thanks so much, man. Yeah, I just quickly went to do something. It's crazy. Yeah, I heard you. There were some. I was listening to your conversation with. I was listening to your conversation with Sammy Jojo, and there were some things that you said. I just keep those things in my pocket, and I said, okay, when I come back, I will want to talk about it. You talk about the petition that was written. That Mobile wrote to the police and all that it was never treated. The police never invited Mobile and all stuff like that. And you also mentioned about the Obelegushi name and all stuff like that. That for those people that were bullying Mobile, for them to have been 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 I want to talk about it. So he wrote, Mobile wrote the petition against Samilari, and he mentioned some other people's name. And in the petition, he also affirmed to the fact that those people were beating me, and they claim to be working for Obelegushi. I want to repeat it again. Mobile wrote a petition regarding to bully, and he said that these people that came to bully me claim to be working for Obelegushi. We all know that Samilari is like a gate man for at the beach of Elegushi Beach. All right.
Sorry, Bossman, sorry for interjecting you.
No problem.
Okay, if you want to really do justice to that, I would like if you bring up that petition already, because if you read that petition very well, I think someone read it again one day, and I was like, oh really? He said the people claim that they have been asked. We have been asked. Not like they're not saying that, they're not just claiming. We have been asked. If you you can read that petition. If you read it, let's dissect it. Then you will get some things that are very key. They're very key. They're very key. We have been asked.
Okay, let's bring it up.
Please.
All right, so let me see if it's gonna be readable. I can't read it, so I will try to squeeze my the petition of threats to life, malicious. No. I can't read it. It's a little bit blurry. Hold on. I'm looking for the right one that shows the picture. Let me see. It's a little bit blurry. Petition of threats to life, malicious. I don't know. It is. Oh my goodness. clearer one, the one that is actually clearer.
Yeah, take your time, Bossman.
Anyway, I of the above name. It's I can't read it. It's blurry, too blurry. I'm just guess reading. I just want to read the part. I don't know who has a clear version of it. Hold on. This is the response of the Obelegushi here. But are you aware that Obelegushi responded? He debunked that.
When you say responded, how did you respond?
Okay. He put a disclaimer on camera.
You see, that is not how to respond. Let me tell you something, Bossman. You see, these people they just think they can be living like gods. They can be living above the law. When a petition of sort is written against anybody, police have to do proper investigation. When they do the investigation, then they will invite the petitioner. They will invite the person involved, the person against whom the petition has been written. They will invite the person. They won't invite that person without the petitioner. The petitioner will be there. They will invite the person. That person will write statements. They will interrogate that person. The person will make a statement, formal statement. You understand? So now they will now look at the whole thing. Look at everything. All the above people, they will make the statements. They will look at them, check them, discrepancies and all that, and then they will now write their own reports to establish if indeed there is a case against those individuals. So what report? What did they really carry out? It's not like the man will just because they say you're a king, you're just somewhere, you're debunking it, you're right, you're putting it whatever out. No. Who are you? Who are you? So that's not all the. But that's when I just listen to some hosts.
Okay, I think I've seen the.
They say, he has debunked it. He has debunked it. I'm just like, you guys are all. They're just fun.
Okay. Petition of threat to life, malicious damage of properties, valued the sum of 5 million naira, assaults, occasioning harm, operation and conduct, likely to cause breach of peace against Samilari Elegushi. Okay? Now, he says Samilari Elegushi, and Elegushi is not Samilari's last name. So I'm going to be pointing out some things here, some errors here. Okay? So against Samilari Elegushi, Elele, Obele, and others, I of the above name and addressed a law-abiding citizen and a musician bring to your notice the assault and threat to my life by the above mentioned name. Mentioned persons. On 25th June 2023, while having a video shoot with another artist by name Slantan Ibile, the above mentioned person numbering about 15 led by Samilari Elegushi. Samilari Elegushi. He kept on using the name Samilari Elegushi. invaded the premises with dangerous arms such as guns, cutlasses, etc. While I was shooting a video and scattering the that similarly came with such as guns, cutlasses, etc. Where I was shooting video and scattered the whole process of the shooting, damaged the equipment I was using. Sorry, it's a little bit blurry. Damaged the equipment that I was using for the shooting, valued about 5 million naira, and started threatening my life, which in the process they became violent and assaulted me, which I sustained injuries but narrowly escaped. Attached to this petition is the said picture. Total amount I paid for the shooting they have destroyed is 18 million naira, which is non-refundable. However, during the assault, they were boasting. They were boasting that they work for Oba Elegushi and that they have been asked to deal with me. Oh, they were boasting that they work for Oba Elegushi and they have been asked to deal with me for reasons best known to them, which still date, they still threaten to kill me if seen. Sir, I call on your good office to save my life from the above mentioned persons and bring them to book. Thank you for your timely intervention. All right, there is something that I spot here. I just spot something here. That is the last three paragraphs. Yeah, he said, however, during the assault, they were boasting that they work for Belegushi. Now, I want to underline the word boasting. Now, these Samilari and all the others, they came to meet Mubad. They came to storm when he was shooting the video. And when they came over there, they were like, they were boasting that Awamba Elegushi Shishe. All right, if that's the right word, the way they were going to put it when they speak in Yoruba, and they have been asked to deal with me for reasons best known to them. So what do you want to talk about here, Jack? I want to hear from you first.
Okay. Okay, yeah, Bossman, thank you. You see, Mubad was a very intelligent guy. Very intelligent guy. That's why most people don't understand. Rappers are very intelligent, they're very deep, and they're lyricists. He was a rapper and lyricist. So, very intelligent, smart kid. So, the fact that he forget they use the name Sam Larry, it doesn't matter whether he used election as a son, whatever he knew at that point. So that was what he used. So now, there's the thing. They were boasting. They were not just only boasting. They were boasting, and they were even saying that we have been asked. We have been asked that there's an instruction given to us. If someone is being asked to do something, what does that mean? You've been given an instruction to act.
By who?
That is it. He has already by who again? Because the petition was clear. It was clear. It was clear in his petition by the same king. That's what he's saying.
I want us to argue this. I want us to be factual.
They're boasting that they're working for him. They're boasting that they're running whatever shit they're running. They're working for him, and they're boasting that they have been asked. Who asked them?
Okay, hold on, Jack. Let us break this thing down. Okay, without people going to spread things, and we're going to analyze this part because I all this while I just me reading.
Bossman, good morning. Bossman, good morning.
Good, sir.
Yeah, first thing, I've been here for a bit, and it's been between both of you, which is fine. The conversation is great. I'm enjoying it. However, a lot of people don't have too much time. So I just want to chip in real quick. First, in the comment section, Comrade Moses, we'll plead with you to please come up. I read your comments. You said you spoke to the CP at the station where that petition was submitted, and he said a lot. Again, I'll beg you, plead with you to come up and inform us, because I'm particular about this petition. This petition is one of my main issues of being on Justice for Mohbad. So any information, any updates or clarification is highly welcome. But I want to say this. I want Mohbad. Oh, Mohbad wa Melekushilawa. Wọ́n ti ní ká wá jẹ ojú ẹ̀, ìṣòro bó ṣe wà yìí jẹ́ ti tán. Wọ́n ti ní ká pa ẹrẹ́ ìwọ, ó ti tán pé wà yìí. Àwọn ọmọ Elégùṣì la wà ń bí. Translation for those non-Yoruba speakers. You, Mohbad, you're done. We are the Elégùṣì boys. We have been sent to deal with you, and you are done. Threats to life. Now, what a lot of people are not understanding, or what I want to bring to the surface, is any way you look at this petition, those trying to protect the Elégùṣì and those trying to fight for Mohbad, there is one thing that the police should have done. And I hope Comrade Moses will come up and maybe educate us on this, if the police has actually spoken to him in that regard. Elégùṣì, his name may have been used by these boys, either by consent, because they actually work for him, because they have directives from him. That is one probability. Did he send them to Mohbad? How are you and I, the police, how are we going to get that fact? The only way to get the truth is did Elégùṣì petition or take legal action other than disclaimer against those who allege that he sent them? Did he do anything legal? Because you like it or not, his name is being dragged. And if this goes on for 100 years, his name will continue to be dragged until we have a legal, clear position of his involvement. If those boys use his name, he has a right to file legal actions against them. Otherwise, until this case is over, he remains a co-conspirator in the abuse, bullying, assault of Mohbad. It has been alleged that they came from him and they have been sent to deal with Mohbad.
African TV, please, I beg your pardon. Can you permit me to read the response of Elégùṣì here?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
On the 14th of September 2023, the Royal Highness Elégùṣì family did a press conference on the 14th. Said the Elégùṣì royal family of Etiosa wishes to put on records the misinformation on the media space involving Samson Erinfolami Balogun, aka Samilari. Samson Balogun is not a member of the royal family and does not work for the royal family or king in any capacity. Like other celebrities, politicians, religions, and community leaders, he visited the palace to pay homage to the king and seek royal blessings, just like other members of the public. While extending our condolences to the family and friends of the late Ilerioluwa Aloba, known as Mohbad, we would like to add our voice to the call for a thorough investigation into circumstances surrounding his death, with a view to unravel any foul play. We ask our friends in the media to be mindful of the sensitivity of the issue and desist from spreading falsehood that may jeopardize this investigation. Thank you. That was the response of the family, of the royal family of
Bossman, you didn't understand what I was saying. You see,
No, I do. I'm just responding. I'm just reading this thing.
Okay, what you read or what he has done so far that I'm aware of, based on this information, is a disclaimer, a press conference. I can deny you anytime, any day. You know, anybody can deny anybody anytime, any day in a matter like this, saying that, okay, he's a friend. He comes to the palace. He seeks blessing. What type of blessing did you give him regarding Mohbad? What type of blessing? If this man comes regularly to the palace to get blessings, did you bless him to go and assault people? Did you bless him to go and do tout jobs and collect illegal fines or whatever? So that disclaimer does nothing until there is a proper legal investigation. What did the police do? Has the police interviewed the king? Did they get a statement from the king to say, sir, your name appeared here? When was the last time you spoke to Sam Larry? Did we do an investigation into his conversations with Sam Larry?
Exactly. In fact, the last...
Because I can't just come up today and say, Falano sent me to go and start doing this and do this. You can't just pick up somebody's name and ambassador the person's name in a criminal action. Just because I know Falano or because I know Paprano or I know anybody, and I go and commit a heinous crime, and I now say, I'm the son of Paprano, I'm the friend of Paprano, I'm the friend of Falano, and we have been sent to come and deal with you. Until this is placed in an investigation, a legal contest, the king's name will be dragged forever until we get a legal closure, because these boys cannot just wake up and infuse his name with guns and machete and threaten somebody's life, and they infuse his name, and he has not petitioned, he has not been queried by the police. What kind of justice are we looking for? We have to go back to the basics. We have to go back to where everything started from. The boy said in the petition, I'm afraid for my life. How much life did he have left after that statement? How many days on earth did he have? So until we cry out for a proper investigation, we're wasting our time.
All right. So in the African TV, I do agree with you. According to the petition here, the last two paragraphs, I guess, is a little bit it's an indictment on the royal office of Elegushi, where Mohbad wrote that, however, during the assault, they were boasting that they work for Oba Elegushi and that they have been asked to deal with me for reasons best known to them, which till date they are still threatening to kill me if seen. I think that's like an indictment. So they are both.
Let me respond to this, Jan April. Mind your comments. If you're too illiterate to understand my English or my words, don't comment about me or anything I say. You sound like a moron. You're threatening me that if I talk about a topic, I will soon see what?
In fact, I was about to even respond to that person.
You're threatening me not to speak, like you silence everybody. Have I dragged anybody or spoke the truth on what should be done? You illiterate morons. You're so illiterate you can't even comprehend when people are using words in English. Who is dragging anybody? Who is dragging anybody? That's how you all start lies. Has the king petitioned Sam Larry? No. Has the police interviewed the king? You don't know. I don't know. So bringing that to the surface means I'm dragging the king. You are a bastard. May the royal throne and the juju in that palace may it kill your entire generation.
Amen. That's wonderful. Number one, with what we just read right now, I think as long as we want, we can infuse the Oba's name in our mouth until this thing is clear, because this thing is sure clear, because I never even see the last statement that is very indicting. All right, that they were boasting to have worked with to be working with Obelegushi, right? And they said they were sent to come and find him and all stuff like that. So that means the police have to really want to interview to investigate the Obelegushi, and the disclaimer that he only put a disclaimer on Samilari. I guess he did 2 disclaimers. Let me check the second one. What he did, he only put a disclaimer on Samilari that Samilari is not a part of the family. He's not a family member of the royal. Of the royal family, and all that. But with this one, but either the threat or no threat, we all know that the Samilari was not in Nigeria when the mobile died, right? All right, John. I guess they have a hold on the Oba there, because the Oba name was mentioned, and again, Mobad also used a legacy last name. Probably maybe he didn't know the last name of Samilari, so he used Samilari Elegushi and all stuff like that. So he used that Elegush's name there. But I guess his last name, Samilari's last name should be Balogun, not Elegushi. But on the last part again, he said that they were boasting to have been working for Elegushi, and they've said they've told them to come and buy him. I guess that is actually indictful. Mobile is not here to explain the other part, but the police.
Sorry, my brother, sorry. Lifestyle or whoever that person is saying police is your friend, write the police. I'm hoping this is not the lifestyle that is Mobile's friend.
This is a fake account.
It's a fake lifestyle.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're asking people to write the police, what's your civic duty as a responsible citizen? What have you done? Your pen, they paying you that you cannot write the police, and you're telling that other people to write the police. Why don't you write? Why don't you join a group to do something positive?
These are fake accounts. These are fake accounts. These are fake
All right,
accounts.
Continue. I thought it was the same lifestyle.
Right.
Continue.
It's going to be that lifestyle. Of course, it's going to be that. Lifestyle will be connected like this.
Bossman,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah. All of these people, pay no attention to them. You just said it. It's a fake account. Just like the name. If you put the fake, if you add fake to his name, you just see that he's only living up to his name. Fake lifestyle. So let him continue to live fake lifestyle by deluding himself, by choosing to build mansions in delusion. So just don't even pay attention to that. I've seen a lot of them, and this is what they do. When you start to talk about sensitive issues or things that they don't want anybody to touch, they have positioned all of these dogs everywhere. They go everywhere in the comment section to attack people. They will never be man enough to come up and freaking
engage. That is the problem of all these things. There is this man here called Kenny Port. I've sent several requests for him to come up here. And he always come over there to talk about Bossman. So come up here, let us engage. He will never come up here. And if you be on your platform, you will be talking about Bossman. All what you said about Bossman on your platform right there. Come and say whatever you say, the BS you say on this platform. Come and say it right here. And let us. So we are going to be the one to school you. Or where you think that wherever you think that we're doing the wrong, whatever you were doing so far, you are the one on the wrong side. I'm talking about Kenny Port, Kenny Port.
come up. They can't come up because dogs love to be fed. They love to be fed. So that's why they will stay down there and listening to people like us. They will listen to us, even though they listen painfully. They will still close the doors of their mind, not to let nothing goes into their mind of truth that we're saying. So we cannot help them with that. We cannot kill them. So they're going to remain eternally incurable.
So they'll be on their platform. Of course, anyway, Dogs is a king on his own territory. Okay, you can be on your territory right there. You can be flexing muscles, but if you come out of your boundaries, you dare not wicked because you get my fire giddy gun. So you still up there, you're a king, you can talk, you can brag, you can do anything like that, anything you want. But if you come and engage, come up here, engage, have civil conversation. There's nothing about dragging. It's gonna be superior argument is gonna win. And that's just the way it is. So there's no need to be throwing banters and all stuff like that. Just come out and talk. That's all. So it's as simple as that. You can, and if you also need a backup, you can go back or gather one or two of your friends over there that can back you up and come over here and come and engage. I saw on the on the post, I guess someone posted something, and then this guy just came over there and wrote something in the comment section, and a blogger say that, no, I can remember. There was a post that was posted, I guess, I guess Papariano, myself, and Mommy Titi Kolotiti went to one Olushola's platform to discuss, and then I guess some bloggers cut off some part of it, and then they posted it, and then some people came up there were insulting. So Rangers also came up there to challenge Bossman, and then this blogger from Karima's blogger said, "Oh, do you want to engage Bossman?" And he said, "Oh, let them pick any date anytime." And I tell him, "Oh, yeah, a date is being picked. Accept, you never accept." So that we can do a flyer, and I want to engage them. You can report. I'm going to send you another request again to come up here. You've been declining. African TV is up. Myself and Jack is up here. If you can't come alone, you can come with a platform. Okay, we have some Swift studios here. We can bring them up here and engage, because I don't understand some things. We're talking about justice for mobile. It's not about Ija and all stuff like that. We're just trying to engage. Doesn't make no sense. When you go to your platform right there, you'll be vexing muscles. But when it comes to critical analysis, where we can rub your mind and then bring out your point, then you guys will be running away. So whatever you say on their platform, come and say it to my face right here. The floor is all yours. Not because I'm calling you out the name now. You run away. I can't find you in the comment section anymore. You see what I'm talking? Okay, stay here. I'm sending you a request again. Can you try be a man and come up and engage? No, we're not going to bite you. It's as simple as that. So, Jack, African TV. Yeah, regarding to the petition, last year, the Oba wrote, I guess, is it the Oba that wrote, I can't remember, I stand to be corrected. I don't know the event that happened back then. I guess it's the Oba that wrote a petition on Baba Mohbad, because Baba Mohbad went to Buki's platform and called out his name. He was invited, and including Samilari. I guess that was when Baba went to Buki and he said, I know look at Mohbad, I look at Mohbad or something like that. And he was invited. And I was invited there. And Sam Larry went to join them there. But it's to our greatest surprise, Baba didn't let us know the real major thing that they discussed in court. At the station. So Baba was bailed. In case you don't know, although I was doing damage control back then, he was bailed. Baba Mohbad was bailed. So there must have been something that they did not want the public to know.
Man.
Yes, sir.
You see, let me tell you something. It is, you see, people need to understand some things. And because the law is very clear. You see what Baba Mubad, all the nonsense Baba Mubad has been doing, all this nonsense is saying, and now look where that is whatever that killed Mubad. It's nonsense. All those things that he's saying, they can actually get into trouble. And for anybody,
it's gotten him into trouble too. That's
yeah,
in trouble.
Because
do you know how long? Do you know that? Sorry for continuing. Do you know how long they told him to be coming to the police station? He got tired. They have to be sending lawyer from Odumosu's chamber to be going there to be signing for him. They tell him to be coming every Tuesday to sign because he was bailed. We were trying to cover for him back then. But it was Bukky Jesse that made him to come.
Bossman and Jack, sorry. Now, we knew Baba Mubad was bailed from the very first day they walked out of that station. The story was out there. That's not new. Now, you said Sam Larry was there. Yeah. Sam Larry was there in what capacity?
Exactly.
As he was there as a co-accused, or he was there as a petitioner? He was petitioning along with the king against Baba Mubad. In what capacity? And again, my complaint today is, what is taking the king so long to bring legal action, or at least legal investigation against Sam Larry, whose name was mentioned in the petition, who, according to late Mubad, said they came from the palace and that they've been sent to deal with Mubad, and Mubad is afraid for his life. Why is the royal palace not... Hold on, baby. I'm talking. Hold on. Why is the royal palace not initiating investigation against Sam Larry to clear Sam Larry's name that Mubad was lying or not? What has the police done with this petition? Comrade Moses, you are in the comment section, my friend, my brother. Your comment this morning triggers me to want you to come up and clarify, because
what was it? Let me see if I can answer. If I know, see, the comments don't come up. It won't come up.
No. Bossman, don't do that. Comrade made the comment. Said
what did he say?
He said it was at the station where Mubad filed the petition. The one I think submitted the petition, and he spoke to the CP. He said he spoke to the CP of that station or whatever. So I want him to come. You see, those people who have done some great jobs, if you don't bring the truth to the surface, people will keep asking questions and questions and questions.
Can you permit me to say something?
Yes.
Pardon. You know, yes, what you just said, what Comrade said, yes, he did. All right. And I'm aware that he spoke with the CP. And I guess there's also documentation for that. I guess they responded as well. Yeah, he has everything, and there are some things that come with. I know you don't go there. Is that your call from your hand? Is that your call? Okay, from Father.
Who's that? Somebody mute that person.
Yeah,
thank you.
Father. It's not muting. I don't know why. Okay. So, for security reasons, there are some things that our comrade won't be able to say. See, African TV, I know that sometimes that thing freak you out. Like, what do you mean, Bossman? Everything. But you won't understand. See, all this thing that is going on is a game. I keep saying something that TikTok is not the best place of giving information. As I'm giving you information, it's being streamlined somewhere. Some people are... See, we have a lot of bloggers here. I can count about 4 bloggers that are here, probably also screen recording. And because there are some things... That's why I said that I won't... That's why comrade is not coming up. Myself, I'm just being careful.
You know, Bossman, hold on. As much as I love you and comrade, I have this thing against both of you.
Mm-hmm. What we don't want to do is not talk about it, isn't it?
Yes, don't bring it. You see, if he did not type that, I would not be triggered to want to find out what he knows. We are here trying to solve a murder mystery, and you're speaking to CP of
Comrade
police.
is your friend. Call him.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. Let me be frank with you. Bossman, chill out. You are my friend. Jack is one of my best friends. Not that we know each other, not that we party, but because of the truth, the things that he says, he becomes my friend. Now, if my friend fucks up, I'll be the first one to tell him. And I'm telling you and Bossman, you and Comrade right now, if you're not going to say, don't bring it up. Don't bring it up. What is the point? I went to the CP of that station where Mohbad submitted the petition. Okay, so what? What does that mean?
Okay, so when he said he went there, what did he say after that?
He didn't say anything. That's why I'm asking him to come up
He only said he went there. He has not said anything that we.
Okay, when you went there and drank coffee. You went there and they gave you biscuits. They gave you biscuits and chocolate. So we're not joking here, guys.
All right. So you are asking.
We're not joking.
Have you been there too? I guess you also go to Panti because we are aware that they do tell us that you are wherever you come.
Sir, bring Comrade up, or let's talk about why has Elegushi not filed an investigation against Sam Larry? Why has the police not investigated? Why has the police not given us report of the investigation on that petition? Let's stay focused, guys.
All right. Let me give you what I know, and I stand to be corrected. When Baba Mohbad was invited with when Elegushi invited Baba Mohbad, I mean the police invited Baba Mohbad, courtesy with the petition of Elegushi, and then I was told that Samilari was present there. Samilari came there. Elegushi was present by his chiefs, you know, and that was the day that they told Baba Mohbad he wore atonriwa. They used the word he wore atonriwa. Amatale, 500 million. So that's when they were saying all that. He was actually detained, but he was bailed. So I guess they really haven't mercy on him because he was the father of the deceased. Detained. But the reason why they pick him up is that they were planning to detain him. Yes, the stuff got Floyd by the information, and then they quickly did the proper women rights, what do you call it? Women rights, fundamental women rights stuff like that. So, and that saved him. That saved him for that day. So he was bailed, and then yeah, he was actually bailed. So now, for Samilari that was present there, I was not really privy to the information of Samilari, but because I know that Samilari was there, and there were some questions that was asked to Samilari, and ever since then, we've not heard of anything. What's the outcome of the meeting of Oba and Samilari? We do not know. Baba Mohbad went silent. That's ever since then. That's when he has not been mentioning Oba's name. All right, he has been very careful. He has not been mentioning Oba's name, and we don't know what the whole meeting came about. We don't know the outcome of the meeting. We don't know. Still date. So, what did the ask Samilari? Can you see that there are some things that they did not want the public to know about that? But with this petition that we just read, we stated that Mohbad claimed that they were boasting to have been working for Elegushi, and they said that they have been sent. I don't know any other person that can break down the English word there, because they were boasting to be working for Elegushi, and they were saying that they've been sent. So who sent them? That means if they are working for Elegushi, okay, they're claiming, they're boasting to be working for Elegushi. How do you put that word again? That sentence, African TV, you put it in the right word in Yoruba. Hey, African TV, are you there?
Let me try it again. Everything is spontaneous, but it would have sounded like you were 30 tolling. I want more Elegushi Lawambi. Àti ká ẹ mọ̀ bí ṣe bóun sáà ni kò ní dáa fún ẹ tẹ́lẹ̀ ní wọ́n ti rán wá sí ẹ tí ẹ ti tọ́ ó máa kú lẹ́yìn ni ṣe ó mọ̀ wá ní àwọn ọmọ Elegushi máa là.
Jack, do you understand what Africa TV just said right now? Do you understand that? I guess that word is actually a threat to life, and all that. And I guess that is the indictment.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. To be honest,
that is an indictment. So that line alone is an indictment. I do not see why Olegushi and Obelegushi is not going to be mentioned. Anybody can mention his name based on this petition. I can mention his name now on this petition.
Bossman,
and nothing's going to happen.
Bossman. Let me tell you something. You see, that's why I said something before when Sam Dudu was here. Look, you see, all of these hosts in this justice movement, all of them put together, they're just after views and shows. The crowd, to be honest, because I've heard all of them, the way they did U-turn. I started saying, the king has now put out a disclaimer. He has done the. I'm like, are these people dumb or they have bought them over? Because do you think a petition, the response to a petition is going to be disclaimer? Are you crazy? We are talking about petition here. There is a process. You have to follow it. Let me tell you. Do you know when African TV was saying that you petition Yomi and that Yomi, that they had to take someone had to stand for Yomi. I mean, to take Yomi's bail. I knew that was correct because I know the process. Immediately, the police, if a petition is against you, they will do the investigation. They will carry out some kind of preliminary investigation. And the moment you are being invited to come over, you are not leaving that place unless you're going to be on bail. To leave that place means you have been bailed. Somebody has stood for you to take your bail. So it's a process. You cannot just do nonsense disclaimer and be saying that are you crazy? Who the
person that's supposed to stand for Baba, they brought the person along with them. When the person saw the chiefs,
you see what they did to that man. What they did to that man is just a white call. But I'm not gonna even. I'm less concerned about that man because that man is an idiot.
Let me give you what happened in there. And they came up with a guy. The guy is a car dealer. The guy is a car dealer. He's into car dealer on the highland. So when he saw the way the chieftains, the chiefs of Legushi came in, he saw these people are serious. Immediately, he changed his word and said, I can't stand for you, Baba. He said, I can't stand for you. Because if these people find out that when we first stand for Baba, that he sells cars, he doesn't want them to come and burn down his car dealer shop and all stuff like that, and then he ran away. And according to what I know of, I stand to be corrected, but according to what I know of, it was Gorexi that later stood for Baba because the person that was supposed to stand for him back out in that minute. So that held Baba Mohbad down. He went back home to bring his passport or something like that. So that's what they held down. And then the lawyer quickly put up and did the paperwork, and then that was it. And that was how it was. Because that day we were even scared because if his number was not even going through for some time. I guess they held the phone, they collected the phone from him and all that. So yeah, I guess it was bailed. It was actually bailed, and that's just the truth. It was bailed. We were hiding that from the public.
It's some kind of silencing because he overstepped his boundary. Because you cannot start. Who are you? You're not a court. You're not the police. You've not done any investigation. And who are you to be saying that whoever killed you, whatever is a Ali, whatever? You don't say that. I mean, you mentioned the person's name.
Baba was on a certain platform when he said all these things, and that is an indictment, and that is why they picked him up. He was bailed. We just did not want the public to know that I was the one that was hiding that. I didn't want the public to know, but he was bailed. For real. He was bailed.
You guys did a terrible job if you thought people did not know. People knew before you left that court premises, the station, people knew he was bailed. The story of Gorexi passport.
I know that's
a lot of people. You see, this is it. Let me tell you. First, we're Nigerians. 99% of everybody on this movement are Nigerians. Nigerians, to the best of my knowledge, cannot keep any secret. That's why I don't do anything secret with anybody, because it is the same you that you're my best friend, that you tell me to go and pull the knife. You'll be the one to tell them the color of the knife, what I was wearing. So eventually you all look very bad. You know, like I said, Bossman, please mute wherever that baby noise is coming from, please. Bossman, I have the highest integrity, or I had, for you when I noticed you in this movement. But when I realized that you were working in the under G's, what if those who can go and play my audios from back then? I always said time will reveal every under G. The under G people are engaging in today, right now, as we speak. You're wasting your time. Your under G will be exposed maybe in a month or 2, 3 years.
What do you mean by the under G? Let's talk
like not telling people that the man was being bailed.
That is
like
not
being official.
That is not
being official. You guys were keeping it a secret.
Where were you this morning on Celeb platform? I was there for 5 hours yesterday.
I just, your platform is the first one I'm joining today.
No, I mean yesterday. So I saw you there, but I thought I was calling your name. I guess you didn't answer. But back to the, I don't know. Yesterday, what happened yesterday? I was on yesterday. Of course, we were on Celeb platform. We had a great time.
Yeah, I think I went up on Celeb for a bit yesterday now.
Yeah.
If I didn't speak there, if IT guy was there now. Should the IT guy was like more or less.
Yeah, an IT guy, yes, we were up there, yeah. Let me give you a break.
Yeah, I was there. I listened a bit, and then I moved on, I don't stay too long these days.
Number one, I am not in any underground palaver with this thing. And let me just give you the right thing that was going on, which I did on Celeb's platform. I explained further. I have a squad. And my squad is no other person but Ryan Whisper, Comrade Mose. The three of us, we were work as a squad. And we were in the team, and the team that I find myself in, that I work in the group that I've worked in, just some mobile rares, when you were still managing Baba Mobad. That was in 2023. Myself, Comrade Mose, Ryan Whisper, Susie for Justice, Mr. Miwa, Baba Mobad, and about 4 or 5 other people. Then I also brought in Westo at the dying minute. 2 weeks after I brought Westo into the group collapsed. Comrade Mose was the first to back out. And why did he collapse? It was due to fracas, fighting, misunderstanding. Some people want to subdue. They don't want others to talk. They want to talk for 4 hours. And then, you know what? And the whole thing just went ballistic one day. Comrade was the first to leave. I left the second. And everybody just kept leaving. And Mr. Miwa left. Baba Mobile left. So we went outside. Myself and Comrade and Ram Whisper team up. And we're doing our own thing. So Baba Mobile and Mr. Miwa, they're cool with us. So I don't understand when people talk about the other guy was never in any other grand thing. I, Comrade, and other, we're doing our own personal investigation into the matter. And whenever we find out, we just have access to the family. That's all. So whatever information we get, Baba, what's the own side of the story? So we have access to Mr. Miwa. We have access to Baba Mobad. That's all. The team again that I find myself in was the structure group. In the structure group did not last more than 1 hour, one month, or maybe 1.5 months. They disbanded the whole thing. And ever since then, and before the structure group, is it March or February last year? Because of the Wine Whisper platform, we team up with a group of people, a parallel group, where we went to help out on Justice for Mobile. And we gave up a team of maybe about 12 people in the team. And when the issue of the camera didn't happen again, I guess Isabella was a member of the group. When the issue of the Lagata camera down and we saw how they were recording and all stuff like that, we're like, so that means if she has been recording Lagata like this and all stuff like that, that means we too, no wonder we've been having issues that has been recorded. So because of that, we shut down the system. I shut the door away from people. They refuse to talk to some people, and you know what? I just stay away from people because I said this TikTok is too toxic. So even despite why we gave out the rules that there shouldn't be no recording, and these people were recording like this, we can't trust anyone, and that is it. And ever since then, I don't find myself in any other group. I don't see. So there's no any other grand group that I know of. Hey, Kenny Port at last come up here, so we're going to engage Mr. Kenny Port. All right, these are the guy from the Baba Mobile camp. So just know that finally he's up here. Yeah, I'm glad that you be a man.
Bossman.
We can have a real conversation because I'm aware of some of the stuff you say over there. So we can have a conversation. Don't worry, there's not going to be any condescending words and all stuff like that. We can actually engage like a man.
Hello, good morning, everyone. And I'd like to bring to your attention, and I want to correct some notions that you've made, because I was told that you were calling my name severally, up to like 7 times, and it would be wrong of you to associate me or affiliate me to any group. Let me make this known to you. I do not have any affiliation to anybody, and I repeat, I have no affiliation to anyone, and stop mentioning my name. How does my name get to your mouth? Let us start from there. I was on a panel.
Got to my mouth.
Yes, I was on a panel with you.
You want to do what with me? If you want to, whatever one you want to do, I am capable of doing that with you. If you want to do what we can do that here.
I don't have that your energy.
Hello. If you want to talk civil, we can talk civil, but it's too early for us to do woto.
Bossman, I am glad that the host where I first met you in my life is on this panel section, and that was the first time myself and you we ever had any engagement, and you kept mentioning my name. And
I mentioned your name because I'm aware of all the trash you said on the other platform, and I said, okay, come up and engage me because I support you. I support you on the comment section. Like, you were on my live. I said, wow. But okay, so all what you always do over there, I would say, okay, come and say it right here. And I sent you a request for over how many times? 7 times. You kept on declining it. But I'm actually glad that you were able to come up here to talk.
You said you said you saw me on your comment section. Unfortunately, I don't know how I got to your life.
I don't mention nobody's name.
Whenever you see any of my comments, hold on, Bossman. Whenever you see any of my comments,
okay, let me blow the whistle. Guys, gentlemen. Kenny, hold on, please. Bossman, hold on. The Bossman is happy you're up here, and I'm glad you, as a man, you've come to face the bull directly. So let's take it simple as this. Kenny, the Bossman, you give him a minute to explain his concerns, and then you can tell him where you've been coming from. So Bossman, just give him that maybe 4 minutes. Let him speak his mind. You invited him, he's here. So let's go, Kenny, your floor, and then Bossman will respond with no interruption, brothers.
Thank you, African team. So like I was saying earlier, that I have never had any calls or interaction with Bossman in my life. And my first engagement with him was on Supermom, and I'm glad Supermom is here. And like I said, that I do not have any affiliation to any group. And if those people that knows me, they can confirm what I am saying to you now, that not so many people knows me. If you say that I am Baba Mubada camp, Lagata is being tagged as anti-justice to so many people, I relate with Lagata. So relating with Lagata, does that make me an anti-justice? Does that still make me Baba Mubad? Would you call me a snitch or a double agent? So how would you address me by that? And my first engagement with you on Supermom was you were speaking about defending Bankole and Smith at the time. When you are making your presentation, you were saying that even though you had not supported Odumusu at a time. And I ask you a question that if you claim that you don't support Odumusu at the time and you don't believe Odumusu work, why are you now campaigning for Odumusu now? At the heat of Odumusu must go. And I know you keep record a lot. I like you to present your evidences and your record of where I have attacked you. I have mentioned your name. I need those evidences for you to display to everybody on this call at this time. And those that knows me very well, they will tell you that he doesn't come on panel to speak. When was the last time I come on panel? The panel I speak lately now is Oritoke's platform, which is Kid Fashion. And as I speak to you, you all know the sniper, Jagun Jagun. He just see me talking about 2 weeks ago. Also, Sakuma. So how come you now attach me to, our Baba Mubatim? How come does that come? And Supermom is here. So go ahead and present your evidences. And last week, what day was that? I think Wednesday or Thursday. That same show I had with you where I engaged you, asking you questions, was played on your daddy platform. I wasn't speaking. It was the show where I engaged you that day. It was the show they were playing. So how come you now accuse me of this accusation that you kept mentioning my name over time?
All right, are you done? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think it's done. Yeah.
Mr. Kenneport, I don't know you from nowhere, all right? Number one, you asked me for evidences of you abusing me and all that. I don't keep records of that, but I know, okay? I can be on the window. I can be listening. I know that you are one of the antagonists. I'm actually proud that we're able to come up because someone like York that you just mentioned can never come up. He will never try that. Even the other guy, what's his name again? The other one that always talk barbarian. He always want to argue. Now back to you, sir. You were antagonists. You got into like I said, you said I keep record, but I don't have no record of you. But I know. And I've seen you type, I've seen you comments. And I've seen you talk about some nasty things about me. Maybe because of my position, or me changing my position from Baba Mubad, and I said that now I am focusing on Mubad. Maybe that did not go down well with you and the other guys. But if you say now that I won't want to put you with the other guys any longer, since you said you've denounced that you are a Moma Mopo, you are not affiliating with other people, I will respect that. All right. So far that you've put a disclaimer on that, no problem. I'm a gentleman. I am a gentleman. So, and I'm not a troublemaker thing. But it's just that I've seen you, maybe maybe I thought you were a member of them. That is why when I spotted you on the comment section, I was calling out your name because I didn't want to engage them. Because I always want to engage those people from the other, like Vengeance. Yeah, I want to know what he knows. I have some questions for him. He also has a lot of questions for me so we can engage. So, so for that you have denounced them, we're cool. There's no problem. One love, no wahala. Like I said, justice for Mobile is not about bad bills and all stuff like that. Once we are civil, like you came up here, we resolve everything and all stuff like that. No wahala. You know, like I said, when you come up with an opinion, you have an opinion, you don't agree with my opinion, of course we can be civilly say, I don't agree with what you just said, Bossman. And if you have a superior argument to beat my argument, of course, I'm going to be convinced. And I will accept that we don't have to fight or do bad over this issue.
Bossman, between the two of you, No case to answer. Wanna leave this matter.
Yeah. So far that I thought that
you guys have no case.
Yeah. So far that
have
he
no
has
case against each
so
other.
far that he has denounced that Akpami Ditabo, so there's no wahala.
Hello, good
Bossman, he's
morning.
talking. Bossman, he's talking. Let me hear him. Let me hear Kenny. Good morning, lady. Let's hear Kenny. Go ahead, sir.
If you want to be fair with me, he needs to apologize to me because he has accused me wrongly. And I will appreciate he's very close to Supermom. I know he has a personal relationship with Supermom on this call. Let Supermom tell you about my person. He's close to Lagata. Tell him to call Lagata on this call and let Lagata tell him about my person. Lagata was reaching out to me because I go around their platform. I play around anywhere. I am free to go anywhere. I'm not caged to be on this thing. I have my opinions. If because I have my opinion, you now want to have me tag me to association of people, he needs to apologize to me.
Nope. You don't need
Mr. Kenny,
Hold on,
can you hang on,
Bossman,
please?
he's talking
Good
to
morning,
me.
everyone.
Good morning, lady.
Thank you very much. I'm Mr. African TV, and good morning to you, Mr. Bossman. Can I say this to us? We have some of us on Justice for Mohbad who are just observers. We do not comment. We do not come on platforms. We are just there like ghosts. And I can attest to the fact that this gentleman here, his name is Mr. Kenny, is just someone like me. I hardly see him in comment sessions, and I hardly see him on platforms. I think altogether, from 2023 up until this time, he has not been on the platform for even 5 times. So I think this is really not fair on him. And I've come up here this morning to offer my support to him. Mr. Kenny, on behalf of the Bossman, I say to you, we're very sorry.
That is on your own part, sir, man.
Yeah, on my own part, because I can
Just
confirm that this is a gentleman.
That is your own
gentleman.
assertion. That is your own assertion.
Okay, can you come with your evidence, Mr. Bossman, then? Maybe if you come with your evidence against this gentleman, then I can understand.
That was the reason why you kept calling my name.
Kenny Port, I've engaged you. I've engaged you one time.
Kenny, please.
Hold on.
Wait, Bossman, please. I just want to say something. Please, I want to say something. Kenny. Bossman, you said something that I like, and I want you to be that thing. You said you're a gentleman.
So what are you trying to insinuate?
Hold on now, let me finish. If you interrupt me, you won't get me. You said you're a gentleman. You said that a while ago. And this man has come up to your platform. You invited him or you called him out. Now you both have no case, according to me, based on what I've heard so far. So I'm not going to ask anybody, I'm not going to ask anybody to apologize or to request for apology because men, you both understand each other. No case, let's move on.
No, Africans like that.
The point is, people do not even know this guy as much. So you ask Kenny,
I don't know him.
The questions I asked, and you felt embarrassed. You couldn't answer those questions.
Kenny, let me help you. Kenny, let me help you.
Who does your brother?
What's your question?
Kenny, calm down. Kenny, you have done well.
Stop this arrogance.
Kenny.
If you want to go through that route, I will give it to you.
You think Kenny, you have done well. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Kenny, can you stop, bro?
You're already exhibiting that stuff I'm actually waiting for from you right now. And you are saying that I don't know you. I have about 82 people here. How come only you I was able to spot out?
Can you match my energy? If we start now, can you match my energy?
Exactly. So now look at this Phil Coco that came up to come and defend you here. Can you now see what I'm talking about now? This is you, Kenny Port. And I know that
your arrogance.
You triggered this. You actually brought this. I've never seen him speak like this. You can see someone saying, who be Kenny? People don't even know this guy. I'm surprised.
Look at what your comment section are saying. Who is Kenny?
People don't know him. So because he doesn't come on the panel, he doesn't.
Okay, but you know him. I have seen him. I have seen him on
Come on.
and I've seen him say shady things about me.
My question to you, put you to shame and embarrassment, and you couldn't answer my question. You went to invite Moses and Aries that day. You were embarrassed.
Embarrassed by who? You see now, you talk like a daft person just now, Kenny Port.
You are very stupid to have talked to me in that manner. You are very stupid.
Yeah, because you talk like a daft man.
You cannot engage.
I know who you are, and I know why I beat you out. And you're telling me, and this Phil Coco came out and said that he's the wrong person, like I don't know what I'm talking about.
What do you know that you are talking about?
You're talking
I demand an apology from you by mentioning my name over time. What did I do to you? Where have I spoken about you?
Can we see
you have talked about you? Bring out the evidences. You are a man of evidences. You go with evidences. That evidence against me.
Phil Coco, you've denounced your group, right? That is okay by me. I'm happy that you denounce that.
What group do you have that you are saying that you denounce your group?
Associations. I am cool with you.
What group do you have?
What made you to denounce?
Mr. Know-it-all. I know this.
What made you?
I know this. I have this. Bring out your evidences.
Man.
Shame on you.
What made you?
Even Madam Hope God that's just joining this call now. She can't say that she knows me. I have had engagement with her one day at a time. This is the person I am.
I'm happy that you denounce your association. You don't need no apology from me.
Do you think everyone is like you? Mr. Know-it-all.
You're a dumb ass, Kenny Port. Okay, if you want to put that out, I will give it to you.
You are very stupid. You are very, very stupid.
Yeah.
Mr. Kenny, can you please Bossman, can you please indulge me? Please, I beg you.
This guy, I know him very well.
Bossman, can you
goes to
please
platforms
indulge me?
and he talks.
Please.
And I ask you, you are denounce your association.
Can you just
You ask me for apology
tell you who Kenny is.
Can you
Out
just
of you.
please?
You think everyone is like you?
Get out of here, bro.
You cannot engage civil with people.
Èmi fẹ́ kó tó mọ̀ ní just mobile, èmi fẹ́ poke into your brain. I know that association name. That is all.
Who knows me? How many of you know me?
Apology, my foot boy.
Because I put you on the spot and you were embarrassed by my question.
Which spot? Okay, what's the spot did you put me, man? You didn't put nobody on any spot.
So which of my question were you able to answer that day on Supermom?
Which question did you ask? Go and bring the video and let me know the question
you asked. You keep evidence.
Can I say something?
9 of you. Holy Bossman engaged 9 of you at the phone.
Please,
I
can I
spent
say
5
something?
hours. 5 freaking hours engaging the 5 of you.
Can I say something?
Answer my question.
And you're talking like a dumb ass.
And then Moses to come and
Can I say
You are talking as a dumb ass. Were you the one that asked me that question or somebody else that asked me a question? Just Bossman engaging 9 of you. 9 freaking 9 of you guys. And you are talking like a dumb ass.
9 of you.
Yes.
9 of you. Were you able to answer my question that you went to go and call
What question is your dumb ass going to ask me that I will not be able to ask you? You are a dumb ass now. Do you want to engage me, dumb ass? Let me poke your brain.
You are
ask me that question. Let's engage.
And come down from the aisle.
Engage me here, man. Okay, now let's start. Please, so and this Coco came up here. This Coco came up here saying, trying to be defending like I don't know this dude. I know this idiot guy that came up here now. Out of 80 people, how come he's the only one that was able to
Mr. Bossman, I haven't run away. I'm here.
I don't know who you are. Please just get lost. I don't know who you are.
Who I am, and it's okay. I just want to say, we don't know who this guy is.
I know
and that means he hardly comes on the panel.
Hello.
Yes, I'm talking for myself now.
Thank you very much.
And people in the comment section as well, they don't know who he is. So it means he hasn't been coming to speak. So if he has not been coming to speak, where did you get all of this from? I would personally like to see your evidence.
I don't
know. Otherwise.
What evidence are you talking about?
Yes, because you said this and you have to come forward with something.
If you claim that you do not know him, why do you come up here to defend him then?
Yeah, because I don't like it when you're being unfair.
No, you claim that you don't know him, nobody knows him, but you came to defend someone that you don't know. Do you have a common sense, man?
Yes, we don't know him. People in the
so
comment
you want to come and defend someone that you don't know?
And that means
do you make any sense?
So where did you get that from? If they haven't been speaking on panels. Like what you're saying, where did you get it from? It's just like someone saying,
and then you want to come and defend what you don't know.
And Phil Caucus has not been on the comment section or the panel to speak.
I have issue with you because you were saying something that you are coming up here to defend someone that you don't know. You'd say if you claim that you don't know this person.
You can do better, honestly.
You can do better because you are acting like a dumb. Okay, you don't know someone, but you came up here. Doesn't make any sense. Can you make it make sense to me?
Hang on. Can I give you a typical example now? Okay, this is Phil Caucus, yeah? I have not been commenting and I've not been on the panel, and someone comes to say, oh, this lady said this and that. I then have the right to come to say, you need to come forward with your evidence if you really need to convince me that this person has said stuff about you. Because this is someone who would hardly leave comments. This is someone who would hardly come on the platforms. And that's exactly my point. So let's see what you've got to prove me otherwise.
All right, now back to you.
No more false accusations on
back
people.
To you again.
It's going to chase well-meaning people away from justice for Mohbad. If we have people who are quiet, who are silent, whom you hardly see on comment section or panels and are being accused, is a threat to someone like me. And that's why I'm up here to speak against it and to offer my support to that gentleman. So thank you. I'm going to drop now.
All right. Bye-bye to you. All right?
Bye to you too.
You claim that you don't know someone. Then you are coming up here to say that he's a quiet person. How do you know that he's a quiet person if you're claiming that you don't know him? Can you make it make sense to me? If you're not a cohort, you are on the same level, man. You said that you don't know somebody. And you are coming up here to challenge or to defend the person that you don't know. He's a quiet man. How do you know he's quiet? The way he talks does not sound like someone that is quiet. I have about 96 people here. How come I was able to spot just him out? And you came up here to defend someone that you don't know. You should be ashamed of yourself. So if they pick up someone, like they pick up a suspect, and then you say, yeah, is this person a suspect? You can hear, I don't know him. Because you don't know him, you came out to defend a suspect that you don't know if he robs or not. Can you make it make sense to me, Coco?
Man, let me just to just say something with regards to what happened now. First of all, because the lady that just said the Coco lady, look. First of all, we were African TV. We were talking about we were directing our comments or our conversation to some idiots that always find solace. The comment section is a haven for them. So that's where they had to always type nonsense to attack people. So we're talking about those people that attack people. So not the Kenny, whatever you call his name. And for me, if this guy is the Bossman has said something clearly, and from what this guy said, it's clear that they've had an encounter. They've had an encounter, so they know each other. This guy knows Bossman, and Bossman knows
exactly.
And from what this guy, from what he displayed, because I was expecting that it was going to be some kind of engagement, some kind of intellectual engagement, even though at some point we thought that everything was cool because the Bossman said, "Oh, okay, if you so just let it go and let's have conversation." But for me, from the way he's talking to, because it was clear that he was saying that what I did to you on the platform, like because I made it, people think that way. You think that because you did something to people and I made you feel bad, I made you feel less or whatever. You don't need to be thinking like that. If you, it's like some kind of.
And Coco came forward.
Is it like some kind of
don't know?
To be honest.
My brother.
That's why I keep saying when he was talking, she was talking. She was asking for apology. Apology for what?
Bossman, go and take ice water, drink some.
No. These girls try to make me to look stupid, like I do not know what I'm talking about.
Look, Bossman, listen, this
guy,
I can say the whole truth. Go and leave this man. Bossman, focus on the topic that we're discussing. More important issues, okay? It is obvious you both met, you've both had your encounters. All that Coco was trying to say, if I understand that, is he's not a prominent person on this subject, on this app. He does not show.
He said he does not. She doesn't. That the guy doesn't talk, but said that he doesn't know the guy.
Yeah, but the fact that you and him, the fact that you both have engaged, the fact that you have both engaged, establishes that something happened between both of you.
So now the stupid person between me and Coco now that came to the
Bossman, leave this Bossman, you and Kenny, in my own opinion, you were settled. You said your piece, he said his piece.
And she was not saying then Coco not initiated that I should apologize.
Okay. Coco is only trying to make peace based on what she.
No, I don't need to apologize. We've settled. Then
don't forget apology matter.
Let's apologize to you for what?
No, that was him speaking. It's okay. Apology no put anything for anybody, buddy. Leave that matter,
No.
So anyhow, how are we going to find out? Bossman, how do we find out why has the king not petitioned Sam Larry for using his name?
I don't know. It's more like I'm not really sure, but I did not confirm this. Okay, so don't hold it. But that day when they went to the station, I was told, or I got to understand that the king petitioned Joseph Aloba and also petitioned Sam Larry. But the outcome of the petition, I'm not privy. I don't have any privy to that information, and that's just the way it is. So I don't think they made Babam about to know anything about it either. So I didn't see anything about it on social media. The whole thing just died like that. See, there's a lot.
So the second part of the coin, we don't have the king petitioning Sam Larry for using his name in a very heinous way. Now we also don't know why the police has not released any official report, investigation into the petition that Mohbad did. Do we have that? Do we have any report from the police on Mohbad's stand? The petition, as the police responded. Those are the two things I want to know.
It's only the Obalegushi that responded. I've not heard anything from the police. See, this case of Obalegushi and the petition, African TV, there's a lot that is going on. Yeah, I don't understand. That is why, I don't know, I guess some Comrade Moses sent his request. I saw it and as I was about to bring him up, he dropped again. So I don't know why Toby also dropped too. Toby was up here.
Come here, I'm waiting to see the outcome of Mohbad's petition. Is it Tony? What's that name? I can't see. Somebody just responded, said police. Yeah,
Sam Larry responded with counter petition.
Only Sam Larry petition alone.
Come on.
Sam Larry's petition. They said the police responded. Let's get the police official position. We need to know.
Come up. I've sent you to Tonya. I sent you
Tonya.
Just come up and come.
Let's hear the police report.
Because I've never heard the police report ever. Free Coco. I'm actually calm, but it's just that you are trying to make me to look stupid. Like I don't know who I am calling. I didn't
Bossman, don't let them drag you back to that topic. Let's stay focused.
Me that called him, I was able to point him out of 90 people here.
Phil Coco, can you please leave this topic alone? You've attempted your piece, it's done. No, we want to focus on justice for Mohbad, not personal issues, please. Let's focus on serious issues.
African TV.
I did not say sorry to anybody. You come read.
African TV.
I did not ask you to say sorry to anybody.
TV. The Bossman. The Bossman.
Yes, sir.
See, that country is a joke. When I just look at a lot of things going on, and a lot of things that people.
Tonya is coming up. Tonya is coming up to come and give us the police stand.
Oh, okay. Let the person go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Tonya. How are you doing today?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Oh, he's a E. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's Tony actually.
Tony, right? Okay.
Yeah. So the police said at the time that when they got the petition from Mohbad, they invited Sam Larry, and he wrote his own counter petition against Mohbad to the effect that he wasn't in any way related to Legushi, and then he laid down his own grievances against Mohbad. After that, they now invited Mohbad, but he never showed up, and they left it at that. That was what the police said at the time when all this was going on. Yeah. And they re-invited Mohbad to come and defend what Sam Larry said, but he never showed up, and that was how they left it.
So this is my position based on what Tony just said. Sam Larry said he was in no shape related to Elegushi. Is that what you said?
Yes. Sam Larry said that, and even the Elegushi family said that subsequently. They related.
Do you know? We just read the disclaimer. Tony, we read the disclaimer where I think it was the Bossman that read it, in the disclaimer of the king, where he said Sam Larry comes to the palace for blessings. Am I correct, Bossman?
Oh, you're right.
Yes.
Okay, so if he comes to the palace for blessings, that's a relationship. There's a relationship there, because I can't find myself in the palace going for blessings unless I have a relationship with the king or with some chieftains there. So there's a discrepancy here. If you look at Sam Larry's petition, according to what you just said, that he's not related.
So we need to situate what we mean by relationship in the context of what was going on at the time. When Sam Larry was going about, it was giving the impression it was related by family. Let's be clear on that. It wasn't just any casual relationship. Sam Larry was going around, right, and people had that impression that it was related by family, not just any casual friendship or relationship. So that was what the illegal people came out to say at the time. That guys, don't get this twisted. Let's clarify this, along family lines, which was what the
said they work for Elegushi and they have been told to deal with Mohbad.
Yeah.
Would you think, now hold on, calm down. Would you, if you were Elegushi, Tony, and your name is used in that context, and the boy eventually is dead within a short period of time, what would be your own legal action? Your action against the user of your name, what would be your legal action?
Well, as a starting point, I would come out at the very minimum to issue a disclaimer. That's the first thing I would do. To say, I don't know this guy. family. And that's exactly what the palace did, right? So that's the very minimum I would do, right? As a secondary action, I may then choose, that's an option open to me though. I may then choose to take up Sam Larry. I may or may not, after releasing the first salvo that, hey, guys, world, hello world, I'm not related to this guy. Let's get that clear. Right, irrespective of what this guy is saying around there, this is my own formal position. By family, I'm not related to this guy. That's the very first minimum I would do.
Sorry, I want to say something very quick. There's something we are missing out. All of us, we're missing out something. And you can't miss it out. You can't afford to miss it out. Now, I listened to this guy. Sorry, can you listen to me first, please? Please. Yeah, I listened to what this guy just said now. He said that, sorry, can you mute? There's noise. He said that when Mohbad wrote that petition against those individuals, he said that police invited Sam Larry, and Sam Larry petitioned against Mohbad. Not that they, you see, look, you see that country, maybe people are mad, but if people are mad, I don't believe people should be dumb as well at the same time. Now, somebody wrote a petition. Do you know what a petition means? He wrote a petition with evidence of what that person did to them. There's even visual evidence. And you did not investigate that. You did not invite the guy with regards to investigating that and prosecute that case. You invited him to even instigate another petition against the petitioner. You see lawless people. You see mad people. You see a lot of power play.
I'm sorry, you said a good thing, but you missed the point. When Mohbad filed this petition, and along with the video evidence, like you said, Sam Larry should have been charged right then and then because the evidence was there.
Exactly, that's what I'm getting at.
I'm trying to help you. I like your point. Sam Larry should have been charged right then and then.
Exactly, they should have prosecuted him.
Right.
Investigated and prosecuted him. Not to
let me get back to
another petition to checkmate him. To stop him.
Yeah, another petition is allowed by law. Okay, you can counter petition.
Of course, but he has to answer his own.
No, but listen, Jack, he said they invited Mohbad and he did not come back again, which means it leaves rooms for a lot of speculation.
African TV, let me tell you something. These people are crazy. If they are crazy, I am not crazy. When they invited Sam Larry, they were supposed to invite the petitioner at the same time.
Jack, okay, all right, let me add to this.
Mohbad was supposed to be there.
Let me add to this.
I'm coming.
Right.
And Sam Larry, there was no way to that place without somebody taking his bail. As a matter of fact, he will leave that place on bail. They did leave that place on bail. These people are crazy. Right. So what they just told him, look, this is what we do. The police just even advised him, just file a petition, let's file a petition against him. He will run away. These people are crazy. They show so much power play on this guy. I can imagine what Mohbad went through.
Now,
these people are crazy. They are lawless.
Jack, I want to use a case
monsters.
study. Let me use a case study.
Bossman.
Let me use a case study of Yomi and African.
Bossman.
Ma.
Good morning. How are you? Good morning, everyone. Can I quickly say something, please?
Okay.
How did I get to the box?
You sent a request now. You sent a request. The first time you were there, you sent a request 3 times.
My body probably did because I fell asleep. I know I was in the comment section when I was coming from work. So I don't know what happened.
You just sent a request again. You came up again.
You said what?
You sent up a request again and I brought you up.
Just now I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the first time I didn't.
You came up twice and you went down twice.
Because I was already sleeping.
The first time you came up, I guess you heard you talking. I guess Jack was saying that they should mute you because you were talking. I don't know.
Madam, you're up now. Let's hear you. You're up now.
No. I wasn't talking. My TV was on, so I fell asleep. Anyway, let me quickly. I just want to address something real quick, please. Because someone brought actually people were just calling my phone, and I didn't know what was actually going on, because somebody brought it to my attention that you mentioned someone in the name of Kenny Potts.
I want gang desire paying in.
No.
You see, and they're telling me I don't know what
Bossman.
I'm talking about.
Bossman, listen. I want you to hear from me. I'm being honest with you. Mm-hmm. Kenny is not part of those people you're thinking of. I know the first time you guys had an encounter that was on my platform, if you remember very well. It happens on my platform. And he asks you questions,
Not just only on your platform, Supermom. I know what I'm talking about.
You guys have had encounter before.
That was on your platform. Whatever happened on your platform, stay on your platform. But I know what I'm talking about.
That's the only one.
And since he says that he is no longer, that is not whether he has denounced them, I said, okay, cool.
No, he's not. He has never been, to be honest with you.
I know this dude, Supermom.
Because if you notice, it's always, anytime I'm live, then he always comes to my platform, sometimes it's in the comment section or it comes up. But he wasn't part of them. He wasn't part of the critical thinkers or the other. No, please.
No. I know he's not part of the critical thinkers are not up to 7 people.
He's not. I
know, but I know what I'm talking about. From where can see at scratch matter
that I'm talking about. Please, okay. So let's just let's just let it be, please. Okay. Right.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you. That topic is over with. We were on some serious. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Supermom. Sorry about that.
Next time when you see me, if I sent a request, I will have talked. I will have said something.
Yeah, I was wondering that. Well, you've been here for a while.
Because I my body probably pushed the thing because maybe I laid on my phone or something. Because I was already in bed sleeping. So, because I had to work this morning as well. All right, that's what I need to address with you. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
So anyway, So African TV, I would like to use you as a permission to use you as a case study regarding to what happened between you. All right. I don't know who first. I guess Yomi was the first to write a petition against you. Then you did a counter. All right. Now, what I'm trying to bring out now is that Mobile wrote a petition. Then Sam Larry went on his own way to go write a counter petition. So when you write a counter petition and the police are coming to give us a flimsy excuse that Mobile did not show up. What did they mean by Mobile did not show up to come and defend himself? If somebody writes a counter petition, won't you put wanted on him because he's supposed to show up? If the person did not show up, anywhere you see the person, you get him arrested now. I'll be African TV.
Let me tell you what you just said. You see, a counter petition does not erase, terminate, eliminate the initial
petition. Exactly.
Does not. And this is what we are hearing now, that Mobile did not show up to Sam Larry's petition. Now, let's treat Mobile's petition. Mobile's petition, what did the police do? Visually, we have evidence of bullying, harassment, threats to life. Which court did the Nigerian police charge Sam Larry to on those cases prior to Mobile's death? Where did they take the case? What level? Was the case escalated for judicial proceedings? That's the question we need to ask.
They paused it right there.
Okay, very good. If they didn't, then we need to call out the police to find out where the negligence or where that case was truncated. Because inevitably Mobile died. He's dead. So what the boy feared actually took place. Now, for us to get the truth of what happened to Mobile, we must treat that petition and then begin to look into the circumstances surrounding his death. If any of the elements that Mobile mentioned or were investigated or are currently investigated, we will be able to find out what killed Mohbad. You know, there's a law in Nigeria, they say if me and you fight within a year and something happens to me, exactly, you are subject to investigation. We're talking within 3 or 4 months, Mohbad died.
That's the same process why they held Prime Boy liable for Mohbad's tie.
So they can hold Prime Boy, but they cannot hold the people that we saw on video with machete or whatever, and according to Mohbad's testimony that they want to kill him. Again, if I were the king, my name would be legally removed from this nonsense. I would charge Sam Larry. Why did you use my name? And I would investigate every relationship between Sam Larry and Mohbad before the death of Mohbad to make sure that the royal kingdom is not continuously dragged. Until the king does this, that empire, that kingdom, that town, that village will be questionable in the death of Mohbad. And I'm saying this as advice to the king. Legally, the king's office must bring Sam Larry into investigation, and Sam Larry must also clear his name legally if he's got nothing to do with the death of Mohbad, and also to the bullying of Mohbad, he must do the time or pay the price for bullying Mohbad, which we have on video. These are my concerns, and until we get to the beginning of the fear of Mohbad, we're not going to see what happened to Mohbad. Now, back to this, Tony, the question I was asking you, you answered the first part, you would do a disclaimer, fine. Anybody can disclaim anybody at any time. So what would be your next step, Mr. Tony?
African TV, before Mr. Tony answers that question, there is something I want to say quick. Did you hear anywhere where the police even tried or attempted to say that they invited Elegushi as well? Were they not supposed to invite all the people, all the names mentioned in the petition? They were supposed to invite all of them. All of them were supposed to write statements. All of them were supposed to be on bail while they carry out further investigation. They did nothing. All they did was to play balls with this with the gods, with the people that feed them, and tell them like what you did is just slamming. What they just said I did now. Let me tell you, I have seen and heard where even the police have advised someone just like this, someone petition against you, and you because the person has given you love money or some whatever, and you advise the person, okay, we just ran another petition to just sign this guy, and they're saying the guy ran away. Are they stupid or what? Do they think they're talking to stupid people? To be honest, I don't understand the level of the IQ of the people that are in government offices in Nigeria. Most of them, they don't even the IQ can't even merit to even be a shoemaker. Because if they're thinking with their police, they're thinking like this, that the public will just accept all of this nonsense that they're doling out, then they must be stupid or crazy. That's the only way I can explain this. Because you never did any investigation with regards to these people. You never invited this so-called king. You never invited him. Bring the invitation out. Bring the statement out. Bring the report of that investigation out. These people, they're crazy. They're all instrumental in whatever that happened to Mohbad. All of them put together. They just bullied that guy, and they just use their power to just sort of like quieten his spirit, silence him. That's what they do in Nigeria. Power show of power. Intimidation, terrorize people up and down. And some stupid citizens, they will be supporting all that nonsense. Because there is slavery in their DNA. They want to remain slaves to their masters. And that's why they will continue to punish you all.
Thank you, Jack. Let me hear from Tony. Tony, please. I want to hear from you. What would be your legal stand? Besides the disclaimer, what would you do to clear the name of your kingdom and the future kings that are coming into that empire? What would you do, Mr. Tony? Is he here though?
Yeah, I was waiting for the last speaker to be done here. So, again, we need to put this in a bit of context, and I'll explain that using this sequence of events. Now, when Mohbad wrote this petition against Sam Larry, that was well before he met his demise, right? Now, the question you're asking, I'm just trying to lay a few premises here before, so I can put it in the right context. You did ask me what would I have done if I was in the Oba's shoes. So I'll answer the first part of it to say, at the very minimum, I would come out and put out a disclaimer, which was done at the time. Now, the next action I could have taken, and this is something that's open to me, is to take it up legally in courts. I may or may not choose to do that, right? Now, I can play a bit of devil's advocate here to give you a sort of explanation why the Oba didn't choose to go down the legal route. And here is it. So we just need to rewind back to what happened at that point in time. Sam Larry was already in the dragnet of the cops. As a matter of fact, he went missing, he was in a different country. They had to place a wanted on him. As soon as he came back, it was picked up anyway by the authorities, right? And it was going for several days, as a result of which, he made bail and he kept continue reporting to the police on those allegations we mentioned, the visual ones that we saw evidence, which was, the bullying, the threat to life, and what have you. It was during that process that the police came out when the press were hot on the tail of the police on the issue of neglecting Mohbad's plea for help. That these guys were doing this, he cried out to you guys, you never did anything about it, and then now say, oh no, we invited Sam. He wrote a counter petition, and then we invited Mohbad, and he didn't show up, and that was that until Mercy's demise. Now all this was going on, and the Oba, right, at that point may choose to say, oh, of what benefit would it be once I've written my disclaimer, distancing myself from this guy, right? And to be fair, at that point, Sam Larry was already in the dragnet, right? He was already facing the heat, from the coppers based on the primary allegations of bullying Mohbad. So the Obama felt, okay, I've done my disclaimer. Sam Larry is already facing, the weight of the law anyway on something bigger, right? In addition to that, the king then had a bigger fish to fry. What do I mean by that? In the likes of the Arifas and the Westos of this world, where it was on the face of it being criminally defamed as being potentially the father of Liam. So he took several legal steps. And those legal steps, even as far as I was aware, went as far as the UK, where somebody was a legal person was initiated to send cease and desist letters to the like of Bukky Jesse that was on and on about him being the father of. So in actual fact, to your point, African TV, when you talk about the Oba trying to protect his reputation, he did a lot. And the results were clear. The likes of Arifa and a couple others, were picked up on the strength of petitions to the authorities, and they were on remand for a while. The likes of Westo took to their heels.
Tony.
And the fact of the matter is, to your point, yes, the Oba may choose which person to pick up. And I'm telling you, maybe at the time it felt, I'm just playing devil's advocate, it felt that Sam Larry was already in the dragnet anyway, facing this. And
I was asking if I can come in. Tony, I was asking if I can come in.
Yeah, go ahead.
I asked you a simple question.
Yes.
You answered your first option directly. This second option, you've gone round around the world, and you're not telling me what you would do as the king. Your name was used to commit a crime, and you were mentioned in a legal proceeding petition, and the subject matter eventually died. What would you do to exonerate your kingdom, your generation, your chieftains, your image, and the image of all the traditional rulers of Nigeria? What would you do?
I answered that question, though. Maybe you didn't.
No, you did. You answered the disclaimer part.
Yes.
But what would you do legally?
Yes, and I said I may choose to go down the legal route of taking it up with Sam Larry. That's what I said.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that part because I
did. Yes, I did. And I said in the same way I did with the next.
Now, let me tell you what. Let me tell you. There's a reason I chose you to ask these questions.
Yes.
Because when you came up, I sensed you were either on one side. I like to be on the side of the truth, and my truth may be wrong. You used just now. You said I may choose. I may choose. May is.
You said what would I have done? And I said,
what would you have done?
Yes.
I would have done this. Not I may choose to. You see, I won't be letting meji shirimo. Muba said it. He said, "Okmoti finally. Okmoti finally. I be letting meji shirimo. A goat is a goat. A dog is a dog. A goat may not be a dog, and a cow may not be a chicken. May. May is an indecisive language. What would you do? Tony, you are the king of TikTok, and you have been accused of killing Paparano or sending people to kill Paparano.
I will take it up legally, so it's as simple and straightforward than that, right?
I will take it up legally, and what are the legal options? What are the legal options that you have?
Yeah, I would write a petition against Sam Larry, right?
Did the king write a petition against Sam Larry? Anybody knows?
As far as I'm aware, I don't believe he did.
Okay, very good. Has the police charged Sam Larry? Anybody knows?
No, as far as I'm aware, no.
Thank you. You represent majority of the people on this black app listening to us and all over the world. Why has the police not charged Sam Larry? Why has the king not petitioned somebody who used his name to commit a crime? An obvious crime that we saw on video. Why? These are the questions.
I was told that the day he petitioned Baba Mohbad, he also petitioned Sam Larry. But I am not privy to the information in the petition. All right, that was the reason why Sam Larry came there, because he was petitioned by the palace. But I was not aware of. I'm not privy to the information in the petition, and the police have not said anything about it ever since then. Haven't said anything about it since then. I don't know if they detained Sam Larry, but I know that they're sure that they probably detained Baba because Baba was bailed that very day. So I'm not sure if Sam Larry too was bailed, and I'm not sure about that.
Okay, so what you're saying, Bossman, is, as far as you're aware, the king actually did exactly what African TV expected of him, but you don't know what happened afterwards. And Sam Larry went as far as, honoring the invite for the petition, but over and beyond that, you don't know what happened subsequently. Is that what you're saying?
Because, yes, Baba was invited, Sam Larry too was invited. So he petitioned Baba Mohbad and Sam Larry.
Right, okay. So Bossman,
if I were to be in the position of the Oba, you will make it public. Because the public are holding you liable on all of these things. You should have made it public and let people to know. This happened last year. Almost a year now that this whole thing, it's almost a year now that this whole thing happened, and we do not even know what happened in closed door.
Bossman, out of interest, do you know what happened to the king's petition against Baba Mohbad as well?
Say it again.
Do you know what happened to the petition the Oba wrote against Baba Mohbad as well? Do you know what happened to that petition?
I don't know.
Well, there you go. So in the same way, we don't know what happened to the Oba's petition against Baba Mohbad. We don't know
I think there were two things there.
Sam Larry as well, right?
Hold on. I don't know. Okay, hold on. Something just crossed my mind now.
Okay.
On 2 occasions, I know that I don't know the content in the letter of Baba Mohbad as well. But I know that it was due to what Baba Mohbad said on the live that our mommy and all stuff like that. Okay? It was due to that. I guess he was to stop mentioning his name and all stuff like that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So, but for Samilari, I'm not privy to that information. So I guess that was the reason why they wanted to lock Baba up, but he was bailed that very day.
So Baba Mohbad and Sam Larry, they're probably, in similar positions where Oba asserted petitions against them, but we, the public, don't know exactly what happened afterwards. I could hazard a guess. I could say, subsequently, and you guys might be my witness, subsequently, after that petition was written against both Baba Mohbad and to some extent Sam Larry, Baba Mohbad ceased and desisted from making those defamatory statements about Oba being the father of Liam.
But Mr. Tony,
yes.
What my greatest surprise is that what I don't understand is that what Baba said on that live, I have to go and play it again. Because if somebody mentioned Alelo Mohbad, he never mentioned the Oba's name. So the Oba has no rights to petition him on that, except if they have another thing.
I think Baba Mohbad probably either said a bit more about that, right?
So again,
I think Baba Mohbad said a little bit more about that.
Yes, I get.
Yeah, I think he said a bit more than that. But subsequently, it's fair to say that ever since that petition from the Oba was raised against Baba Mohbad, he never went down that route again. I know Bukky Jesse has continued to, but that's a separate matter in itself. And in the same vein, the likes of Aristo and Westo, they never went down that route again.
Anyway, you see, there's a lot of things that is really wrong here. A lot of things is really wrong that is kind of confusing. That the police is not helping out, the government is not helping things out.
Yeah, I mean, and this is not specific to the Mohbad case. That is just the way our police forces work, and that is the kind of government we have in Nigeria. Sadly speaking, not making excuses for them, but that is just the reality.
Yeah, I agree with you. That is
where we live.
What do you have to say to that? Because this thing is really getting, I don't understand, but I think, as far as we are concerned as a citizen, Mohbad petition was not treated. They didn't treat it. They just left it like that. He similarly claimed that he wrote a petition. What was the outcome of the petition? Oh, Mohbad did not show up. Did you guys enforce it to make sure that he showed up? Because if you write a counter,
you couldn't actually enforce. Well, you couldn't. That's what. Okay. So African TV and maybe Yomi Fabiyi to an extent will tell you straight away, given the dynamics of what happens in these kind of scenarios. Once you write a petition against citizen A or B, it generally doesn't just stop at you just writing a petition, right? There are times where you have there are times where you have, right? There are times where you have to follow up, where you have to pass financial inducement.
Mobile did not follow up. Yes, we agreed on that. I know that he did not follow up on that.
Yes.
And
Right.
that he did not. Mobile did not follow up on that. I understand. Even the police said so that he didn't follow up on that.
Yes.
So if he did not follow up on that, and they see a case of pride in it, it should be the responsibility of the police to look into it as well.
Oh yeah, which is why people are saying that Sam Larry, and to some extent,
the petition he wrote guns. Let me read out the petition to you one more time, so you will see what I'm talking about. Just pay attention to it. Petition of threat to life, malicious damage of properties valued the sum of 5 million naira, assaults, occasioning harm, oppression, and conduct likely to cause breach of peace against Samilari, Elegushi, Elile, Obede, and others. One of the above name and address is a law-abiding citizen and a musician bring to your notice the assault and threat to my life by the above mentioned person. On 25th June 2023, while having a video shoot with another artist by the name Santana Bile, the above mentioned persons, numbering about 15, led by Samilari Elegushi, invaded the premises with dangerous arms such as guns, cutlasses, etc., where I was shooting videos and scattered the whole process of the shooting, damaged the equipment I was using for the shooting, valued about 5 million naira, and started threatening my life, which in the process they became violent and assaulted me, which I sustained injuries but narrowly escaped. Attached to this petition is the said pictures. Total amount I paid for the shooting they have destroyed is 8 million naira, which is non-refundable. However, during the assault, they were boasting that they work for Obe Legushi and that they have been asked to deal with me for a reason best known to them, which till date, they are now they still threatening me to kill me if seen. Sir, I called on your good office to save my life from the above mentioned person and bring him to book. That is it.
yes, which they properly responded to at the time on the face of it by inviting Sam Larry to answer to the allegations. Now, my recollection was Sam Larry actually went back there, and here was Sam Larry's defense. I'm not actually saying Sam Larry was right or wrong, but I'm just trying to shed a bit more light on this. I remember Sam Larry saying, oh yes, I went there, and I went there to enforce a sum of money I was owed by this guy, and I went there to scare him, not actually to harm him, but to scare him.
Can I interject you there, please?
Yeah, go on.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, go on.
Over there, I believe, I stand to be corrected, I believe that he was lying. Now, because when they brought him to coroner inquest, he said Mobile was owing him how much? 1 million naira. Now my question is this. Because Mobile was owing you 1 million naira, that is why you go to everywhere to beat him up, to bully him around. You go back. Is that the reason why you went with the guns, cutlasses, with 15 guys? Is that why you went to disrupt his shows? Okay. When you were... Okay, what was the 1 million naira for? He said, oh, you invited him for your mother's burial to come and sing, to come and perform, and he collected the money, he didn't show up. Cool. Now, if Mohbad did not show up, and we all know that Mohbad was actually an artist of a record label, who do you pay to the manager of the record label or to Mohbad directly? If truly Mohbad is from Naira Marley record label, why don't you go for the record label? Why do you go for the individual? That is my stand.
Okay.
That does not match. That thing does not match.
Which I share that as well. But what I want to say to the second part of your inquiry in terms of, okay, as of present day, why is Sam Larry still working free? Why hasn't he been picked up for assault or part of those allegations? I can answer that one straight away. The reason is that, unfortunately, given the passage of time and given what eventually happened to the principal complainant, there isn't anything much the police can do, unfortunately, right? Because if you take it to the court of law, it will be a case of my word against this, and the person alleging this is saying I did X, Y, and Z to him. I'm saying in my counter petition to you, as of before he died, I didn't do any of social sins, and it will be a bit, in the normal course of event, it will be like, okay, complainant A, Sam Larry is now saying he never did that. Oh yeah, come and give your own evidence, but the guy is not actually here again. So I can understand why Sam Larry is almost definitely going to walk free on any potential charge of assault, because the principal complainant and the attendant evidence cannot be put to any form of scrutiny or cross-examination. That's straightforward.
All right. But the person that is still living that could have helped out to as a witness of that issue with this artist, Zlatan.
Yes.
I do not know why Zlatan did not take this matter up, or they've said to it according to the boy thing on the street.
Apparently, yeah, and to your point, apparently they actually did that, the same day or the day after. You must have heard that all of them now went to a joint to go and eat pepper soup and whatever they said it was. That was put out at the time by both Zlatan's people and Sam Larry's attorney at the time. That Zlatan called them in and they went to a joint.
What I'm trying to let you know now, Mr. Tony,
yeah.
Mohbad wouldn't have written that petition by himself, you know that, right?
Yes.
So what about his lawyer that wrote that petition? He will have known his Mohbad stand. So why haven't they called the lawyer that wrote that petition for Mohbad?
Yeah, but all those will be hearsay. The lawyer can only write what has been told to write. I'm talking about what can stand up in the court of law as of today's date. Why Sam Larry is probably not going to walk free on a charge of assault and threat to life. That's what I'm just saying. The lawyer that wrote the petition is not going to be sufficient enough to place Sam Larry.
I'm not saying the lawyer to stand as a witness. I'm saying at least the lawyer will have been aware of about the case, because that petition, a lawyer will now.
Oh yeah,
is a lawyer to write that petition.
Yeah,
and they could have called the lawyer. Okay, what do you understand? You have to investigate. I'm talking about the family lawyer of Aloba. They could have reached out to the lawyer. So who is the lawyer that wrote that petition for Mohbad? Is it the same lawyer that we all knew, Faladi or whatever his name is? Or which lawyer? I will look at the petition again because it's really gory. I cannot read well. I don't know if it was Mohbad that signed or it is the lawyer that signed, but I know that it's the lawyer that we help him to draft the petition and all stuff like that. And the person that will have been in the best position to answer some of these questions about the incident that happened at the show during the video shooting should be Zlatan. But Zlatan is not talking about anymore. He's not talking. Don't say anything about it.
Yeah, but you do understand from a legal point of view why, as of today's day, the police hands are tied in terms of pushing forward a successful prosecution against Sam Larry for those allegations made.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I join in, guys? Good morning.
Francis Fire, it's been a long time. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, you guys did very well. Mr. Tony, I love the way you answer the questions very calmly, honestly. That's good. That's the kind of engagement that we need at the moment. to get to the bottom of things. The only question I came up to ask, first of all, I have a few questions. Is Mobad petition is still valid or not?
Not anymore. Not anymore. Because the police has come up to say they left it where they invited him to come and respond.
Petition don't have expiration date.
But we can.
Well, yes, it does. Why do you complain that it's no more? Yes, it does.
But because it applied, you can indict that petition. You can reopen
the
petition. Not the petition.
Yes.
Not the petition. You can cross-examine the petition and why the police that Mobad submitted that petition to. And
the person who wrote
where I said, in light of no evidence on the face of it, Sam Larry cannot be put in front of a judge to answer to those complaints.
Wait first. Can I tell you what I said? Yeah. Okay. The person who wrote the petition, exactly what he wrote the petition happened at the end. What is the first thing was meant to be done? I believe police should have done the investigation. Because if you notice what exactly said, a few months later, that thing happened. We hear, oh, he was called here as a camouflage.
So who's never been interrogated? Who's never been interrogated?
The people who are mentioned in the petition, we only hear Sam Larry. I believe he mentioned more than one person. We don't hear anything about the rest. Have you ever heard anything about the rest, or Lily and the rest?
No. Only Sam Larry that we're hearing. Because
exactly.
We don't know.
So there is clearly a power playing here. To be a king, you are a father to everybody. You need to be fair. Even if your own son, his name was in that petition, you'll tell the police come and pick him up, because the person who accused them ended up dying. And that's what African TV was saying earlier. This will leave a stain on that royal household. Because this case, the whole world, I'm not a Nigerian, but we can see what kind of game is being played here. And from the way you talk, I believe you somehow connected to those people. As an advice, we know the masses don't have the power to do anything to the king, but also the trust is being broken between them and the king. I hope the king is aware of this. The only way he can vindicate himself is by doing the right thing. Those other boys, because we only hear Sam Larry, but the other ones as well need to be brought to light. And he needs to help the police achieve the right thing, or tell them openly, please investigate this case. Because everybody's aware this guy did not die a natural death, whether it's the missus or those guys. That's all what I came to say. Thank you.
Okay, so there are two issues here. One is potential allegations of assault, right? Which is only allegations as it goes today.
There were videos to prove it. We saw the videos online.
No. There's no video where
Sam Larry... videos made up? Were they AI?
Yeah, there's a video.
Wait. Can I just finish, right? No. Let me just say what I'm trying to say. I saw those videos as well, right? Let me say this again, right? There is no videos I've seen where Sam Larry actually used an object to assault Mobad. I saw a video, right, that got cut off midway where Sam Larry was wielding an object. I never saw any where Sam Larry actually used that object on Mobad. Anyway, I stand to be corrected, right? But that's just by the way. What I'm saying to as of today's date is eventually Mobad pied, right? Bossman, I'm going to try and put you on the spot today, right? Given the passage of time, knowing what we know today, what we knew then, a lot of water has passed under the bridge, as they say. Mobad has spied. A lot of things have come out again, right? Now, over and beyond the issue of assault, let's even assume that, Sam Larry assaulted Mohbad based on the set of his petition. Do you, as an individual that is fair, do you have any evidence or even inclination that Sam Larry was in, or the Oba himself were in any way responsible for the pie of Mohbad? That's a straightforward question.
Yeah, can I try to answer that, sir? The question will be, that's why we're asking the police to investigate. Yeah, that's why we said police did not do good in this case. Let's say I live in the UK. If I write a petition or somebody write a petition against me, and that thing happened later, I will be the first person the police is going to knock at the door. And they will leave me alone until other leads start showing. That's how the laws goes. The laws is very straightforward and we all see it. And that's why I said, even in this petition, I say we are being unfair to some Larry. 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 We are being unfair to some Larry.
As the principal actor. So if I were the police, actually, I would go for the principal actor, that was alleged in that petition, which is the Oba. And before you came on,
Sam is it was the hitman.
No, I'm talking about beyond. No, we're talking about.
Let's say,
the Oba.
If he doesn't have the immunity.
I'm talking about the Oba. I'm talking about we're talking about
people that have the immunity, unless if his immunity is removed. That's what I know. MP.
No, Oba has no immunity. No, Oba has no immunity in Nigerian law. No, he hasn't.
Oh, okay, then the police should have knocked at
several Obas have been jailed, have been arrested in the past few months in Nigeria, right? So Oba has no immunity against criminal activities. Yeah. There was an Oba in a state a few months ago, that was assaulting somebody on camera. He was arrested and put in jail. So let's clear that up, right?
Okay,
So over and beyond that, I'm saying that the principal actor in that petition, beyond Sam Larry has been picked up, is the Oba, right? So his name was mentioned because your question was, why hasn't the Oba been called in, blah, 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 blah. And I'm saying that the Oba's name was just mentioned in that petition, right? That it was the person that sent me. Mohbad said it was the Oba, that sent these guys to come after him, right? The Oba has come up with a disclaimer that I don't know this guy from Adam. Full stop. He's done that. Now, if the police were to pick up the Oba subsequently, in light of what we know today, madam, there has to be a probable cause. There has to be a motive, right? Now, let me push that a step further. So people will say, why on earth would the Oba be going after Mohbad? They don't have any business on the face of it together. So why would they? That was when the rumors around, potentially paternity, Liam, X, Y, and Z, right? Now, if you TikTok
and many more people are afraid of Oba, that's why it's not about paternity and a white powder.
Well, I'm just letting you know, what we know in the public.
The white powder, paternity and the white powder, and I'm not a Nigerian, but according to the global.
Okay, yeah, and the white, Let's make the allegation even a bit wilder. Yes, white powder. Yes, let's even go that extent. But the one that people have been bold to say on the pages of social media is the issue of paternity. That was the main one that's been going up and around, right? Now,
it's the main one is people are afraid to speak about the white powder. You understand this? I understand this.
Yeah. I mean, I don't share those things. I'm just going to tell you what happened to those that was bold enough to push the paternity without much in terms of evidence, right? So those guys came out on this pages of social. I believe you've been on social media for a while. I've mentioned two names. When I tried to talk on this panel, I try to be mindful of what I say without evidence, right? So I mentioned two people consistently since we started this conversation an hour ago. The first one being Arifa, the second one being Westo, right? And a few others. So they came out boldly, right? Oh, and there was this other guy as well. I can't remember his name again. Now you've come to me, you know. Veron, yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder, Veron. So those guys came out boldly, you know, to make those allegations to say, right, okay. If Mobad has mentioned this Oba's name as far back as many months before he died, and a few other allegations here and there, on the face of it, it potentially has to do with the paternity of Liam. So they came out and said, Oba, it's not enough for you to say, I don't know Sam Larry from anywhere. There's this rumor flying around that you have something to do with the paternity of Liam. Oba, can you come out and refute those allegations? That went on for a while until these guys went a step further and said, Oba will put it to you. You are the alleged baby father of Liam. That was when matters took a turn for the world. Now, one or two things here, fancy fire. If Oba had kept quiet, people would say, oh, that means potentially you're the father because you're not taking any steps against even though he wrote a statement in the end that had nothing to do with the paternity of this baby, blah, 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 blah. But people like us will still challenge Oba in a year's time that, when they were saying you are the baby father, baby, this guy looks like you, Liam looks like you, what legal steps did you take over and beyond writing a disclaimer? Hence the reason why the Oba went after these guys, right? These guys are currently, they spent considerable time in custody. These guys are now, you know, in the legal process. They've been going to court every now and again to defend these allegations. As a matter of fact, two of these guys, Arifa and Veron, they've come out, you know, not once, not twice, right, to recant those allegations. They've refuted, they've said, oh, they're sorry, there's no proof, blah, 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 blah. The Oba should forgive them. They understand they're still in the legal process going on. So to that extent, fancy fire, the question I'll put to you is, given what we know now, given what is going on at the present time, would you advise anybody to come out again and push any further narratives around, you know, this white powder you talked about without any form of evidence? Would you do that? And I don't believe it is a police job to be going after this Oba when the people that came out on social media multiple times before now with a reasonable degree of certainty that, oh yeah, Oba, you are, we have the proof, we know you're the father of Liam, come out and defend yourself, blah, 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 blah. And these same guys, you know, have been shouting, say, Oba, forgive us. We never knew nothing about it. We're in court now. The court has told us to bring the proof that, you know, you're the father of Liam. We don't have any proof. It was just allegations, bare parlor gossip, right? Okay. Who would now come out to say, oh, yeah, another potential motive for you buying Mobile because of white powder? Nobody can do that. Nobody can say that, right?
It depends. Thank you for your question, sir. It depends. First of all, Justice for Mobad. Mobad is just the title. It's a movement, not only for the Nigerians. I'm not a Nigerian, but that thing starts because Nigeria is always the big brother. The other African countries will follow. It's a justice where we don't want demagogue to abuse the youth and intimidate them. You just gave now a classic example of Veron and Arifa coming out and changing their statements. If you observe carefully, and that's why I told you earlier, Oba need to be very careful to not stain his name, because the world we are in today, social media can make you or break you. As far as the masses are concerned, they think these guys are being intimidated. I don't know if he's aware of this. It came a point, as I talked about mistrust earlier, that now already there's a mistrust between the masses and him. And that's why I said earlier, he needs to start working to build that trust by telling the police. I know Corona inquest is on, and that's what maybe stopped the police investigation. However, we need to see him working because he has the power and he can make things move for his sake and for the youth's sake. That's one. Number two, in terms of people not coming up, I believe there are a few people who have evidence. But now people are scared. As I said earlier, there's intimidation. It came to the point now, even if you forward information to the police will go and sit on it and say the DPP has already charged 2 people. So if you sit, me and you, if we sit on the fence and we distance ourselves from this case, what our conclusion will come up with? Because the internet made the world now a small village. And after Mubad, there is life. Where do Obat see the future? These are questions because, as I said earlier, a king is a father to everybody. Even if there is no concrete evidence today, he still needs to work and do something. I'm not saying for sure that until now there's no evidence, but there are people who claim to have the evidence, but they're afraid to come out. And typical example, I love that you mentioned Veron and Arifa. You can see the fear in their eyes. Thank you. That would be my question. That's how I would observe. I don't know about the rest, but that's how I look.
Mr. Tonya, you asked a question earlier on, and I have some answer. I have an answer for that. Okay. You asked if there was any evidence against Sam Larry bullying Mubad. Yes, there is an evidence.
No. I didn't say that. No. I didn't say that. I didn't accept that there was evidence saying he bullied him. I said in the pie of Mubad. That's what I said. That's the question I asked you.
Anyway, in the pie,
I didn't say I didn't believe he was bullied. I actually accepted he was bullied.
And Mr. Tony, I live in an area where it's full of Nigerian, to be specific, Yoruba. That's how I got involved in this case. Do you know people outside social media have more information?
You don't watch this kind of account, so
go ahead.
On social media, it's just that people are afraid to talk on social media. But I'm surrounded by a lot of Yorubas, by the way, and they married my sister's daughter. So I am in this community, and trust me, people hear more information than what people let on social media. And that's why if you are connected to these people in anyhow, Oba really need to start cleaning his name. Not because of evidence. I know people come and say, where's evidence? No. As Oba is not a politician. You need to understand that. He's a king. As a royal, you have some duties. And as I said earlier, there's mistrust between the masses and him now. And you need to start working towards that. Thank you. And I appreciate you, Mr. Bossman, for giving me time. And Tony, stay blessed. I'm going to go down now.
Fancy Fire. It's been a long time. That was a very good, that's a nice one for you. That's a good one. Thanks for coming, Fancy. Now, Mr. Tonya. I'm Tony, right, Mr. Tony?
Yeah.
You sound really eloquent in your, the way you render your words and all that. I fancy that. And but I have some questions for you. I hope you're actually following the case of the Corona inquest. Are you following? Are you tagging along?
Yeah.
All right. So far so good. We got into the inquest generally. What is your take that could have led to the pie of Mubad? During the last Corona inquest, the driver came up there, and if you go through the CTC, you hear that all the testimony of all these people, they're not really tallied at all. All right, and the police investigation. They said mobile played previously. In each and every one of these people's statements, according to the police too, in their investigation, they never come in anywhere that mobile had an altercation with his wife on their way. According to the police are not aware. The police is not aware that on their way back home there was an altercation. There is nowhere in the police statement that Mobad and his wife had an altercation back in the house. All right. So, what is your stand on this case? Do you think the wife have a hand in the fire of Mobad?
My simple response to that is until all the 15 people in that house are brought forward and properly interrogated, we're not going to be any none the wiser. That is my straightforward answer to that. Until all the actors in that apartment are brought in and properly interrogated, we wouldn't be any the wiser what actually led to mobile spy, full stop. Right? I don't believe the answer necessarily leads in so I don't believe the answer is something Sam Larry or Naira Marley can answer. I think the answer to that puzzle would reside between all the 15 actors that were in that apartment on that Sunday night. Until that is done, I don't think we're going to be any none the wiser in regards to actually buying mobile. That is my answer to that. Very, very straightforward and simple.
Yeah, Africa TV, you have one. I still have more questions, but let me take on Africa TV. Do you have any questions? Any question? Africa TV, are you there?
I wouldn't just single out Wumi, right? I think that's a conspiracy. I wouldn't just point the fingers at the one person. I think it would be unfair to say, oh yeah, Wumi's responsible. No. Yeah, I'll be looking at all
15 people in the house, right?
Yeah, all of them.
15 people, yes.
Yeah, all of them.
So what about, if I might also ask you that, do you think it was the injection that took Mobat's life?
So my answer to that is clear-cut, right? So it may be, it may not be. And I say this because I have a bit of a legal background. If I'm going to be pushing a narrative that the application of an injection willfully, with a bit of malice, led to mobile spy, I would have to retrace my steps a bit and say, okay, what is the motive, potential motive, right? Why somebody would apply a lethal injection to buy mobile? I'm talking if it wasn't by accident here. And this is where it goes back to what actually happened in the run-up to that night and what are the testimonies of all the 15 people that were in the apartment at the time. Because don't forget, we're not just going to look at this in isolation and talk about the injection. We're going to talk about the rumors around, there was a fight, there was some broken railings, X, Y, and Z. So we have to look at this holistically to be able to get to the bottom of it. We're not going to be able to focus on or rule any single thing in or out. We have to look at the whole picture. And that will start from, the day in running up to that night of the Sunday and beyond. And until we hold those 15 people, hold them in and properly question them, we're not going to be any none the wiser. Because if we do that, that means we're actually arriving at a conclusion without actually, properly investigating the roles of, all the people that were with that guy, in the run-up to his eventual demise.
All right. I still have more questions, like maybe like 2 or 3. But before asking you further questions, we have Mommy Jay in the house.
Good morning, Bossman.
Good morning. How you doing?
Yeah, good morning, Bossman. African TV, Ekarasa. Akordun, and we wash up with Ekarasa. Mr. Tonya, I was here because of you. I just have a few questions because I was listening to your submission. If I may ask, are you in one way or the other related to the royal family or? No. Because I listened to your submission. We've been streaming this live for hours now, and listening to you and your submission made me come up and ask you if you were related or have any, relationship to any of these guys. Just the way you sound defensive, back to back, and I feel like, just my own opinion, I feel like you're not fair enough. How you went defensive on the part of the king and the other counterpart, Sam Larry, because you have answers for every questions that were asked about this individual, and if you're not related to them in any way or the other, how come you have answers to every questions that were bothering every Nigerians, every African? And thank God, I think the lady that just dropped now, is it that she's from maybe Zimbabwe or something? I don't know, but I know she's from an African country. So that means other African countries aside from Nigeria are also concerned. So if every one of us were asking these questions, and someone like you who is not related to the royal family and Sam Larry, we're okay, South Sudan, thank you. So we're all concerned. How come you have answers to all the questions that were asked? And also, I'm going to end my question right now. Also, do you have an evidence to back all these answers up? And when I mean evidence, I'm expecting an evidence from the Nigeria police to present. Do you have any evidence you can present to us right now, or tell us to go to Google that so evidence was released to the public on so date? Because to my best knowledge, and I think to most of the best knowledge of the people in the comment section and the host, we didn't see any evidence or any press release as regards most of your answers. So can you go ahead and answer my question, please? Thank you.
Okay, Bossman, you've been on this, you've been anchoring this live for a while now. As a witness, just to respond to what has been said, can you please clarify, because I'm a bit lost here, where I've got answers in quotes to every questions regarding the Oba or Sam Larry? I don't believe I have. As a matter of fact, I said a few times, I gave a bit of my background here, that I'm speaking purely from a legal perspective, evidential perspective, and I even went as far as saying, right, I play devil's advocate here and there. Yes, I don't in any way, this is an intellectual discourse, I don't in any way hold forth for any of the principal actors here, right? I even went as far as saying, on the basis of the evidence available, yes, Sam Larry definitely has a case of bullying to respond to. At the end of that, I now pose a question to you, Bossman, and a few others, that as it stands today, is there evidence, on the face of it, to link Sam Larry to the pie of mobile? That was how I left it. So if somebody's come out here to say, I'm speaking on behalf of the Oba, I have answers to every question, I'm not sure if that is fair. So I wouldn't directly respond to that over and beyond just putting it to your Bossman, that all I'm doing here today is having an intellectual discourse, and I've done a devil's advocate here and there. And it's been going, okay so far.
Yeah, it is actually true that you said you're playing the role of a
but just as a disclaimer, I'm not related to any of the principal actors here. If I'm speaking here to and people believe I am, I want to clear that off. It's probably because of my legal background. Full stop.
Exactly. I would like to you.
What can stand up in the court of law as opposed to what can go on the social media. Full stop. I just want to clear that off.
Yeah, that's a very good one. Even before Mommy Jake step up, I was already having the reason why I was throwing all those questions at you because I wanted to know where you stand. So all the questions I was asking you was basically I was trying to psychologically I was trying to know which angle you stand with.
Yes.
That's why I was asking you the last two questions I was asking you. That was the reason because I was like, what's going on here? So I was trying to know where you are, if you are neutral or you are from the royal or whatever. That's why, of course, people are listening. We have about 90 people listening right now. So, and I guess some people are also streaming from other platforms. Some people also can recording as well. Some bloggers are here as well that's going to take this into other social media platforms and all that. So that was the reason why we just want to be sure of your stand. We don't know if it was from the other side or from the royal, and that is where. And I guess she just came out to speak the mind of the other people, the other listeners. I'm sorry if that sounds.
No, it isn't. That's why I had to put the question to you, right? And I have to make that disclaimer again in case he wasn't here when I said so. My viewpoint is from from a legal standpoint. I don't hold any affiliation to either the Lugosi family, Sam Larry, Naira Marley, Yomi, or anybody at all. I don't in any way, shape, or form. And I've said I've gone as far as saying that yes, when it comes to assault and bullying, Sam Larry don't have a lot of questions to answer. I've said that much.
Mr. Tonia, there was never an allegation, and there's no reason for any disclaimer. I never alleged you. I had some.
No. I'm just talking generally, full stop, right? In case people Bossman was just asking me that, people might have been wondering where I stand here and there. So I'm just making that clear, that's all.
If there is no allegation, so there is no need for a disclaimer. If there is an allegation, that is when we can disclaim. I don't need.
No. I guess Mr. Tonia was actually responding to me, saying that
I was responding to Bossman.
That the reason why I was asking all those questions before you came up on Mommy J was because I was also having a kind of feeling that that sent him to us to come talk to us, to pick our brain. So it was only putting a disclaimer to what I was talking about, that I was asking him to my questions.
We've been streaming for a while, and I'm sorry to do this, Bossman, your page. I just can't hand it at some point. Just have to come and ask him, like, where do you stand? Because that's the feeling we're getting. I may be wrong, but I know perfect. I may be wrong to other people, but that's the feeling I'm getting. That's the feeling most people were getting while we were streaming. And this is, I don't see any picture on Mr. Tonia's page. If I see any picture, I could have been like, okay, I know this person. So I think, we are here to learn and to,
to rub minds.
Dialogue and rub minds. And when something is not clear, I need a, definite answer. But that's why I said, I would love to know where he stands.
Your stand. You want to know his stand. Okay.
Yeah, because when it comes to the royalty questions and Sam Larry, I felt a defensive mood. And when it comes to the people in the house, I felt targeting more. So that's why I felt, and I'm sure that people have this feeling. And if I could go back to what the lady from South Sudan said, I felt like we are on the same page. If the lady that just gave her last submission. So that's the reason why I came up. Thank you.
So, Mr. Tony, do you understand that? I guess people were having the notion that, It's like the way you gave your submission and all stuff like that. They believe that you are trying to be defensive to the other side. But to me, I think you've been fair. Of course, if you're not being fair, of course, we are going to have a little bit of disagreement there. I guess you've been fair with your stand, but we just want to know that in this train of justice for Mohbad, what is your stand? Are you also what is your own take regarding to this justice for Mohbad? Are you also a justice seeker? Are you looking for justice for Mohbad? Are you on the side of the wife, or you're just neutral? What is your stand?
No, I'm not on anybody's side. I've told you my standpoint, where I'm coming from, which is that anything I say today, right, I always ensure I wear my legal hat on. You get my point? So I always try to cycle back to evidence, right, proof, and how to get it. And you've also asked me a pointed question that, in my own view, in my own opinion, who do you think is either responsible for the plight of Mohbad? And even if I don't, how do I believe the police can get to the bottom of who plied Mohbad? And I've given you that answer. I didn't point fingers to any specific person. I said that as of today, given what is going on in the inquest and whatever, there's a lot more that the police needs to do. And until they get in the 15 people that were in the house on the night of the day Mohbad died, I don't think we're going to be any nearer the truth. I've said that.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Lastly, Mr. Tony, if I may ask, do you think that the police, the Lagos State Police Force, indicted to the plight of Mohbad by messing up everything?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I believe that
the police
they have got to enough from day one.
I'm going to drop. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you, Mama. Thank you so much.
Some answers are here in the comment section, and I wouldn't want to obstruct your life.
So you can, if you have more questions, you can. It's going to be a civil conversation. You can ask questions.
Think she should stay.
Okay, stay.
So stay and speak your truth.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
you can speak your mind, you can ask questions, just let us make it civil. Where can she go to Mr. Tony? So that's just it, by the way. And Mr. Tony,
hold on, Bossman, sorry. I wasn't paying good attention, but was Tony asked if he's supporting a particular group or not?
Yeah, he said it's just neutral, just a neutral person. And from the legal
you know what? If you remember a while ago, I asked Tony, I said, me, don't use that word me. Tony has this presentation style like a king's maker. When he was talking, I could see like an emissary of the chieftains or kings talking. That's why I asked him those questions. And like you said, I think it's been balanced, it's been fair. But in this environment, Tony, if I must advise you, it's been fair, but I think that also comes with being tactical.
Yeah, exactly.
Because when it was being natural, just flowing, when it was flowing, you could get this sense of is this one of the king's makers?
I swear to God, that's why I was asking. That's why I was throwing questions at him.
That's the delivery. That's the perception.
And then Mommy J came out.
That's the perception from everybody.
Came with every question, she doesn't know how to answer.
I'm not worried. If Tony, if he's a king's maker, it's good. He can take our message
of course,
to the right people because
so far it's going to be civil and all that. That's to say they have to
Actually, I would like an environment where a representative of the king would come up and speak and engage people.
We can
always speak the king's truth. They cry about transparency and democracy and all that, and your name is being dragged in the mud, and you cannot get somebody, even let's say a representative, your PR, to come out and speak and say this is where the throne stands and this is what the throne knows, so that people can take their name take your name
off of their mouth. Because if we don't get to the bottom of this, kill me, kill Paparano, kill whoever, lock us up, other people will come up. My son, who's 4 years old, already knows Paparano, and he's going to know all the other hosts. They will grow up into this, and Marco le Shalaiku. So Tony, if you're representing the king or any chieftain, you're welcome. If you're just being yourself,
Tony has put a disclaimer that no, he has no affiliation with all these people that you mentioned. He has no affiliation with them. He has done that. So those are things to actually sink in.
And in a way, I actually feel a bit honored for me to be described in such flowery language that I'm one of the kingsmakers and what have you. But far from it, I'm not. I don't know these guys from anywhere. I don't know any of the principal actors from anywhere. And I can understand the reason why some people may have that opinion. And I've tried as much as possible to explain why. Because I have a legal hat on. And in the profession in which I've been well-versed for many years, we try to be as dispassionate as possible. And we try to avoid absolutes taking a position when we don't have the full facts. When we know for a fact that there's so many gaps and the police hasn't done a good job from day one. There's so much more to be able to interrogate before coming to a conclusion. That is the reason why, right? Yeah. I could pop up today professionally, and defend any of the actors here. Be it Wumi, be it Sam Larry, be it Naramali, be it any of those in the house. I could do that if I wanted to. But as of today, being fair, being neutral, I don't believe I have enough as it stands today to be able to personally indict any single individual in the pie of Mohbad. And the reason
do you think, Tony, there is enough evidence to indict Sam Larry on the video for the intrusion on the musical video set?
I said that already in terms of assault. Yes, I said that already.
And I think I heard you guys saying statute of limitation, that you can no longer be prosecuted.
I never did. I never said anything regarding that.
I heard somebody saying you can no longer be prosecuted because Mohbad is dead. No, I don't believe that.
No, I said there's enough to be able to bring in Sam Larry for potential assault against Mohbad. What I was asking Bossman about was the pie of Mohbad, right? That in terms of the death of Mohbad, right? Do you think you can bring in any charges as it stands against Sam Larry on the one hand, and Bossman threw a question back at me that who personally do I think is responsible for the pie of Mohbad? To which I responded, I don't have enough evidence or info until the police properly do their job and appointed Bossman in the right direction. That will have a lot of holds. You got 15 people in the house there that hasn't been pulled in for interrogation. Until that is done, it's going to be impossible for me to be able to tell Bossman categorically that X, Y, or Z is responsible for the pie of Mohbad. And that was why I left my submission. And Bossman now wanted to ask a few questions, and that was it before you.
Yeah. So, Mr. Tony, regarding to the police, I ask you that: do you think the police are indicted in this case of Mohbad? And do you think that the general public can actually sue the police for this?
The police are heavily indicted, but in terms of the general public suing the police, no. They don't have that local standing to sue the police. The only people that can sue them are people that are directly affected by the pie of Mohbad. Right? Whoever those parties are, it could be the late wife, it could be the wife of the late gentleman, it could be the dad, it could be the mom. It could be people directly affected by the pie of Mohbad. It could be the case of negligence against the police not doing the proper job and what have you. But that time is not yet now. I don't believe. I think it will be, in the near future. It will come at a time when the police have said, we've done all we can, there's nothing more we can do. And then people now come up and say, no, we're going to bring a case against you guys because of X, Y, and Z. You didn't bring in the right parties. You didn't question ABC. You botched up a bit of the evidence. You didn't secure the crime scene. There's a lot more in there, which I probably wouldn't want to go to now. But yeah, potentially that's a case against, the prosecuting authorities at a point in time. Now, whether or not the bereaved actors have a case or they can pursue that case in the Nigeria of today is a separate question entirely. But do I believe that at a point in the future they might have a case against the police? Yes, I do believe that on the face of it, as it stands today.
Tony, did you say you work in the legal profession or something like that?
Yes, I did, yes.
Are you a lawyer?
Yes, I did, yes.
Are you a lawyer or you're law enforcement?
No, lawyer.
Huh?
No.
Your answer is not clear to me.
I don't work in enforcement. No, I said no, not enforcement.
So you're a lawyer?
Yes, I am, yes.
Abroad or in Nigeria? Nigeria, okay. I will DM you now. The question, based on what you said, your submission,
yes.
Did you say that in the death of Mohbad, the police is indicted or they're indictable on the death of Mohbad? Is that what you said?
Indictable at the point in the future, yes.
On what grounds?
No. I said, okay, so I put a caveat on that. I said, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're clear.
So I said at the point in the future, if the police were to come up and say they've closed the case, we're no longer able to pursue the individuals that may be responsible for the fire of Mohbad. So let me put this hypothetically. If in a couple of months' time, all we have, to deal with is just a case of the police coming up and saying we can't find anybody to hold responsible for the fire of Mohbad, and they now tell the public we're closing the case, the murder investigation as it stands, right? Now, I could, as an affected party, it could be the late singer's spouse, it could be the dad, it could be the mom. I could raise a case against the police and say, I don't believe you did any due diligence when it comes to the investigation of the fire of Mohbad. On what grounds I could say...
Mr. Tony, I have a question for you, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt. Did you see a video flying around of where Mohbad was handled by the NDLEA?
Yes, I saw it.
Did you see those videos?
Yes, I saw it, yes.
And also, have you seen the petition he wrote before he died? Did you see the petition, or have you took your time to read the petition?
Against
the king in Sam Larry. Have you taken your time to go through that petition to digest it?
Did you say against who? Against Sam Larry, you mean?
Sam Larry and the king.
We talked about that already here an hour ago.
Okay. So my question is this: did you think the police handled the petition very well?
No, they didn't. I've cleared that already as well.
They didn't, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now
we spoke about that already here, right?
Okay. I'm gonna go to that now. Now,
okay.
In the case whereby Mohbad's family are illiterate, and I'm not saying they are illiterate, but a situation whereby they are illiterate, or probably, we all know in Nigeria, you have to know someone to get what you want when it comes to the government. Now, we know Mohbad's father is a carpenter, and we know who his mom was, and we know his wife is, We know right now that Mohbad needs someone, and he needs the public. As a matter of fact, most of the things that Mohbad was able to get, towards justice, was through the help of the public. And in every country, the power of every country is social media, public. We cannot underestimate the power of the public. Now, in a situation where the family doesn't give a shit or give a book about justice, are you saying myself as a member of the public, or if some set of individuals took it upon themselves to go after the police, because they didn't treat that petition very well? And there's a part in that petition that says, I'm fearful for my life, I don't want to die. And we see a series of videos out there where these chaps keep saying repeatedly that I don't want to die. And eventually he died. Are you saying the members of the public do not have the right to come up as a team and go after the police? If it doesn't matter if he has a wife. Okay, how about a situation whereby this young child does not have a wife? He's an orphan. Let's say he's not married before he died, and he's an orphan. And you saying a member of the public cannot advocate for this young child to go after the police for ill-mannered, or how they manage petition? That's my question. Then I have another question too. I think the reason why Mohbad did not show up was because he came to the police station to write a petition against an individual, and the police invited this guy the same day they invited the oppressor. If for someone who knows how things works in Nigeria, if I'm the person, if I'm Mohbad, I will not show up. Because my oppressor is going to be on seat at the same time with me. I'm going to look into his face with fear, with anxiety, and so on. I think, in my own opinion, I think the police should not have invited Mohbad the same day they invited Sam Larry. So those are the two questions that I have. But I would appreciate it if you can treat the first one, please. Thank you.
So, I'm a bit lost in terms of whether I can finish.
Let me rephrase.
No. I'm not saying I don't understand your point. I just wanted to lay some ground rules before I proceed.
You're lost. But
you didn't allow me to finish while I'm lost, though.
Okay. Let me put it in a short form.
If you, okay, go ahead. I'll listen to you.
Mohbad is an orphan. He was never married before he died. He had no parents. But you and I, as a member of the public, saw the video and saw the petition. And the same way you agree that the police did not treat the petition very well is the same way I myself, some people in the comment section and the panelists here felt like the petition was not handled very well. Are you saying, as a member of the public, we cannot advocate for this individual that is an orphan? Is that what you're saying? Because
I'm not saying that. You could advocate for him if you wanted to.
No, you said the member of the public cannot, only the
No, you're mixing it up. No. You're mixing it up. If you allow me, I don't know if I can engage though. If you allow me, so there are no absolutes in these matters, right? So advocating is different from taking the necessary legal steps that will potentially lead to a successful prosecution. Anybody can advocate for anything, full stop. So to clarify you and to clear this once and for all, right? The member of the public can actually advocate. A lot of this stuff going on social media today it's a form of advocation. So let's be clear on that, right? Here's what I said, right? Just be clear. Is that for you to transform advocacy to bring in a case, a litigation, if it's civil, or prosecution, if it's criminal, takes a lot more. And I mentioned the issue of local standing. What that means is there's a few hurdles you have to cross over before you get to that point. And the court will be asking you, A, what is your interest in this case, right? That's why I mentioned the issue of interested party. You mentioned the issue of an orphan, right? Orphans oftentimes are minors. Orphans in the legal framework do have guidance, either nominated by the state or a part of the state as well. You understand my point? So even if you, as an interested party, wants to take a case up, nobody's going to stop you doing that, right? But what you have to do at a point in time is to join those interested parties to the case so that you don't end up in front of a judge and your case is thrown out at the time you, as a bystander or a busybody, right? I don't want to go into too much legal ramifications, but I'm just trying to set the tone. And I've said that when I joined this platform. And when I started talking here, I had a legal cap on my head. So maybe that's why the confusion stands. So to clarify your point, anyone could advocate for anything. But when it comes to that next step in getting justice, in the legal, in a law court.
What I meant by advocating is part of, going after the police. Because advocating doesn't mean, I don't know what you understand, I don't know your whole word of advocating. Advocating is part of getting justice, speaking on behalf of the less privileged, speaking on the behalf of the dead, going after justice in any way, any form of justice for let someone who is not in a position to speak for themselves.
Mami J, hold on, both of you calm down. There's a lingo going on here. Mami J, let's make it simple for him and you make it simple for us. Can the public sue the police for negligent, inappropriate, unprofessional behavior in the petition that Mohbad filed and in all other cases that we see misconduct? You said only the family, and what we want to know, can the public sue the police? You mentioned a few hurdles. I'm interested in those hurdles. What are the hurdles?
Yeah, I'm not against you, but the reason I'm asking this question is because the family is not helping in justice. They're not helping. So where do the public
members? That's the simple question she's asking you.
African TV is like the network is really whatever, but I guess we can still hear you.
I think it's just breaking up.
You understand all those questions?
Yeah. So I don't know if African TV still. So yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. My network went away for a minute. Sorry. I hope you heard my questions.
Yeah, I think it was just going back and forth there. Your network was going back and forth in there.
Let me summarize. I said let's stop the grammar. What she's asking you, can the public hold the police responsible in a legal way for negligent or unprofessional conduct in handling Mohbad's petition and any other areas where we have found misconduct or unprofessional behavior? That's what she's asking you. You said a family member, and you mentioned a few hurdles on the part of the public. I'm interested in those hurdles. What are the hurdles the public must go through to represent Mohbad? Assuming Mohbad had nobody. She used the word orphan as a general language, but assume that Mohbad was just one boy on the road that was treated this way, and the public wants to fight for him. What is your position as a legal
person? Yes, and I started clarifying that, but then I was interrupted again. And here's what I said again. And I said, yes, anyone can actually bring a case anywhere. It doesn't matter if the public or the private or the family or not. It doesn't actually matter. And I said that the hurdles you're gonna have to navigate through is to be able to satisfy the court that you yourself have that local standing, that you have that you're an interested party. You have to prove to the court that you have so much an interest in the case that the court will deem it sufficient to be able to hear you on the matter you bring in there, be it civil or criminal, right? So you mentioned the public is quite vague, whatever that means. But no matter who that person is, right? You have to prove to the court you have a local standing. You have such an interest in this case to be able to pursue justice that the court will deem it appropriate to be able to say, oh yes, this guy's actually an interesting party. It's not bringing a frivolous suit to this court to waste the court's time, pretty much. Right? So that's the summary without me having to go deep into, the legal list or what we're talking about. So you have to satisfy the court that you're actually an interested party. You have that local standing to bring that case. Full stop. Yeah.
Tony, you see this local standing. Tony.
I give an example of who an interested party is, which is why I went, for example, it could be the relative, it could be the mom, it could be the dad, it could be somebody that knows the related X, Y, and Z. It could be public advocacy, the legal representative as well. It could be any of that. Right?
Okay, let's try this, Tony. Let's try this. Let's try this. You see, local standing is big grammar for the common man like us that are listening to you.
I explained that.
You did? Okay, I missed it. Okay, let me just be straight. Can a civil society, like an NGO, human rights fighters, or advocates,
yes, they can.
Yes. So what's all the grammar for now? Why all the grammar?
No. I'm just saying, just have to prove to the court, right, that they have such an interest because of X, Y, and Z to be able to bring that case. That's all. That's as anybody could. It doesn't have to be an NGO. It doesn't have to be, the relevant. Just give an example of what an interested party could be. On the face of it, without having to go into the legal, right, a spouse of the deceased is a sure banker one that can be seen as an interested party. The mom or dad, the son could be, right? Even Leanne being being a minor can actually bring that. Of course, there'll be people bringing it on his behalf. But yes, they can actually. Yep.
Thank you.
The reason why we go around in circles is because South African TV, if you notice, I try not to present.
Are you saying the public cannot sue the police? Is that what you just said now?
Sorry, come again. I didn't hear that.
So are you saying the public have the right to sue the police now for not treating his petition well, and he ended up dying despite him running to the police for help? Are you saying that now? Because I need to know.
No. So the public can. They could if they wanted to. What I said was that it would make better sense to wait until when these ongoing proceedings are done before they can do that. Because if I were advocating or representing the police, if somebody tried to sue me now, one great defense on my part would be, hey, my lord, these matters are, sub judice. They're in front of several courts here and there, right? We're still in the middle of investigation in courts. There's a coroner court still ongoing.
No, that's
right?
another thing. That's another thing, Mr. Tonya.
I'm just giving you an example why it might not be the best time to do it. That's all. I'm not saying they cannot. I'm not saying the timing, it might not be the better time to do it. That's all I said.
I'm not talking about the timing now. My question came up your statement arose my question when you said it's only the wife, the wife and the parent that can sue the police. That was what.
No. I didn't say that. I said those are the interested parties on the face of it. I didn't say. I said an interested party.
I'm gonna let it slide.
I give an example of the wife, the dad of the mom.
I'm going to let it slide, but I think I have evidences. I have witnesses who can testify.
No problem. Okay, I did clarify my position subsequently, so it doesn't really matter.
The public can go after the police. They can sue the police. Thank you. We got that right. I'll mute for now.
All right, sir. Mr. Tony, I hope we're just bombarding you with questions. Anyway,
no.
I just want to ask. I just want to ask
this matter. So
there's a question on the comment section where I want to read. How do we get evidences to sue the police to show that the police did a bad job?
Exactly the reason why I said timing matters as well. Why I said, Bossman, I don't know, as of 18 months ago, when this case was still in its infancy, if you were to ask me that question 18 months ago, this how do we get that evidence? I would say, hopefully with the passage of time. With what we know now, the evidences are mounting up, right? We've been able to talk about people in the house, they haven't been interrogated by the police 18 months after the fact, right? And the reason I'm saying that is, as the days roll by, towards the end of the police inquiries, right? At the end of that process, you will have more than enough, hopefully, to be able to say, right, A, the police have said they've hit a brick wall, there's nothing more to do, right? It's only then that you can now say, okay, you haven't done this, you haven't done that, you haven't done X, Y, and Z, and put that in front of a judge, full stop. You have a few already, right? And we've mentioned a few here so far, right?
Yes, exactly.
Right, So, and that is what it's going to take at the end of the day to be able to mount a successful litigation against the police. It's going to be a simple one.
I think, if you indulge me, Tony, 2 questions for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you consider yourself a justice fighter? Are you an advocate for justice?
What do you mean? Are you an advocate
for justice? Are you advocating for justice?
Yeah. In everything that justice and truth, yes.
Okay. In the case of Mohbad, are you advocating for justice or you're just cruising?
What do you mean by cruising?
Cruising meaning just indulging people on social media, listening to opinion.
No, I don't cruise on social media. I don't cruise on social media. It's not the first time I've come up have this kind of discussion on social media.
Did you say this is your first time?
This is my first time of having this lengthy discussion on a panel of social media. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. By the power invested in me, as the Odogu of the former years.
And it wouldn't be frequent. I'm a very busy person, so let's be clear.
Don't worry. I'm giving you an assignment. Oh, you haven't even answered the main question. Are you fighting? Do you have interest in getting Mohbad justice?
I have interest in getting any, regardless of who that person is. Anybody.
I want to narrow it down to Mohbad.
I cannot narrow it down. My professor doesn't allow me to.
It's for me.
Right, that's why I said.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody.
Now,
Right.
Okay, yeah, just like she said, she gave me the example of a new
person. If I wasn't, I probably wouldn't have spent this much time. So,
well, I'm happy that you're here. I mean, I left my house, took a shower, took a shave. I'm at a location and you're still here, so I'm happy that you're here.
This is a rare occurrence. So,
I see you coming back. As a matter of fact,
you would because of my time. That's all.
Actually, this is where I'm going. Yes. This is where I'm going. You are a lawyer, and there's so many lawyers that have been up and down this black app. I think if the lawyers
that are interested in justice for Mohbad would get themselves together. You guys know the intricacies of the legal profession. You can actually come up ordinary 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 on the case of the petition of Mohbad, you're saying now generally that time that people should not or cannot bring a suit now.
No, I don't see why a suit. No. I didn't say that.
Okay, what did you say?
No. I said no. God. No. And I did explain to Bossman. I said they could bring that case, and I'm saying the best timing
for them to win.
And I tell you why.
Is he going to say
I don't know. I don't know how many people talk at the same time, though, so I don't know.
Did you get me? Did you get me, Tony? Tony, did you understand me?
Okay, I think somebody needs to mute. I think it's that brand.
Somebody's in.
Is it brand? Okay, go ahead now. Go ahead. African TV, go ahead. We can hear you now. I think somebody was.
I guess that's his network again. African TV. All right. African TV.
Oh, it's a phone call. It's a phone call. I was getting a phone call. Sorry.
Okay, sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Call was coming in. Did you understand my question, Tony?
Yes, I was asked to answer that question. Just to clarify. When you said, I said they cannot bring a case. I said, no, I didn't say that. Right? I said, I even clarified that to say, yes, they could bring that case anytime. But I said the best time to bring it would have been at the end of the multiple legal, both civil and criminal aspects of the case going on at present. Right? That would be the best time to bring that case against the police if you wanted to. Right? And before you even asked me why, I did explain to you that if somebody brought that case against me as a police today, I would just turn up in front of the judge and say, my lord, we're facing a few legal minefield here. There is a coroner court going on, fact-finding on the face of it. There's a few other sub-cases going on. As a matter of fact, we're still investigating in courts, and we would rather wait until the conclusion of those prosecutions before we can now defend this case. Full stop. That's what I said.
Okay, this is what I disagree with you, Tony, on the issue. Yeah, I disagree with you on the issue of. No, Ejo, this is my main question. Mommy J, please. Tony, what I'm trying to ask you is, as a lawyer today, if I engage your law firm and I say, on the petition of Mohbad, I want you to sue the Nigerian police for unprofessional behavior, negligence, whatever, what would be your strength? And the jurisdiction of the petition has nothing to do with the inquest. That's why I say I disagree with you. The inquest has nothing to do with what happened before the inquest, where you're now bringing a suit. So explain that to me. If you were to defend Mohbad, the petition, what would be your strength?
Okay, so let me clarify. So that's one of the reasons why it's difficult to respond when there's so many questions at once, and I'm trying to pick through whatever. Now, the last response I gave was in light of a few other previous questions against the general idea of bringing a case against the police, right? Not necessarily specific to one petition. As a matter of fact, Bossman already asked that question in a different way to say, oh, do I believe that the public has got a case against the police in terms of the way they've handled the Mohbad case, right? And it was in the light of that that I gave that response. But the question you're asking now is slightly different. You're not being very specific. A case against how that single petition was treated. That's different, right, from the spirit and letter in which I answered. I gave that response just now. It was the general principle of bringing a case against the police generally in the way they've handled this Mohbad case, including, the pie of him and a few other bits and pieces. Right, so I just want to clarify that. Well, if you're talking about that single petition and that one alone, oh yes, indeed, that's specific, right? A case can be brought against them, yes, in the way that petition was treated. You understand? But if hang on, but if I'm a lawyer at the same time, right, to ensure that I make judicious use of my time and the resources of my client, right, I'll be asking a few questions as well. I'll be saying that over and beyond this petition, right, a lot has gone on since then. The major one being something much more dire has happened to the late singer, which was his pie. On the face of it, there's a lot that the police could have done more. They've botched this investigation in multiple ways. I've been advising my client and saying that, do you think it would be the best time or the best use of our resources for us to launch this now? Bearing in mind, we already have a strong case, which was going to prime up in time against the general attitude and the behavior of this police as well. I'll be advising my client to consider the option of waiting a while and then we're lumping all this together, because if I was going to have a strong enough case against the diligent prosecution or misconduct of the police in terms of this whole Mohbad case, as a matter of fact, I would use the way that person was treated as one of my key evidence for a much more wider case. That's what I would do if I was a lawyer. But if my client insists that, I have not enough resources to launch multiple prosecutions against the police, I would say, well, you're my client, I'll take your instructions, but I will give you this advice as well. Yep. So that's the professional advice I'm just giving you as a lawyer, which you asked me about. So, yes. So, yeah, I could launch multiple prosecutions, even if I know that, with the passage of time, I could consolidate all this and make that one single major civil litigation against the police. So that's my response.
Can I ask? So you said it's best for the public or the family to wait before suing the police.
No, I didn't say that. So
you're advising that we should wait because it's an ongoing case. It's an open case, right?
No. I didn't say that. Let me clarify again. So African TV is talked about a specific suing the police for the single petition. And I said, yes, it can go ahead and do that, right? Right? But I now said for the wider one, take away the petition for yourself because we just dealt with that. You could launch a case against the police to say, it wasn't dealt with properly, blah, 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 blah. We've accepted that, right? Now the one I said about waiting, right? I just had advice. I said that if you wanted to, you could do it now if you wanted to. Nothing is going to stop you from doing it. What I said for that is the timing will be better served by waiting until the police have said that we're done with this investigation. There's nowhere else to go. You can then say, hang on a minute. We got to this point because you haven't done X, Y, and Z, and here is my evidence, which I've listed a few already.
Okay. I'm just going to come in this way because the reason why I came up was because of the petition he wrote before he died, which I think is concerning to me, because I think the public or the family needed to wait for the corona and the PPD to get done before they pursue that part, because that's another case entirely.
Yes, I agree, and I accept that already.
Yeah, it's another case. I feel like that should be something they should have, sued the police, and they should have reached a spot whereby they will know if the police are going to be held accountable for handling, for not doing their job, which they took an oath for. Because I feel like I'm going to say that has nothing to do. Okay, eventually, if they're going to link it to what by Mohbad, that's going to be at the end of justice. But right now, there was a petition that was written while the deceased was still with us, and the police didn't handle it properly. So I think that should be a separate case on its own. It should be a separate case on its own. And I feel like that should be the first thing that the family or the public needed to tackle on. So that will even convince us and give us hope that we can, depend on the police, we can trust the justice system. But right now, I don't know.
No. You can actually do that. But here's the thing. In the Nigeria of today, right? Unlike in advanced Senate climate, a typical case, especially civil, can go on for years, right? Before it gets to a conclusion. Okay. But when it involves state actors, right? So potentially you may be faced with a scenario where you're paying a lawyer a lot of money to be appearing adjournment after adjournment for this specific petition one, whilst at the same time you have a bigger fish waiting somewhere, right, to fry, which is the overall conduct, right, of the police in the substantive pie or murder investigation. So you might find yourself in a place where you're running to court A on this specific, petition issue, and at the same time, in court B, paying lawyer a lot of money as well, and going back and forth on the general conduct of the police in the way they've handled this pie case and Mohbad as an individual. That's why I said it probably would make sense to, to be able to amalgamate all this, series of indictments against the police on the one and launching that against, the police. That's a personal opinion, pretty much.
So how about in the situation where we find ourselves today? Mohbad is going to be 2 years in September. It's going to be 2 years in September since he left us.
And a difficult enough prosecution hasn't been carried out, pretty much.
Yes.
That's the reason why we find ourselves here.
In my own opinion, I think that since we can sue the police separately for not doing a good job on the petition, I feel like that we can, the public can go ahead, because I'm going to say I'm a member of the public. So the
they can actually go ahead, but whether or not it's going to be
by the time
use of their resources is a separate matter.
If they sue the police for mishandling the petition, and if they have to wait, for a lengthy time, and by the time they are done with the corona and all that, they will be done probably at the same time, instead of waiting Who knows? Maybe we have to wait. I'm just saying, maybe we have to wait in the next 2 years, 3 years, just because of the Nigerian system. Now, it's not going to be advisable like after 4 years or after 2, 3 years, they will now say, oh, let's start another petition against the police. You know, people will get tired. And I think by now a lot of people are tired already.
Exactly. So when I said wait a while, I meant by on the from what I
Comrade Moses said bring him up. Comrade Moses said bring him up. Sorry guys. Sorry, continue.
I cannot say this rigmarole, you know, going beyond the year we are currently, pretty much. For example, I can't see the coroner inquest going on until next year. I can't see this police investigation going on until next year. I'm pretty sure at a point this year, matters will come to a close. That's what I believe.
Thank you so much. I want to address someone here. Someone said, are you not part of the people that brought wine to the police? Let me tell you something. I'm a military personnel. I'm a U.S. Army. Sometimes you have to run with the devil to get evidence. Okay? I'm not as dumb as you guys. I purposely played along with those people so I can know their motive. As a matter of fact, I have the picture of the police that took the wine, and I have every details of how they took the bribe. Don't ask. Said that when I cleared Emma Benin comrade, when I gave you guys that information that so police zone 2, they took wine as a bribe, an envelope. What did you guys do? Did you sue them for taking bribe? And you could have sued the police that took the bribe and sue me. Then I will present the picture of the police and how they took the bribe. Don't ask this.
Afternoon, everybody.
I will not release it to people like you because you don't like evidences. You think I will release it to dumb basses like you? I know better. Okay? You're talking
afternoon, everybody. Afternoon.
Not just in
sorry. Can I come in? Afternoon. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Tony. Afternoon, and thank you for your good submissions and wonderful initiatives and
are you there? I think you're breaking. I'm not sure if I can hear you.
I said I took my time to listen to your submission.
Okay, I can hear you now, yes.
I find them very wonderful and inciting. I don't have the prerogative to question your submission.
Okay, your network seems to be lagging, seems to be fluctuating, so I can't hear you again.
But of course, ideas that we think can fly alongside of professional advice. And
your network is lagging. I think we just keeps cutting off here and there.
Okay. As regards
Comrade, your network needs live. Oh.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so as regards your challenging the police authority as regards their unprofessionalism on the case. Basically, I think you are focusing on the petition, and alongside, by the way, I want to put a question to you for clarification purpose. Sometimes ago, okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can a bit now.
Okay, so you were actually focusing your discussion on the petition. But sometimes ago, we had a thought of challenging the police authority as regards the investigation in totality. And we got a lawyer. And we studied the coroner inquest submission, CTC, back to page, back to back. And we drew inferences out of it. But those inferences were not enough. Now, I want to ask you that instead of us waiting till the end of this case, can we, if we lay hands on the investigation reports done by the police on this case so far and do a critical analysis of the investigation reports, can we draw is it possible for us to draw our inferences out of the investigation reports and draw up our case against the police authority based on that, instead of waiting till the end of decision making before we take an action? That was my first question. If you answer the question, then I'll put two things forward to you again. Then from there, I will draw the conclusion. Thank you.
So, yes, so there's a general principle that goes that, and I don't want you to misconstrue what I'm about to say here, right? And here's a scenario. You have an ongoing investigation on the one side, right? I'll come back to that in a minute. Juxtapose that, compare that to you have a case in court that is ongoing. That case is going on in court. You're not happy with the way the case is going, right? Ask yourself this question. Can you now go launch a separate case somewhere and say you want to sue that judge, right, on the basis that you don't have a fair judgment for a case that's still ongoing, right? The answer is obvious. Now let me go back to an ongoing investigation. This is still ongoing to the extent that the police has hit a brick wall. They've pursued all the lines. We're not pursuing any more leads on this case, right? Now, if your question you're asking me is this, that, can you now launch, a case civil against the police to say, this case has not been properly diligently prosecuted, I'm taking you to court on the basis of that. You may do that if you want, but your chances of success is next to zero. You know why? Because me, as of today's date, if I'm advocating, representing the police, I'll just turn up to the court and say, Judge, you should know better. This case is still ongoing. We're still pursuing lines of inquiry. We haven't come out to say it's a dead now, we're done, right? As it stands today, the evidence we have is this nurse came in, applied this injection, we've taken that to court. But it's still ongoing. The inquest is still ongoing. We're still pursuing lines of investigation. So how can somebody now how can somebody now tell us that we haven't done a good job? Allow us to finish, right? And then you can now, that's going to be their defense, right? And I'm definitely sure the judge will just adjourn and say, you've heard what they've said, right? Let them finish, right? right? Then you can now come up and say you're not generally happy. I'm just trying to give you a wise piece of advice here, pretty much.
Okay, Tony, let me put this to you. I got the Nigerian Police Investigation Standard Procedure Act, and we took our time to study the investigation procedure.
There are several redresses available to you.
Yeah.
But not the court of law.
Let's come back.
Several remedies, right?
Tony,